Chapters 29 and 30 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Why Harold Did Not Go to Vassar. The cottage in the lane was not very pretentious, and all its rooms were small and low and upon the ground floor, except the one which Jerry had occupied since she had grown too large for the crib by Mrs. Crawford's bed. In this room, in which there was but one window, Jerry kept all her possessions, her playthings and her books, and the trunk and carpet-bag which had been found with her. Here she had cut off her hair and slept on the floor, to see how it would seem, and here she had enacted many a play in which the scenes and characters were all of the past. For the cold in winter she did not care at all, and when in summer the nights were close and hot, she drew her little bed to the open window and fell asleep while thinking how warm she was. That she ought to have a better room never occurred to her, and never had she found a word of fault or repined at her humble surroundings, so different from those of her girl friends. Only as she grew taller she had sometimes laughingly said that if she kept on she should not much longer be able to stand upright in her den, as she called it. "I hit my head now everywhere, except in the middle," she once said. "I wonder if we can't sometime manage to raise the roof." The words were spoken thoughtlessly and almost immediately forgotten by Jerry; but Harold treasured them up, and began at once to devise ways and means to raise the roof and give Jerry a room more worthy of her. This was just after he had left college, and there was hanging over him his debt to Arthur and the support of his grandmother. The first did not particularly disturb him, for he knew that Arthur would wait any length of time, while the latter seemed but a trifle to a strong, robust young man. Mrs. Crawford was naturally very economical, and could make $1 go farther than most people could too, so that very little sufficed for their daily wants when Jerry was away. "I must earn money somehow," Harold thought, "and must seek work where I can do the best, even if it is from Peterkin." So, swallowing his pride, he went to Peterkin's office and asked for work. Once before, when a boy of 18 and sorely pressed, he had done the same thing, and met with a rebuff from the foreman, who said to him gruffly, "No, sir, we don't want no more boys, leastwise gentlemen boys. We've had enough of 'em. Try t'other furnace. Mr. Warner is allus taking all kinds of trash out of pity." But the Warner factory, where Harold had once worked, was full of boys, whom the kind-hearted employer had taken in, and there was no place for Harold. So he waited a while until Jerry needed a new dress and his grandmother a bonnet, and then he tried Peterkin again, and this time with success. "Yes, take him," Peterkin said to his foreman. "Take him and put him to the emery wheel. That's the place for such upstarts. That'll take the starch out of him double quick. He's a bad egg, he is, and proud as Lucifer. I don't suppose he'd touch my Bill or my Ann Lizzie with a 10-foot pole. Put 'em to the wheel. Bad egg. Bad egg." Peterkin had a bitter prejudice against the boy, on whose account he had once been turned from the Tracy house; and though he had forgiven the Tracys, and would now have voted for Frank for Congressman if he had had the chance, he still cherished his animosity against Harold, designating him as an upstart and a bad egg who was to be put to the wheel. And Harold was put to the wheel, until he got a bit of steel in his eye and his hands were cut and blistered. But he did not mind the latter so much, because Jerry cried over them at night, and kissed them in the morning, and bathed them in cosmoline, and called Peterkin a mean old thing, and offered to go herself to the wheel. But to this Harold only laughed. He could stand it, he said, and $1 a day was not to be lost. He could wear gloves and save his hands. But the appearance of gloves was the signal for general hooting and jeering from the boys of his own age, who were employed there, and who had from the first looked askance at Harold, because they knew how greatly he was their superior, and fancied an affront in everything he did, and every word he said, it was spoken so differently from their own dialect. "I can't stand it," Harold said to Jerry after a week's trial with the gloves. "I'd rather sweep the streets than be jeered at as I am. I don't mind the work. I'm getting used to it, but the boys are awful. Why, they call me Sissy, and Miss Hastings, and all that." So Harold left the employ of Peterkin, greatly to the chagrin of that functionary, who had found him the most faithful boy he had ever had. But this was years ago, and matters had changed somewhat since then. Harold was a man now, a graduate from Harvard, with an air and dignity about him which commanded respect even from Peterkin, who was sitting upon his high stool when Harold came in with his application. Billy, who was Harold's fast friend, was now in the business with his father, and as he chanced to be present, the thing was soon arranged, and Harold received into the office at a salary of $12 per week, which was soon increased to 15 and 20, and at last, as the autumn advanced, and Harold began to talk of taking the same school in town which he had once before taught, he was offered $1,500 a year if he would remain as foreman of the office, where his services were invaluable. But Harold had chosen the law for his profession, and as teaching school was more congenial to him than writing in the office, and would give him more time for reading law, he declined the salary and took the school, which he kept for 2 successive winters, going between times into the office whenever his services were needed, which was very often, as they knew his worth, and Billy was always glad to have him there. In this way he managed to lay aside quite a little sum of money, besides paying his interest to Arthur, and when Maud came home from Europe in March he felt himself warranted in beginning to "raise the roof." He was naturally a mechanic, and would have made a splendid carpenter. He was also something of an architect, and sketched upon paper the changes he proposed making. The roof was to be raised over Jerry's room. There was to be a pretty bay window at the south, commanding a view of the Collingwood grounds and the river. There was to be another window on a side, but whether to the east or the west he could not quite decide. There was to be a dressing room and a large closet, while the main room was to be carried up in the centre, after the fashion of a church, and to be ceiled with narrow strips of wood, painted alternately with a pale blue and grey. He showed the sketch to his grandmother, who approved it, just as she approved everything he did, but suggested that he submit it to Maud Tracy, who, she heard, had become an artist and had a studio. So he took the plan to Maud, explaining it to her, and saying it was to be a surprise to Jerry when she came home for good in the summer. Maud was interested and enthusiastic at once, and entered heart and soul into the matter, making some suggestions which Harold adopted, and deciding for him where the extra window was to be placed. "Put it to the east," she said, "for Jerry is always looking toward the rising sun because, she says, her old home is that way. And besides, she can see the tramp house she is so fond of. For my part, I think it is a poky place, and never like to pass it after dark, lest I should see the woman standing in the door with the candle in her hand, crying for help. Where was Jerry then, I wonder? Wouldn't that make a very effective picture? The storm, the open door, the frantic woman in it, with the candle held high over her head, and Jerry clutching her dress behind, with her great blue eyes staring out in the darkness. That is the way I have always seen it. I mean to paint the picture and hang it in the new room as another surprise to Jerry." "Oh, don't!" Harold said with a shudder. "Jerry would not like it. It almost killed her when she first knew of the cry which Mr. Arthur heard and the light I saw that night. She insisted upon knowing everything there was to know, and when I told her all the color left her face, and for a moment she sat rigid as a stone, with a look I shall never forget, and then she cried as I never saw anybody cry before. This was 3 years ago, and she has never spoken to me of it since." Harold's voice trembled as he talked, while Maud cried outright. The idea of the picture was given up, and she went back to the subject of the new room, in which she seemed quite as much interested as Harold himself. When the roof was raised and the floor laid, and the framework of the bay window up, she went nearly every day to the cottage to watch the progress of the work, and to keep Harold's one hired man up to the mark, if he showed the least sign of lagging. "She is wuss than a slave driver," the man said to Harold one day. "Why, if I ever stop to take a chaw or rest my bones a bit, she's after me in a jiffy, and asks if I don't think I can get so much done in an hour if I work as tight as I can clip it. I was never so druv in my life." And yet both the man and Harold liked to see the little lady there, walking through the shavings, and holding high her dainty skirts as she clambered over piles of boards and shingles, or perching herself on the work bench, superintended them both, and twice by her intervention saved a door from swinging the wrong way, and from being a little askew. Frank, too, was almost as much interested in the work as Maud was, and once offered his services, as did Dick St. Clair and Billy Peterkin. "That's splendid. We'll have a bee, and get a lot done," Maud said. and she pressed into the B her father, and Dick, and Billy, and Fred Raymond, and Tom, the latter of whom did nothing but find fault, saying that the ceiling ought to have been of different woods, the floor inlaid, and the tops of the windows cathedral glass. "And I suppose you will find the money for all that elegance," Maud said, as she held one end of a board for Harold to nail. "We are cutting our garment according to the cloth, and if you don't like it you'd better go away. We do not want any drones in the hive, do we, Hallie?" She had taken to addressing him thus familiarly since they had commenced their carpenter work together, and Harold smiled brightly upon her as upon a child as she stood on tiptoe at his side. Tom went away, but he soon came back again, for there was for him a peculiar fascination about this room for Jerry, and sitting down upon a sawhorse he looked on, and whittled and smoked, while Dick blistered his hands, and Fred raised a blood blister by striking his finger with the hammer, and Billy ran a huge splinter under his thumbnail. Then they all went away, and Harold was left alone, for his man had been obliged to leave, and thus the finishing up devolved upon him. But he was equal to it. The worst was over, and all that was now required was hard and constant work, if he would accomplish it in time to see Jerry graduated, as he greatly wished to do, provided he should have enough money left for the trip when everything was paid for. But whoever has repaired an old house need not be told that the cost is always greater than was anticipated, and that there are 1,000 difficulties which beset the unwary workman and hinder his progress. And Harold found it so. Still he worked on, early and late, taking no rest except for an hour or so in the afternoon, when he found it a very pleasant change to walk through the leafy woods so full of summer life and beauty, to where Maud waited for him, with her sunny face and bright smile, which always grew brighter at his coming. How could he know what was in her mind? He, who never dreamed it possible that she, of all other girls, could fall in love with him. That Maud liked him he was sure, but he supposed it was mostly for the amusement he afforded her, and for the sake of Jerry, of whom she was never tired of talking. Maud's friendship was very sweet to the young man, who had so few means of enjoyment, and whose life was one of toil and care; and he went blindly toward the pitfall in the distance, and began to look forward with a great deal of pleasure to the readings or talks with Maud, even though he did not find her very intellectual. She amused and rested him, and that was something to the tired and overworked man. The room was finished inside at last, and looked exceedingly cool and pretty in its dress of blue and gray, and its 2 rows of colored glass in each window; for Harold had carried out Tom's suggestion in that respect, and by going without a new hat and a pair of pants, which he needed, had managed to get the glass which he set himself, for, as he said to Maud, who assisted him in the matching and arrangement, he was a kind of jack of all trades. Maud had also helped him to putty up the nail holes, and had tried her hand at painting, until it gave her a sick headache, and she was obliged to quit. When Arthur first heard of the raised roof, he went down to see it, and approving of everything which had thus far been done, insisted upon furnishing the room himself. But Harold refused, saying decidedly that it was his own surprise for Jerry, and no one must help him. So Arthur went away, and told Maud confidentially that the young man Hastings was made of the right kind of stuff, and that he liked his independence, and that, although he should allow him to pay his debt, he should deposit the money as fast as received to his credit in the savings bank, so that he would eventually get it all. "You are the darlingest uncle in the world," Maud said, rubbing her soft cheek against his, in that purring way many men like, and which made Arthur kiss her, and tell her she was a little simpleton, but rather nice on the whole. "And you'll not tell Jerry a word about the room," Maud charged him again and again before he went to Vassar. "Not if I can help it," was his reply, although, as the reader knows, he came near letting it out twice, but held on in time, so that the raised roof was still a secret from Jerry when she reached the station and was met by Maud and Harold. The room was all ready, with its pretty carpet of blue and drab, and a delicate shading of pink in it; its cottage furniture, simple but suitable; its muslin curtains and chintz-covered lounge, and the willow chair and round table, which Maud had insisted upon buying. She would have some part in furnishing the room, she said, and Harold allowed her to get the chair, which she put by the window looking toward the tramp house, and the round table, which stood in the bay window, with a Japanese bowl upon it filled with lilies Harold had gathered in the early morning. He had found it impossible to go to Vassar, there were so many last things to be done, and so little money left in his purse with which to make the journey, and as Maud had more confidence in her own taste for the arrangement of furniture than in his, she too decided to remain at home and see it through. The carpet was not put down until the morning of the day when the young men started for Vassar, and it was the noise of the tack hammer which Tom had heard and likened to the shingling of a roof. "There must be flowers everywhere. Jerry is so fond of them," Maud said. And she brought great baskets full from the park gardens, and a costly Dresden vase, which Arthur had left for Jerry when he went away, together with his card and his photograph, and a note in which he had written as follows: "My dear child, welcome home again. I wish I could see you when your blue eyes first look upon the room I came so near telling you about. Maud would have killed me if I had. You have no idea how Harold has worked to get it done, and where he got the money is more than I know. Pinched himself in every way, of course. He is a noble fellow, Jerry, but you know that. I saw it in your face at Vassar, and saw something else, too, which you may think is a secret. Will talk with you about it when I come home. I am off tomorrow for California. Would like to take you with me. Maybe I shall meet with robbers in the Yosemite. I'd rather like to. God bless you. Arthur Tracy." "Uncle Arthur was very queer the day he went away," Maud said to Harold as she put the note and the photograph and the card upon the dressing bureau. "I heard him talking to Gretchen and saying, 'Gretchen, Jerry will be here by and by to keep you company while I am gone. Little Jerry when I first knew her, but a great tall Jerry now, with the air of a duchess. Yes, Jerry is coming, Gretchen. How he loves her! Jerry, I mean. And I do not wonder, do you?" Harold's mouth was full of tacks, and he did not reply, but went steadily on with his work until everything was done. "Isn't it lovely, and won't she be pleased?" Maud kept saying, as she gave the room a last look and then started for home, charging Harold to be on time at the station, and to try and not look so tired. Harold was very tired, for the constant strain of the last few weeks had told upon him, and he felt that he could not have gone on much longer, and that only for Maud's constant enthusiasm and sympathy he should have broken down before the task was done. It was not easy work, shingling roofs and nailing down floors and painting ceilings, and every bone in his body ached, and his hands were calloused like a piece of leather, and his face looked tired and pale when he at last sat down to rest a while before changing his working suit for one scarcely better, although clean and fresher, with no daubs of paint or patches upon it. "They don't look first rate, that's a fact," he said to himself, as he surveyed his pants and boots and hat, and thought what a contrast he should present to the elegant Tom and the other young men at the station. "But Jerry won't care, she understands, or will when she sees her new room. How pretty it is," he added, as he stopped a moment to look in and admire it. A blind had swung open, letting in a flood of hot sunshine, and as it was desirable to keep the room as cool as possible, Harold went in to close the shutter. But something was the matter with both fastening and hinge, and he was fixing it when Maud drove up, telling him the train was late. "That's lucky," he said, "for this blind is all out of gear," and it took so much time to fix and rehang it that the whistle was heard among the hills a mile away, just as he entered the Victoria with Maud and started for the station upon a run. CHAPTER XXX. The Walk Home. All the way from the station to the gate Harold was trying to think of something to say besides the merest commonplaces, and wondering at Jerry's silence. She had seemed glad to see him, he had seen that in her eyes, and seen there something else which puzzled and troubled him, and he was about to ask her what it was when she stopped so abruptly and said, "Why didn't you come to commencement? Tom Tracy said you were shingling a roof, and Billy Peterkin said Maud was helping you." "Oh, that's it, is it?" Harold said, bursting into a laugh. "That is why you have been so stiff and distant ever since we left the depot, that I could not touch you with a 10-foot pole." "Well, I don't care," Jerry replied with a sob in her voice. "Everybody had some friend there but myself. You don't know how lonely I felt when I went on the stage and knew there was no home face looking at me in all that crowd. I think you might have come anyway." "But, Jerry," Harold said, laying his hand upon her shoulder as they slowly walked on, "wait a little before you condemn me utterly. I wanted to come quite as much as you wanted to have me. I remembered what a help it was to me when I was graduated to see your face in the crowd, and know by its expression that you were satisfied." "I did not suppose you saw me." Jerry exclaimed, her voice very different in its tone from what it had been at first. "Saw you?" and Harold's hand tightened its grasp on her shoulder. "Saw you? I scarcely saw anyone else except you and Maud, who sat beside you. I knew you would be there, and I looked the room over, missing you at first, and feeling as if something were wanting to fire me up, then, when I found you, the inspiration came, and if I began to flag ever so little, I had only to look at your blue eyes, and my blood was up again." This was a great deal for Harold to say, and he felt half frightened when he had said it, but Jerry's answer was reassuring. "Oh, I didn't know that. I am so glad you told me." They were close to the tramp house now. The walk from the station had been hot and dusty, and Jerry was tired, so she said to Harold, "Let's go in a moment. It looks so cool in there." So they went in, and Jerry sat down upon a bench, while Harold took a seat upon the table, and said, "I suppose you had peals of applause and flowers by the bushel." "Yes," Jerry replied, "applause enough, and flowers enough, 20 bouquets and baskets in all, including yours. It was kind in you to send it." She did not tell him of the wilted condition of his flowers, or that one of the faded roses was pressed between the lids of her Latin grammar. "Billy gave me a heart of blue forget-me-nots," she continued, "and Tom a book of daisies on a standard of violets. What a prig Tom is, and what a dandy Billy has grown to be, and he stammers worse than ever." "But he is one of the best-hearted fellows in the world," Harold said. "He has been very kind to me." "Yes, I know," Jerry rejoined quickly. "He makes his father pay you big wages in the office, and gives you a great many holidays. That is kind. But, oh, Harold, how I hate it all! Your being obliged to work for such a man as Peterkin. I wish I were rich. Maybe I shall be some day. Who knows?" The great tears were shining in her eyes as she talked, and brushing them away she suddenly changed the conversation, and said, "I never come in here that 1,000 strange fancies do not begin to flit through my brain, and my memory seems stretched to the utmost tension, and I remember things away back in the past before you found me in the carpet-bag." She was gazing up toward the rafters with a rapt look on her face, as if she were seeing the things of which she was talking, and Harold, who had never seen her in just this way, said to her very softly, "What do you remember, Jerry? What do you see?" She did not move her head or eyes, but answered him, "I see always a sweet, pale face, to which I can almost give a name, a face which smiles upon me, and a thin white hand which is laid upon my hair, a hand not like those you have told me about, and which must have touched me so tenderly that awful night. Did you ever try to recall a name or a dream which seems sometimes just within your grasp, and then baffles all your efforts to retain it?" "Yes, often," Harold said. "Just so it is with me," she continued. "I try to keep the fancies which come and go so fast, and which always have reference to the past and some far-off country, Germany, I think. Harold, I must have been older when you found me than you supposed I was." "Possibly," Harold replied. "You were so small that we thought you almost a baby, although you had an old head on your shoulders from the first, and could you have spoken our language, I believe you might have told us who you were and where you came from." "Perhaps," Jerry said. "I don't know. Only this, as I grow older the things way back come to me, and the others fade away. The dark woman, my mother," she spoke the name very low, "is not half as real to me as the pale, sick face on which the firelight shines. It is a small house, and a low room, with a big white stove in the corner, and somebody is putting wood in it, a dark woman. She stoops, and from the open door the firelight falls upon the face in the chair, the woman who is always writing when she is not in bed, and I am there, a little child. And when the pale face cries, I cry too. And when she dies, oh, Harold! But you saw me play it once, and wondered where I got the idea. I saw it. I know I did. I was there, a part of the play. I was the little child. Then there is a blur, a darkness, with many people and a crying, 2 voices, the dark woman's and mine. Then a river or the sea, or both, and noisy streets, and a storm, and cold. And you, taking me into the sunshine." As she talked she had unconsciously laid her hand on Harold's knee, and he had taken it in his, and was holding it fast, when she startled him with the question, "Do Did you ever think did anybody ever think it possible that the woman found dead in here was not my mother?" "Not your mother?" Harold exclaimed, dropping her hand in his surprise. "Not your mother? What do you mean?" "No disrespect to her," Jerry replied. "The good, brave woman who gave her life for me, and whose dear hands shielded me from the cold as long as there was power in them to do it. I love and reverence her memory as if she had been my mother. But, Harold, do I look at all as she did? You saw her here and at the Park House. Think. Am I like her in anything?" "No," Harold answered. "You are like her in nothing. But you may resemble your father." "Yes," Jerry said slowly. "I may. Oh, Harold, the spell is on me now so strong that I can almost remember. Tell me again about that night and the morning what they did at the Park House. Mr. Arthur, I mean. He was expecting somebody. Gretchen, was it not?" She had grasped his hand again, and was looking into his face as if his answer would be life or death to her. And Harold, who had no idea what was in her mind, and who had never thought that the dark woman was not her mother, looked at her wonderingly as he replied: "Yes, I remember that he had a fancy in his mind that Gretchen was coming, but he has had that fancy so often. He said she was in the ship with him, and on the train, but she wasn't. I think Gretchen is dead." "Yes, she is dead," Jerry said decidedly. "But tell me again all you know of the time I came." Harold told her again what he knew personally of the tragedy, and all he remembered to have heard. But the thing most real to him was Jerry herself, the beautiful girl sitting by his side and astonishing him with her mood and her questions. He had seen her often in her spells, as he called them, when she acted her pantomimes and talked to people whom she said she saw, but he had only thought of them as the vagaries of a peculiar mind, a German mind, his grandmother said, and he accepted her theory as the correct one. He had never seen Jerry as she was now, with that look in her face and in her eyes, which shone with a strange light as she went on to speak of the things which sometimes came and went so fast, and which she tried in vain to retain. It had never occurred to him that the woman he had found dead was not her mother, and he thought her crazy when she put the question to him. But he was a man, solid and steady, with no vagaries of the brain, and not a tithe of the impetuosity and imagination of the girl who asked him at last if he had ever seen anyone whom she resembled. He was wondering, in a vague kind of way, how long she meant to stay there, and if the tea cakes his grandmother was going to make for supper would be spoiled, when she asked the question, to which he replied: "No, I don't think I ever did, unless it is Gretchen. You are some like her, but I suppose many German girls have her complexion and hair." The answer was not very reassuring, and Jerry showed it in her face, which was still upturned to Harold, who, looking down upon it and the earnest, wistful expression which had settled there, started suddenly as if an arrow had struck him, for he saw the likeness Jerry had seen in the glass, and taking her face between both his hands he studied it intently, while the possibility of the thing kept growing upon him, making him colder and fainter than Jerry herself had been when she looked into the mirror. "What if it were so?" he said to himself, while everything seemed slipping away from him, but mostly Jerry who, if it were so, would be separated from him by a gulf he could not pass. For what would the daughter of Arthur Tracy care for him, the poor boy, whose life had been one fight with poverty, and whose worn, shabby clothes, on which the full western sunlight was falling, told plainer than words of the poverty which still held him in thrall? "Jerry!" he cried, rising to his feet and letting the hands which had clasped her face drop down to her shoulders, which they pressed tightly, as if he thus would keep her with him. "Oh, Jerry, you are like Arthur Tracy, or you were when you looked at me so earnestly. But it is gone now. Have you thought that Gretchen was your mother?" He was pale as a corpse, and Jerry was the calmer of the two, as she told him frankly all she had thought and felt since Arthur's visit to her. "I meant to tell you," she said, "though not quite so soon, but when I came in here I could not help it, things crowded upon me so. It may be, and probably is, all a fancy, but there is something in my babyhood different from the woman who died, and when I am able to do it, I am going to Wiesbaden, for that is where Gretchen lived, and where I believe I came from, and if there is anything I shall find it. Oh, Harold! I may not be Gretchen's daughter, but if I am more than a peasant girl, If anything good comes of my search, my greatest joy will be that I can share with you, who have been so kind to me. I will gladly give you and Grandma every dollar I may ever have, and then I should not pay you." "There is nothing owing me," Harold said, the pain in his heart and his fear of losing her growing less as she talked. "You have brought me nearly all the happiness I have ever known; for when I was a boy, and every bone ached with the hard work I had to do, the thought that Jerry was waiting for me at home, that her face would greet me at the window, or in the door, made the labor light; and now that I am a man—" He paused a moment, and Jerry's head drooped a little, for his voice was very low and soft, and she waited with a beating heart for him to go on. "Now that I am a man, life would be nothing to me without you." Was this a declaration of love? It almost seemed so, and but for a thought of Maud, Jerry might have believed it was such, and led him on to something more definite. As it was, her heart gave a great bound of joy, which showed itself on her face as she replied, "If I make your life happier, I am glad; for never had a poor, unknown girl so good and true a brother as I. But come, I have kept you here too long, and Grandma must be wondering where we are." "Yes, and supper will be spoiled," Harold said, as he followed her to the door. "We are to have it in the back porch, where it is so cool, and to have tea cakes with strawberries from our own vines, and cream from our own cow, or rather your cow. Did I write you that she had a splendid calf, which we call Clovertop?" They had come back to commonplaces now. Jerry's clairvoyant spell had passed, and she was herself again, simple Jerry Crawford, walking along the familiar path, and talking of the cow which Frank Tracy had given her when it was a sickly calf whose mother had died. She had taken it home and nursed it so carefully that it was now a healthy little Jersey whom she called Nanny. "A funny name for a cow," Harold had said, and she had replied, "Yes, but it keeps repeating itself in my brain. I have known a Nanny some time, sure, and may as well perpetuate the name in my bossy as anywhere." Nanny was in a little enclosure by the side of the lane, and at Harold's call she came to the fence, over which she put her face for the caress she was sure to get, while Clovertop kicked up her heels and acted as if she, too, understood and was glad Jerry had come. "Oh, it is so pleasant everywhere, and I am so glad to be home again," Jerry said, as her eyes went rapidly from one thing to another, until at last they fell upon the raised roof looking so new and yellow in the sunlight. End of chapters 29 and 30. Chapters 31 and 32 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. At Home. "Oh, Harold, what have you been doing?" Jerry exclaimed, stopping short, while a suspicion of the truth began to dawn upon her. "That is the roof Tom told you I was shingling," Harold replied, and taking her by the arm he hurried her on to the cottage, where Mrs. Crawford stood in the door, in her broad white apron and the neat muslin cap which Maud had fashioned for her. With a cry of joy Jerry took the old lady in her arms and kissed and cried over her. "It is so nice to be home, and everything is so pleasant," she said, as her eyes swept the sitting room and kitchen and back porch where the tea table was laid, with its luscious berries and pitchers of cream. "Go right upstairs with Harold. I have just come down and can't go up again," Mrs. Crawford said excitedly, and with a bound Jerry was up the stairs and in the lovely room. When she saw them coming in the lane, Mrs. Crawford had gone up and opened the shutters, letting in a flood of light so that nothing should escape Jerry's notice. And she saw it all at a glance, the high walls, the carpet, the furniture, the curtains, and the flowers, and knew why Harold did not come to Vassar. He was standing in the bay window watching her, and the light fell full upon his shabby clothes, which Jerry noticed for the first time, knowing exactly why he must wear them, and understanding perfectly all the self-denials and sacrifices he had made for her, who had been so angry because he did not come to see her graduate. Had she been younger, she would have thrown herself into his arms and cried there. Harold half thought and hoped she was going to do so now, for she made a rush toward him, then stopped suddenly, and sinking into the willow chair began to sob aloud, while Harold stood looking at her, wondering what he ought to do. "Don't you like it, Jerry?" he said at last. "Like it? and in the eyes which she flashed upon him he read her answer. "Like it? I never saw a room I liked better. But why did you do it? Was it because of that foolish speech of mine about knocking my brains out the ceiling was so low?" "Not at all," Harold replied. "I had the idea in my head long before you wrote that to me, but could not quite see my way clear until last spring. I have seen Nina's room and Maud's, and have heard that Annalisa Peterkin's was finer than the Queen's at Windsor, and I did not like to think of you in the cooped up place this was, with the slanting roof and low windows. I am glad you like it." And then, knowing that she would never let him rest until he had done so, he told her all the ways and means by which he had been able to accomplish it, except indeed his own self-denials and sacrifices of pride and even comfort. But this she understood, and looked at the shabby coat and shoes, and the calloused hands, which lay upon his knees as he talked, and which she wanted so much to take in hers and kiss and pity for the hard work they had done for her. But this would have been throwing herself at his head, and so she only cried the more, as she told him how much she thanked him, and that she never could repay him for what he had done for her. "But it was a pleasure," he said. "I never enjoyed anything in my life as I have working in this room, with Maud to help me. She was here nearly every day, and by her enthusiasm kept me up to fever heat. She puttied up the nail holes and painted your dressing room, and would have helped shingle the roof if I had permitted it. She gave you the chair you sit in, and the table in the window. She would do that, and I let her. But when Mr. Arthur offered his assistance, and the other Mr. Tracy, I refused, for I wanted it all my own for you." He was speaking rapidly and excitedly, and had Jerry looked up she would have seen in his face all she was to him; but she did not, and at mention of Maud a cloud fell suddenly upon her. But she would not let it remain; she would be happy, and make Harold so too. So she told him again of her delight, and what a joyous coming home it was. She had not yet seen Arthur's card and photograph and note, but Harold called her attention to them, and taking up the latter she opened it, while her heart gave a throb of something between joy and pain as she saw the words, "My dear child," and then read the note so characteristic of him. "What a strange fancy of his to go off suddenly to California. I wonder Mr. Frank allowed it," she said, as she put the note in her pocket, and then, at a call from Mrs. Crawford, went down to where the supper was waiting for her. The tea cakes were a little cold, but everything else was delicious, from the fragrant tea to the ripe berries and thick sweet cream, and Jerry enjoyed it with the keen relish of youth and perfect health. After supper was over, Jerry made her grandmother sit still while she washed and put away the dishes, singing as she worked, and whistling too. Loud, clear, ringing strains, which made a robin in the grass fly up to the porch, where, with his head turned on one side, he listened to this new songster, whose notes were strange to him. And Jerry did seem like some joyous bird just let loose from prison, as she flitted from one thing to another, now setting her grandmother's cap a little more squarely on her head, and bending to kiss the silvery hair as she said to her, "Your working days are over, for I have come home to care for you, and in the future you have nothing to do but to sit still, with your dear old lame feet on a cushion; now helping Harold water the flowers in the borders, and pinning a June pink in his buttonhole; now going with him to milk Nanny," who, either remembering Jerry, or recognizing a friend in her, allowed her horn to be decorated with a knot of blue ribbon which Jerry took from her throat, and which Harold afterward took from Nanny's horn, and hid away with the withered lilies Jerry had thrown him that day at Harvard, when her face and her eyes had been his inspiration. They kept early hours at the cottage, and the people at the Park House were little more than through the grand dinner they were giving, when Jerry said good night to her grandmother and Harold, and went up to her new room under the raised roof. It was a lovely summer night, and the moonlight fell softly upon the grass and shrubs outside, and shone far down the long lane where the tramp house stood, with its thick covering of woodbine. Leaning from the window, Jerry looked out upon the night, while 1,000 thoughts and fancies came crowding into her brain, all born of that likeness seen by her in the mirror when Arthur was with her at Vassar, and which Harold, too, had recognized when she sat with him in the tramp house. After Arthur had left her in May she had been too busy to indulge in idle dreams, but they had come back to her again with an overwhelming force, which seemed for a few moments to lift the veil of mystery and show her the past, for which she was so eagerly longing. The pale face was more distinct in her mind, as was the room with the tall white stove and the high backed settee beside it, and on the settee a little girl, Herself she believed, and she could hear a voice from the cushioned chair speaking to her and calling her by the name Arthur had given her in his note. "My child," he had written, but he had only put it as a term of endearment. He had no suspicion of the truth, if it were truth, and yet why should he not know? Could anything obliterate the memory of a child if there had been one, Jerry asked herself. "I will know sometime. I will find out," she said as she withdrew from the window and commenced her preparations for bed. As she stepped into her dressing room, her eyes fell upon the foreign trunk, with the contents of which she was familiar. They had been kept intact by Mrs. Crawford, who hoped that by them Jerry might some day be identified. Going to the old trunk, Jerry lifted the lid, and took out the articles one by one, with a very different feeling from what she had ever experienced before when handling them. The alpaca dress came first, and she examined it carefully. It was coarse and plain and old-fashioned, and she felt intuitively that a servant had worn it. The cloak and shawl in which she had been wrapped were inspected next, and on these Jerry's tears fell like rain, as she thought of the woman who had resolutely put away the covering from herself to save a life which was no part of her own. "Oh, Monnie," she sobbed, laying her face upon the rough, coarse garments, "I am not disloyal to you in trying to believe that you were not my mother, and could you come back to me, Monnie, whoever you are, I'd be to you so loving and true. Tell me, Monnie, who I am. Give me some sign that what comes to me so often of that far-off land is true. There was another face than yours which kissed me, and other hands, dead now, as are the dear old hands which shielded me from the cold that awful night, have caressed me lovingly." But to this appeal there came no response, and Jerry would have been frightened if there had. The shawl, the cloak, and the dress were as silent and motionless as she to whom they had belonged; and Jerry folded them reverently, and putting them aside took out her own clothes next, the little dresses which showed a mother's love and care, the handkerchief marked J, the aprons, and the picture book with which she had played, and from which it seemed to her she had learned the alphabet, standing by a cushioned chair before a tall white stove. There was only the fine towel left, and Jerry looked long and thoughtfully at the letter M embroidered in the corner. "Marguerite begins with M," she said, "and Gretchen's name was Marguerite. If it were Gretchen who worked this letter, I can touch what her hands have touched," and she kissed the M as fervently as if it had been Gretchen's lips, and Gretchen were her mother. On the old brass ring the key to the trunk and carpet bag were still fastened, together with the small key, for which no use had ever been found. Jerry had never thought much about this key before, but now she held it for a long time, while the conviction grew that this was the key to the mystery; that could she find the article which this unlocked she would know something definite with regard to herself. But where to look she could not guess, and with her brain in a whirl which threatened a violent headache, she closed the chest at last, and crept wearily to bed just as the clock, which Peterkin had set up in one of his towers, struck for 10:30, and Grace Atherton's carriage was rolling down the avenue from the big dinner at the Park House. CHAPTER XXXII. The next day. Jerry was astir the next morning almost as soon as the first robin began to sing under her window. She had left a blind open, and the red beams of the rising sun fell upon her face and roused her from a dream of Germany and what she meant to do there. Once fairly awake, Germany seemed far away, as did the fancies of the previous night. The spell, mesmeric or clairvoyant, or whatever one chooses to call it, was broken, and she began dressing rapidly and noiselessly so as not to awaken her grandmother, who slept in the room beneath hers. "I shall get the start of her," she said, as she donned a simple working dress which had done her service during the summer vacations for 3 successive years. "I heard her telling Harold last night to have the tubs and water ready early, for she had put off the Monday's washing until I came home, as I was sure to bring a pile of soiled clothes. And I have, but my dear grandmother, your poor old twisted hands will not touch them. What is a great strapping girl like me for, I'd like to know, if it is not to wash her own clothes and yours too?" And Jerry nodded resolutely at the fresh young face in the mirror, which nodded back with a smile of approbation of the tout ensemble of the figure reflected in the glass. And truly it was a very pretty and piquant picture she made in her neat calico dress, which, as it was 3 years old at least, was a little too short for her, and showed plainly her red stockings and high-heeled slippers with the strap around her instep. Her sleeves were short, for she had cut them off and arranged them in a puff above her elbows to save rolling them up, and her white bib apron was fastened on each shoulder with a knot of blue ribbon, Harold's favorite color. She had thoroughly brushed her hair, and then, twisting it into a knot, had tucked it under a coquettish muslin cap, whose narrow frill just shaded her face. "You look like a peasant girl, and I believe you are a peasant girl, and ought to be working in the fields of Germany this minute," she said to herself, with a mocking curtsy, as she left the mirror and descended to the kitchen, where, early as it was, she found Harold warming some coffee over a fire of chips and cutting a slice of dry bread. "What in the world!" she exclaimed, stopping short on the threshold. "I meant to be the first on the scene, and lo! here you are before me. What are you doing?" "Getting my breakfast," Harold replied, turning toward her with a slight shade of annoyance on his face. "You see, I have a job. I did not tell you last night that a Mr. Allen, who lives across the river 4 miles away, looked in one day when I was painting your ceiling, and liked it so much that he engaged me to paint one for him. I told him I was only an amateur, but he said he'd rather have me than all the boss painters in Shannondale. He offered me $3 a day and board, which means dinner and supper, or 15 for the job; and I took the last offer, as I can make the most of it by beginning early and working late, and we need—" Here he stopped short, for how could he tell Jerry that the raised roof had taken all his means, and that he even owed the grocer for the sugar she had eaten upon her berries, and the butcher for the bit of steak bought the previous night for her breakfast and his grandmother's. But Jerry guessed it without his telling, but with her quick instinct and delicate perception knew that no genuine man like Harold cares to have even his best friend know of his poverty if he can help it. Forcing back the tears which sprang to her eyes, she said, cheerily, "Yes, I know. You are a kind of second Michael Angelo, though I doubt if that old gentleman, at your age, could have done my room better than you did. I don't wonder Mr. Allen wants you. But you are not going to tramp 4 miles on a hot morning on nothing but bread and coffee, and such coffee, muddier than the Missouri River. You shall have a decent breakfast if I can get it for you. Just sit down and rest, and see what a Vassar with a diploma can do." As she talked she was replenishing the fire with hardwood, putting on the kettle, pouring out the coffee dregs saved from yesterday's breakfast, and hunting for an egg with which to settle the fresh cup she intended to make. "No, no, Jerry, you must not take that. It is all we have in the house, and Grandma must have a fresh one every day at 11 o'clock. The doctor says it strengthens her," Harold said, rising quickly, while Jerry put the one egg back in the box, and asked what Mrs. Crawford did settle coffee with. "I'm sure I don't know. Cold water, I guess," Harold said, resuming his seat, while Jerry tripped here and there laying the cloth, bringing his cup and saucer and plate, and at last pouncing on the bit of steak in the refrigerator. But here Harold again interfered. "Jerry, Jerry, that is for your breakfast and Grandma's. You must not take that." "But I shall take half of it. I would rather have a glass of Nanny's milk any time than meat, and you are going to have my share. So, Mr. Hastings, just mind your business and let the cook alone, or she'll be giving you warnin'," Jerry answered laughingly, as she divided the steak, which she proceeded at once to broil. So Harold let her have her way, and felt an increase of self-respect, and that he was something more than a common day laborer as he ate his steak and buttered toast, and drank the coffee which seemed to him the best he had ever tasted. Jerry picked him a few strawberries, and laid beside his plate a beautiful half-opened rose with the dew still upon it. It was a delicate attention, and Harold felt it more than all she had done for him. "Thank you, Jerry," he said, picking up the rose as he finished his breakfast. "It was so nice in you to think of it, just as if I were a king instead of a jack at all trades; but I hardly think it suits my blue checked shirt and painty pants. Keep it yourself, Jerry," and he held it up against her white bib apron. "It is just like the pink on your cheeks. Wear it for me," and taking a pin from his collar, he fastened it rather awkwardly to the bib, while his face came in so close proximity to Jerry's that he felt her breath stir his hair, and felt, too, a strong temptation to kiss the cheek so near his own. "There, that completes your costume," he said, holding her off a little to look at her. "By the way, haven't you got yourself up uncommonly well this morning? I never saw you as pretty as you are in this rig. If it would not be very improper, I'd like to kiss you." He was astonished at his own boldness, and not at all surprised at Jerry's reply as she stepped back from him. "No, thank you. It would be highly improper for a man who stands 6 feet in his boots to kiss a girl who stands 5 feet 6 in her slippers." There was a flush on her cheeks and a strange look in her eyes, for she was thinking of Harvard, where he had put her from him, ashamed that strangers should see her kiss him. Harold had forgotten that incident, which at the time had made no impression upon him, and was now thinking only of the beautiful girl whose presence seemed to brighten and ennoble everything with which she came in contact, and to whom he at last said good bye, just as Peterkin's tower clock struck for 5:30. "I must go now," he said, taking up his basket of brushes. "I have lost a full half hour with you, and your steaks, and your coddling me generally. I ought to have been there by this time. Good bye," and offering her his hand, he started down the lane at a rapid pace, thinking the morning the loveliest he had ever known, and wondering why everything seemed so fresh and bright and sweet. If he could have sung, he would have done so; but he could not, so he talked to himself, and to the birds and rabbits and squirrels which sprang up before him as he struck into the woods as the shortest route to Mr. Allen's farmhouse; talked to them of Jerry, and how delightful it was to have her home again, unspoiled by flattery, sweet and gracious as ever, and how he longed to tell her of his love, but dared not, until he was sure of her and of what she felt for him. He had no faith now in her fancies with regard to herself. Of the likeness to Arthur, which he thought he saw the previous day, there had been no trace that morning when he pinned the rose upon her bib. She could not be Gretchen's daughter, and was undoubtedly the child of the woman found dead in the tramp house; his Jerry, whom he had found, and claimed as his own, and whom he meant to win some day when he had his profession, and was established in business. "But that will be a long, long time, and some one else may steal her from me," he said to himself sadly, as he thought of the years which must elapse before he could venture to take a wife. "Oh, if I were sure she cared for me as I do for her, I would ask her now and have it settled, for Jerry is not a girl to go back on her promise, and the years would seem so short and the work so easy with Jerry at the end of it all," he continued, and then he wondered how he could find out the nature of Jerry's feeling for him without asking her directly, and so spoiling everything if he should happen to be premature. Would his grandmother know? Not at all likely; she was too old to know much of love, or its symptoms in a girl. Would Nina St. Clair know? Possibly, for she and Jerry were great friends, and girls always told each other their secrets, so Maud said, and Maud was just then his oracle. He had seen so much of her the last few months that he felt as if he knew her even better than he did Jerry, and he was certainly more at his ease in her presence. Then why not talk with Maud and enlist her as a partisan? He might certainly venture to make her his confidant, she had been so very communicative and familiar with him, telling him things which he had wondered at, with regard to her father and mother and Tom, and the family generally. Yes, he would sound Maud, very cautiously at first, and get her opinion, and then he should know better what to do. Maud would espouse his cause, he was sure, for she worshipped Jerry. He could trust her, and he would. He had reached the Allen farmhouse by this time, and though he was perspiring at every pore, for the morning was very hot, he scarcely felt the heat or the fatigue of his rapid 4-mile walk, as he mixed his paints and prepared for his work, for there was constantly in his heart a thought of Jerry, as she had looked in that bewitching dress, and of the bright smile she had given him when she said good bye. Meanwhile Jerry had watched him out of sight, whistling merrily. "Gin a body meet a body, comin' through the rye, gin a body kiss a body, need a body cry," and whistling it so loud and clear that Nanny came to the fence and put her head over it with a faint low of approval, while Clovertop thrust his white nose through the bars and looked at her inquiringly, as Jerry pulled up handfuls of fresh grass and fed them from her hands, noticing that Nanny had lost her knot of ribbon, and wondering where it was. Then she returned to the house, and was busying herself with preparations for her grandmother's breakfast and her own, when the latter appeared in the kitchen, surprised to find her there, and saying, "Why, Jerry, what made you get up till I called you? Why didn't you lie and rest?" "Lie and rest?" Jerry answered laughingly. "It is you who are to lie and rest, and not a great overgrown girl like me. I have given Harold his breakfast and seen him off. I cooked him half the steak," she added, as she took out the remaining half and put it on the gridiron. "I don't care for steak," she continued, as she saw Mrs. Crawford about to protest. "I would rather any time have bread and milk and strawberries. I shall never tire of them," and the big bowl full, which she ate with a keen relish, proved that she spoke the truth. "Now, Grandma," she said when breakfast was over, "I am going to do the washing. I must do something to work off my superfluous health and strength and muscle. Look at that arm, will you?" And she threw out her bare arm, which for whiteness and roundness and symmetry of proportion might have been coveted by the most fashionable lady in the land. "Go back to your rocking chair and rest your dear old lame foot on your softest cushion, and see how soon I will have everything done. It is just 7 now, and by 10 we shall be all slicked up, as Ann Eliza Peterkin says." It was of no use to try to resist Jerry. She would have her own way, and so Mrs. Crawford, after skimming her milk and attending to the cream, went to her rocking chair and her cushion and sat there quietly, while Jerry in the woodshed pounded and rubbed and boiled and rinsed and wrung and starched and blued and hung upon the line article after article, until there remained only a few towels and aprons and stockings and socks and a pair of colored overalls which Harold had worn at his work. As these last were rather soiled and had on them patches of paint, Jerry was attacking them with a will, when her grandmother called out with great trepidation, "Jerry, Jerry, do wipe your hands and come quick. Here's Tom Tracy hitching his horse to the gate." Jerry's first impulse was to do as her grandmother bade her, and her second to stay where she was. "If Tom chooses to call so early, he must take me as he finds me," she thought, while to her grandmother she said, "Nonsense! Who cares for Tom Tracy? If he asks for me, send him to the woodshed. I can't stop my work." In a moment the elegant Tom, fresh from his perfumed bath, the odor of which still lingered about him, and faultlessly attired in a cool summer suit, was bending his tall figure in the doorway of the woodshed, where Jerry, who was rubbing away on Harold's overalls, received him with a nod and a smile as she said, "Good morning, Tom. You are up early, and so was I. Business before pleasure, you know. So I hope you will excuse me if I keep right on. I have stinted myself to get through, mopping and all, by 10, and it is now 9 by Peterkin's bell. Pray be seated. How is Maud?" And she pointed to a wooden chair near the door, where Tom sat down, wholly nonplussed, and not knowing at all what to say first. Never before had he been received in this fashion, and it struck him that there was something incongruous between himself in his dainty attire, with a cluster of beautiful roses in his hand, and that chair minus a back in the woodshed, where the smell of soap suds would have made him faint and sick if he had not been near the open door. Tom had not slept well the previous night. He had joined the fine dinner party his mother had given to the Harts, and St. Clairs, and Athertons, and had sat next to Fred Raymond's sister Marian, a very pretty young girl with a good deal that was foreign in her style and in her accent, for she had been in Europe 9 years, and had only just come home. Everything in her manner was perfect, and Tom acknowledged to himself that she was the most highly polished and cultivated girl he had ever met. And still she tired him, and he was constantly contrasting her with Jerry, and thinking how much better he would enjoy himself if she were there beside him, with her ready wit and teasing remarks which frequently amounted to ridicule. Jerry had been very gracious to him on the train, and had laughed and joked with him quite as much as she had with Dick St. Clair. "Perhaps she likes me more than I have supposed she did," he thought. "Anyway, I'd better be on hand, now she is at home and can see Harold every day. He don't care a copper for Maud, or wouldn't if she didn't run after him so much, and that will sicken him pretty soon, now that he has Jerry. By George, I believe I'd be poor as he is, and paint for a living, if I couldn't have Jerry without it. But I think I can, anyway I'm going to try. She cannot be insensible to the advantage it would be to her to be my wife, and eventually the mistress of Tracy Park. There is not a girl in the world who would not consider twice before she threw such a chance away." Such was the nature of Tom's reflections all through the dinner, and the short summer night during which he was planning his mode of attack. "I'll call in the morning and take her some roses. She likes flowers," he thought. "I wonder what she did with those I gave her at Vassar. They were not with her in the car, unless she had put them in that paper box she carried so carefully. Yes, I guess they were there, and I shall see them standing round somewhere." And this was the secret of Tom's early call. He had thought at first to walk, but had changed his mind, and driven down to the cottage in his light buggy, with the intention of asking Jerry to drive with him along the river road. But she did not look much like driving as she stood by the wash tub in that working dress, which he thought the most charming of anything he had ever seen. "I was coming this way," he said at last, "and thought I'd stop and see how you stood the journey, and I've brought you some roses." He held them toward her, and with a smile she came forward to receive them. "Oh, thank you, Tom," she said. It was so kind in you. Roses are my favorites after the white pond lilies, and these are very sweet." She buried her face in them 2 or 3 times, and then, putting them in some water, resumed her position by the wash tub. "I'd like you to drive with me," Tom said, "but I see you are too busy. Must you do that work, Jerry? Can't your grandmother do it for you?" "Grandmother? That old lady do my washing? No, indeed," Jerry answered scornfully, as she made a dive into the boiler with a clothes stick, and brought out a pair of Mrs. Crawford's long knit stockings, which she dropped into the rinsing water with a splash. "Grandma has work enough," she continued, as she plunged both her arms into the water. "Harold and I shall take care of her now. He was up this morning at 4 o'clock, and has gone to Mr. Allen's to paint a room for him like mine." She said this a little defiantly, for she felt hot and resentful that Tom Tracy should be sitting there at his ease while Harold was working for his daily bread, and also took a kind of bitter pride in letting Tom know that she was not ashamed of Harold's work. "Yes," Tom drawled, "that new room must have cost Hal his bottom dollar. We all wondered how he could afford it. I hope you like it." She was too angry to tell him whether she liked it or not, for she knew his speech was prompted by a mean spirit, and she kept on rubbing a towel until there was danger of its being rubbed into shreds. Then suddenly, remembering that Tom had not told her of Maud, she repeated her question. "How is Maud? She was coming to see me this morning. I hope I shall have my work done before she gets here." "Don't hurry yourself for Maud," Tom replied. "She will not be here to-day. I had nearly forgotten that she sent her love and wants you to come there. She is sick in bed, or was when I left. She had a slight hemorrhage last night. I think it was from her stomach, though, and so does mother, but father is scared to death, as he always is if Maud has a pain in her little finger." "Oh, Tom!" Jerry said, recalling with a pang the thin face, the blue veined hands, and the tired look of the young girl at the station. "Oh, Tom, why didn't you tell me before, so I could hurry and go to her?" And leaning over her tub, Jerry began to cry, while Tom looked curiously at her, wondering if she really cared so much for his sister. "Don't cry, Jerry," he said at last, very tenderly for him. "Maud is not so bad. The doctor has no fear. She is only tired with all she has done lately. You know, perhaps, that she was here constantly with Harold, and I believe she actually painted for him some, and for aught I know helped shingle the roof, as Billy said." "Yes, I know. I understand," Jerry replied. "I saw it in her face yesterday. She has tired herself out for me, and if she dies I shall hate the room forever." "But she will not die. That is nonsense," Tom began, when he was interrupted by Mrs. Crawford, who called out, "Oh, Jerry, here is Billy Peterkin, with his hands full. What shall I do with him?" Dashing away her tears, Jerry replied, "Send him in here, of course." In a few moments the dapper little man was in the woodshed, with a large bouquet of hothouse flowers in one hand and a basket of delicious black caps in the other. For a moment he stood staring first at Tom on the wooden chair, glaring savagely at him, and then at Jerry by the wash tub with the traces of tears on her face. Then, with a kind of forced laugh, he said, "Beg pardon if I intrude. Looks deucedly like love in a tub." "And if it is, you have knocked the bottom out," Tom said to him. Both jokes were atrocious, but they made Jerry laugh, which was something. She was glad on the whole that Billy had come, and when he offered her the berries and the flowers, she accepted them graciously, and bade him sit down if he could find a seat. "Here is one on the wash bench," she said, "or will be when I have emptied the tub," and she was about to take up the latter, when Billy sprang to her assistance and emptied it himself, while Tom sat looking on, chafing with anger and disgust. After a moment Billy stuttered out, "Ann Eliza sent me here, and wants you to come and see her rooms. Got a suite, you know. And, by Jove, they are like a bazaar, they are so full of things and flowers. Half Vassar is there. Got your basket of daisies, Tom, and when I asked her where she got 'em, she said it was none of my business. Did she steal 'em?" And he turned to Jerry, whose face was scarlet as she replied, "No, I gave them to her with a lot of others. I couldn't bring them all." Tom could have beaten the air, he was so angry. He had been vain enough to hope that his gift was carefully put away in some box or parcel, and lo! It was in the possession of the red-haired Peterkin girl, whose penchant for himself he suspected, and whom he despised accordingly. "Much obliged to you for giving away my flowers," he was going to say, when Mrs. Crawford called again, and this time in real distress. "Jerry, Jerry, you must come now, for here is Dick St. Clair." For an instant Jerry hesitated, and then, ashamed of the feeling which had at first prompted her not to let Dick into the woodshed, she replied, "If Tom and Billy can be admitted to my boudoir, Dick can. Send him in." "By George, this is jolly!" Dick said, as he seated himself upon the inverted wash tub which Billy had emptied. "Have you all been washing?" "No," Jerry answered proudly. "I am the washerwoman, and all those clothes you see on the line are my handiwork." "By George!" Dick said again. "You are a trump, Jerry. Why didn't you wear that dress when you were graduated? It's the prettiest costume I ever saw." "That's what I think. Only I didn't dare tell her so," Billy cried, springing to his feet and hopping about like a little sparrow. "How is Nina?" Jerry asked, ignoring the compliment. "Brick as a bee," Dick replied, "and sends an invitation for you and Al to come over to a garden tea to-night to meet Marion Raymond, Fred's sister. Awful pretty girl, with an accent like a foreigner. Was over there several years, you know. I was going to the Park House to invite you and Maud," he continued, turning to Tom, "but as you are here, it will save me the walk. 5:30 sharp." Then, as his eye fell upon Billy, in whose face there was a look of expectancy, his countenance clouded, for Nina had given him no instructions to invite the Peterkins, and he felt that there was nothing in common between Ann Eliza Peterkin and the refined and aristocratic Marion Raymond, who had seen the best society in Europe, and in whose veins some of Kentucky's bluest blood was flowing. But Dick was very kind-hearted, and never knowingly wounded the feelings of anyone if he could help it; and after an awkward moment, during which he was wondering what Nina would do to him if he did it, he turned to Billy and said, as naturally as if it were what he had been expressly bidden to say, "Why, I shan't have to walk over to Le Bateau, either. I'm in luck this hot morning, if you will take the invitation to your sister, for 5:30. "Thanks," Billy began. But am I left out?" "Of course not. I'm an awful blunderer," Dick said, adding mentally, "and liar, too, though I didn't say anybody would be happy to see them. Poor Billy, he is well enough, and so is Ann Eliza, if she wouldn't pile that red hair so high on the top of her head, and wear so much jewelry. Well, I am in for it, and Nina can't any more than kill me." By this time Jerry was putting away the washing paraphernalia, and sweeping the woodshed, thus indicating that she had no more time to lose with her 3 callers, 2 of whom, Dick and Billy, took the hint and left, but not until she had explained to the former that she feared it would be impossible for Harold to be present at the garden party, as she knew he would not be home until late, and would then be quite too tired for company. "I am sorry that he cannot join us. I counted upon him," Dick said. "But you will come, of course, and I offer my services on the spot to see you home. Do you accept them?" Jerry seemed to see, without looking, the disappointment in Billy's face and the wrath in Tom's; but as she greatly preferred Dick's society to theirs in a walk from Grassy Spring to the cottage, she accepted his offer, and then said laughingly, "Now good morning to you, and good riddance too, for I am in an awful hurry. I am going over to see Maud as soon as I can get myself ready." She had not thought that Tom would wait for her, and would greatly have preferred to walk; but Tom was persistent, and moving his chair from the woodshed outside into the shade where it was cooler, he sat fanning himself with his hat and watching the long line of clothes flopping in the wind with a feeling of mortified pride, as if his own wife had washed them. He knew that his mother had once been familiar with tubs, and washboards, and soap-suds, but that was before his day. 27 years had wiped all that out, and he really felt that to be a Tracy and live at Tracy Park was an honor scarcely less than to be President of the United States, and Jerry he was sure would see it as such, when once the chance was offered her. She could not be so blind to her own interest as to refuse one who was so much sought after by the belles of Saratoga and Newport, where he had spent a part of 2 or 3 seasons. He had been best man at the great "Wedding in Springfield," and groomsman at another big affair in Boston, and had scores of invitations everywhere. Taken altogether, he was a most desirable parti, and he was rather surprised at his infatuation for the girl whom he had found in the suds, and who was not ashamed that he had thus seen her. This was while he was watching the clothes on the line, and scowling at 3 pairs of coarse, vulgar stockings which he knew belonged to Mrs. Crawford, and at the pair of blue overalls which were Harold's. "Yes, I do wonder at my interest in that nameless girl whose mother was a common peasant woman," he thought. But when the nameless girl appeared, fresh and bright and dainty, as if she had never seen a wash tub, with her hat on her arm, and 2 of his roses pinned on the bosom of her dress, he forgot the peasant woman and the lack of a name, and thought only of the lovely girl who signified that she was ready. It was very cool in the pine woods, where the heat of the summer morning had not yet penetrated, and Tom, who was enjoying himself immensely, suggested that they leave the park and take a short drive on the river road. But Jerry said no very decidedly. It would be hot there, and she was anxious to be with Maud as soon as possible. So they drove on until they reached the grounds which surrounded the house, and where they were met by Mr. Tracy. End of chapters 31 and 32. Chapters 33 and 34 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. At the Park House. It was 6 months since Jerry had seen Frank Tracy, and in that time he had changed so much that she looked at him wonderingly, as he came toward her with a smile on his haggard face, and an eager welcome in his voice, as he gave her both his hands and told her how glad he was to see her. His hair was very white, and she noticed how he stooped as he walked with her to the house, and told her how anxiously Maud was waiting for her. "But she cannot talk just yet," he said. "You must do all that. The doctor tells us there is no danger if she is kept quiet for a few days. Oh, Jerry, what if I should lose Maud after all?" They were ascending the staircase now, and Frank was holding Jerry's hand while she tried to comfort and reassure him, and then thanked him for the fruit and the flowers he had sent to the cottage for her the day before. "You are so good to me," she said, "you and Mr. Arthur. How lonely the house seems without him." "Yes," Frank replied, though in his heart he felt his brother's absence as a relief, for his presence was a constant reproach to him, and helped to keep alive the remorse which was always tormenting him. The sight of Jerry was a pain, but she held a nameless fascination for him, and he was constantly wondering what she would say and do when she knew, as he was morally sure she would sometime know, what he had done. He was thinking of this now, and saying to himself, "She will not be as hard upon me as Arthur," as he led her up the stairs and stopped at the door of Arthur's rooms. "Would you like to go in?" he asked. "I have the keys." And he proceeded to unlock the door. But Jerry held back. "No," she said, "it is like a grave. The ruling spirit is gone." "But you forget Gretchen. She is here, and one of Arthur's last injunctions was that I should visit her every day, and tell her he was coming back. I have not seen her this morning. Come." He was leading her now by the wrist through the front parlor, where the furniture in its white shrouds looked like ghosts, and the pictures were covered with tarlatan. It was dark, too, in the Gretchen room, but Frank threw open the blinds and let in a flood of light upon the picture, before which Jerry stood with feelings such as she had never experienced before, when she looked upon that lovely face. A new idea had taken possession of Jerry since she had last seen that picture, and while unsuspected by her Frank was studying first her features and then those of Gretchen, she was struggling frantically with memories of the past. "Oh, I can almost remember," she whispered, just as Frank's voice broke the spell by saying, "Good morning, Gretchen. Arthur is in California, but he is coming back. He bade me tell you so." "Is he crazy as well as Mr. Arthur? Are we all crazy together?" Jerry asked herself, as she watched him closing the blinds, and shutting out the sunlight from the room so that the picture was in shadow. "I have kept my promise to Arthur. And now for Maud," Frank said, as he accompanied Jerry to Maud's room. On the threshold they met Mrs. Frank, just coming out, elegantly attired in a muslin wrapper, with more lace and embroidery upon it than Jerry had ever worn in her life. Her hair was carefully dressed, her face was powdered, and her manner was one of languor and fine ladyism, which she had cultivated so assiduously and achieved so successfully. Not a muscle of her face changed when she saw Jerry, but she closed Maud's door quickly, and stepping into the hall, offered the tips of her fingers as she said in a fretful rather than a welcoming tone, "Good morning. You are very late. Maud expected you 2 hours ago, almost immediately after Tom went out. She has worked herself into a great state of feverish nervousness." "I am so sorry," Jerry replied, "but I could not come sooner. I had a large washing to do, and that takes time, you know." Jerry meant no reflection upon the days when Dolly had done her own washing, and knew that it took time, but the lady thought she did, and a frown settled upon her face as she replied: "Surely your grandmother might have helped you, or Harold. And Maud is so impatient and weak this morning. The doctor says there is no danger if she is kept quiet. She is only tired out with that room of yours. Why, I am told she has actually puttied up nail holes and painted walls and sawed boards. I hope you like it. You ought to, for a part of Maud's life and strength is in it." "Oh, Mrs. Tracy!" Jerry cried. "I am so sorry. Of course I like the room, or did. But if it has injured Maud, I shall hate it." Dolly had given her a little stab, and was satisfied, so she said in a softer tone: "Maud may recover. I think she will. But everything must be done to please her, and she cannot talk to you this morning. Remember that, and you must not stay too long." "Mamma, mamma, let Jerry in," came faintly from the closed room; and then Mrs. Tracy stood aside and let Jerry pass into the luxurious apartment, where Maud lay upon a silken couch, with a soft, rose-colored shawl thrown over her shoulders, her eyes large and bright, and her face as white almost as a corpse. One looking at her needed not to be told of the peril there was in exciting her, and Jerry felt a cold chill creep over her as she went to the couch, and, kneeling beside it, kissed the quivering lips and smoothed the dark hair, while she tried to speak naturally and cheerfully, as if in her mind there was no thought of danger to the beautiful girl, who smiled so lovingly upon her, and kept caressing her hands and her face, as if she would thus express her gladness to see her. "I know all about it, Maud," Jerry said. "Tom told me, and your mother. You tired yourself out for me. Hush! Don't speak, or I shall go away," she continued, as she saw Maud's lips move. "You are not to talk. You are to listen, just for a day or two, and then you will be better, and come to the cottage and see my lovely room. It is so pretty, and I like it so much, and thank you and Harold so much. He has gone to the Allen farm to day to paint," she said, in answer to an eager, questioning look in Maud's eyes. "He does not know you are sick. He will come when he can see you to morrow, maybe. Would you like to have him?" A pressure of the hand was Maud's reply, as the moisture gathered upon her heavy eyelashes. But Jerry kissed it away, and then talked to her of whatever she thought would please her. Once she made her laugh as she took off little Billy, imitating his voice so perfectly that a person outside would have said he was in the room. Jerry's talent for imitation and ventriloquism had not deserted her, although she did not so often practice it as when a child, but she brought it into full play now to amuse Maud, and imitated every individual of whom she spoke, except Arthur. He was the one person whose peculiarities she could not take off. "I have been to Mr. Arthur's room," she said, "but it seemed so desolate without him. Do you hear from him often? I have only had one letter, and then he was in Salt Lake City at the Continental, in a room he said was big enough for 3 rooms, and had not a single bad smell in it, except the curtains, which were new, and in which he did detect a little odor." Here Maud laughed again, while there came into her face a faint color and a look which made Jerry's breath come quickly, as for the first time the thought flashed across her mind that if what she had been foolish enough to dream of were true, Maud was her cousin, her own flesh and blood. "Maud," she said suddenly, with a strong desire to fold the frail little body in her arms and tell her what she had thought. But when Maud looked up inquiringly at her, she only put her head down upon the shawl and began to cry. Then, regardless of consequences, Maud raised herself upon her elbow, and laying her face on Jerry's head, began herself to cry piteously. "Jerry, Jerry," she sobbed, "you think I am going to die. I know you do, and so does everybody. But I am not. I cannot die when there is so much to live for, and my home is so beautiful, and I love everybody so much, and—" Terrified beyond measure, Jerry put her hand over Maud's mouth and said almost sharply, "If you want to live, you must not talk. Be careful, and you will get well. The doctor says so." But Jerry's fears belied her words when she saw the pallor in Maud's face as she sank back upon her pillow exhausted, while with her handkerchief she wiped a faint coloring of blood from her lips. "I have stayed too long," Jerry said, as she arose from her seat by the couch. Then Maud spoke again in a whisper. "Send Harold soon." "I will," Jerry replied, and kissing the death-like face, she went softly from the room, thinking to herself, as she descended the stairs, "I believe I could give Harold to her now." CHAPTER XXXIV. Under the Pines with Tom. Jerry found Tom just where she had left him, on the piazza outside, waiting for her, it would seem, for the moment she appeared he arose, and going with her down the steps, walked by her side along the avenue toward the point where she would turn aside into the road which led to the cottage. "How did you find Maud?" he asked. "Weaker than I supposed," Jerry replied, "and so tired. Oh, Tom, I know she hurt herself worrying about my room as she did, and what if she should die?" "Nonsense," Tom answered, carelessly. "Maud won't die. She's got the Tracy constitution which nothing can kill. Don't fret about your room. Maud liked being there. Nothing could keep her away. And don't flatter yourself that it was all love for you which took her there so much, for it wasn't. She is just mashed with Harold, while well, what can a young man do when a pretty girl and Maud is pretty when she gushes at him all the time? It is a regular flirtation, and everybody knows about it except mother and the Gov." "Who is the Gov?" Jerry asked sharply. "Why, you Vassars must be very innocent," Tom replied with a laugh, "not to know that Gov is one's respected sire. The old man, some call him, but I am more respectful. My gracious, though, isn't it sweltering? I'm nearly baked, you make me walk so fast," and he wiped the great drops of sweat from his forehead. "Why don't you go back, then?" Jerry asked. "I am going home with you," he replied. "Do you think I'd let you go alone?" "Go alone?" Jerry repeated, stopping short and fixing her blue eyes upon him. "You have let me go alone 100 times, and after dark, too, when I was much smaller than I am now, and less able to defend myself, supposing there was anything to fear, which there is not. Pray go back, and not trouble yourself for me." "I shall not go back," Tom said. "I waited on purpose to come with you. There is something I must say to you, and I may as well say it now as any other time." Jerry was tall, but Tom was 6 inches taller, and he was looking down into her eyes with an expression in his before which hers fell, for she guessed what it was he wished to say to her, and her heart beat painfully as, without another word, she walked rapidly on until they were in the woods, near a place where 4 tall pines formed a kind of oblong square. Here an iron seat had been placed years before, when the Tracy children were young, and held what they called their picnics under the thick boughs of the pines which shaded them both from heat and cold. Laying his hand on Jerry's shoulder, Tom said to her, "Sit here with me under the pines, while I tell you what for a long time I have wanted to tell you, and which may as well be told at once." Jerry did not speak, but she sat down upon the seat, and, taking off her hat, began to fan herself with it, while with the end of her parasol she tried to trace letters in the thick carpet of dead pine needles at her feet. Her attitude was not encouraging, and a less conceited man than Tom would have felt disheartened, but he was not. No girl would be insane enough to refuse Tom Tracy of Tracy Park, and at last he made the plunge and told her of his love for her and his desire to make her his wife. "I know I was a mean little scamp when I was a boy," he said, "and did a lot of things for which I am ashamed. But I always thought you the prettiest little girl I ever saw, and now I think you the prettiest big one, and I have had splendid opportunities for seeing girls. You know I have traveled a great deal and been in the very best society. And if I may say it, I think I can marry almost anyone whom I choose. I used to fear lest you and Hal would hit it off together, or rather, that he would try to get you, but since he and Maud are so thick, my fears in that quarter have vanished, and I am constantly building castles as to what we will do. I did not mean to ask you quite so soon, but the sight of you this morning washing your clothes, with all that soapy steam in your face, decided me not to put it off. A Tracy has no business in a wash-tub." "Did no Tracy ever wash her own clothes?" Jerry asked, with an upward and sidewise turn of her head, habitual with her when startled or stirred. There was a ring in her voice which Tom did not quite like, but he answered promptly, "Oh, of course, years ago. But times change, and you certainly ought not to be familiar with such vulgar things, and at Tracy Park you will be surrounded with every possible luxury. Father and Maud and Uncle Arthur will be overjoyed to have you there, And if on my part love and money can make you happy, you certainly will be so." "You have plenty of money of your own," Jerry said, with another upward toss of her golden head. The question was full of sarcasm, but Tom did not detect it, and answered at once. "Why, yes, or I shall have in time. Uncle Arthur, you know, is in no condition to make a will now. It would not stand a minute. All the lawyers say that." "You have taken counsel, then?" The parasol dug a great hole in the soft pines, and was in danger of being broken as Tom replied. "Oh, yes, we are sure of that. Whatever Uncle Arthur has, and it is more than $1,000,000, will go to father, and after him to Maud and me. So you are sure to be rich and to be the mistress of Tracy Park, which will naturally come to me. Think, Jerry, what a different life you will lead at the Park house from what you do now, washing old Mrs. Crawford's stockings and Harold's overalls." "Yes, I am thinking," Jerry answered, very low, and if Tom had followed the end of her parasol he would have seen that it was forming the word Gretchen in front of him. "Suppose Mr. Arthur has a wife somewhere?" Jerry asked. "A wife?" Tom exclaimed. "That is impossible. We should have heard of that." "Who was Gretchen?" was the next query. "Oh, some sweetheart, I suppose. Some little German girl with whom he amused himself a while and then cast off, as men usually do such encumbrances." Tom did not quite know himself what he was saying, or what it implied, and he was not at all prepared to see the parasol stuck straight into the ground while Jerry sprang to her feet and confronted him fiercely. "Tom Tracy, if you mean to insinuate a thing which is not good and pure against Gretchen, I'll never speak to you as long as I live. Take back what you said about Mr. Arthur's casting her off. She was his wife, and you know it. Dead, perhaps. I think she is. But she was his wife, his true and lawful wife. And sometimes—" She could not add, "think she was my mother," for the words stuck in her throat, where her heart seemed to be beating wildly and choking her utterance. "Why, Jerry," Tom said, startled at her excited appearance, and anxious to appease her. "What ails you? I hardly know what I said, and if I have offended you I am sorry. I know nothing of Gretchen. Her face is a good one, and a pretty one, and Maud says you look like her; though I don't see it, for I think you far prettier than she. Perhaps she was my uncle's wife. But that does not injure my prospects, for of course she is dead, or she would have turned up before this time. We have nothing to fear from her." "She may have left a child. What then?" Jerry asked, with as steady a voice as she could command. "Pshaw! Humbug!" Tom replied with a laugh. "That is impossible. A child would have been heard from before this time. There is no child. I'm sure I hope not, as that would seriously interfere with our prospects. Think of some one, say a young lady, walking in upon us some day and claiming to be Arthur Tracy's daughter." "What would you do?" Jerry asked, in a tone of smothered excitement. "I believe I'd kill her," Tom said laughingly, "or marry her, if I had not already seen you. But don't worry about that. There is no child. There is nothing between us and $1,000,000, and you have only to appoint the day which will make me the happiest of men, and free you from a drudgery which just to think of sets my teeth on edge. Will you name the day, Jerry?" If it had been possible for a look to have annihilated Tom, the scorn which blazed in Jerry's eyes would have done so. To hear him talk as if the matter were settled, and the money he was to inherit from his uncle could buy her, made her blood boil, and seizing her poor parasol, still standing up so straight in the pine needles, she stepped backward from him, and said in a mocking voice, "Thank you, Tom, for the honor you would confer upon me, and which I must decline, for I would rather wash Grandma's stockings all my life, and Harold's overalls too, than marry a man for money." "Jerry, oh, Jerry, you don't mean it! You do not refuse me!" Tom cried in alarm, stretching out his arm to reach her, but touching only the parasol, to which he clung desperately, as a drowning man to a straw. "I do mean it, Tom," she said, softened a little by the pain she saw in his face. "I can never be your wife." "But why not?" Tom demanded. "Many a girl who stands higher socially in the world than you would gladly bear my name. I might have married Governor Story's daughter at Saratoga last summer, but one thought of you was enough to keep me from her. You cannot be in earnest." "But I am. I care nothing for your money, which may or may not be yours. I do not love you, Tom, and without love I would not marry a prince." It was very hard for Tom to believe that Jerry really meant to refuse him, who, with all his love for her, and he did love her as well as he was capable of loving anyone, still felt that he was stooping or at least was honoring her greatly when he asked her to be his wife. And she had refused him, and kept on refusing him in spite of all he could say, and worse than all, made him feel at last that she did not consider it an honor to be Mrs. Tom Tracy of Tracy Park, and did not care either for him or his prospective fortune. She called it that finally, and then Tom grew angry and taunted her with fostering a hope that Arthur might make her his heir, or at least leave her some portion of his money. "But I tell you he can't do it. A crazy man's will would never stand, and he is crazy, and you know it. You will never touch a dollar of Uncle Arthur's money, if you live to be 100, unless it comes to you from me. Don't flatter yourself that you will, and don't flatter yourself either that you will ever catch Hal Hastings, who is the real obstacle in my way. He is after Maud, who ought to look higher than a painter, a carpenter, a—" "Tom Tracy," and Jerry's parasol was raised so defiantly and her eyes flashed so indignantly that Tom did not finish what he was going to say, but cowered before the angry girl, who hurled her words at him with such scathing vehemence. "Tom Tracy, stop! You have said enough. When you made me believe that you really did care for me, and I suppose you must, or you would not have thrown over a governor's daughter for me, or left so many love-lorn, high-born maidens out in the cold, I was sorry for you, for I hate to give any one pain, and I would rather have you my friend than my enemy, but when you taunt me with expectations from your uncle—" Here Jerry paused, for the lump in her throat would not suffer the words to come, and there arose before her as if painted upon canvas the low room, the white stove, the firelight on the whiter face, and the little child in the far-off German city. But she would have died sooner than have told Tom of this, or that the conviction was strong upon her that she would one day stand there under the pines herself the heiress of Tracy Park, Gretchen's memory honored, and Gretchen's wrongs wiped out. After a moment she went on. "I care nothing for your money, and less for you, who show the meanness there is in your nature when you speak of Harold Hastings as you have done. Suppose he is poor, suppose he is a painter and a carpenter, and has been what you started to call him, is he less a man for that? 1,000 times no, and if Maud has won his love, she should be prouder of it than of a duchess's coronet. I do not wish to wound you, but when you talk of Harold you make me so mad. Good morning. It is time for me to be at my drudgery, as you call it." She walked swiftly away, leaving her parasol, which she had again thrust into the ground, flopping in the breeze, which had just sprung up, and each flop seemed to mock the discomfited Tom, who, greatly astonished, but not at all out of conceit with himself, sat looking blankly after her, as with her head and shoulders more erect than usual, if possible, she went on almost upon a run, until a turn in the road hid her from view. Then he arose and shook himself together, and picking up the soiled parasol, folded it carefully and put it upon the seat, saying as he did so, "By George, did that girl know what she was about when she refused me?" End of chapters 33 and 34. Chapters 35 and 36 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The Garden Party. Jerry walked very rapidly toward home, almost running at times, and not at all conscious of the absence of her parasol, or that the noonday sun was beating hot upon her head. She was too much excited to think of anything clearly, except of what Tom had said to her of Maud and Harold. How she hated him for it, and hated herself for her jealousy of the poor little sick girl, whose days she feared were numbered. If Harold is a comfort to her, shall I begrudge her that comfort? Never, no, never, she said aloud. Then, as she remembered Tom's offer, which she believed had been made in good faith, she continued, "Poor Tom! I said some sharp things to him, but he deserved them, the prig. Let him marry that governor's daughter if he can. I am sure I wish him success." She had reached home by this time, and found their simple dinner waiting for her. "Oh, Grandma, why did you do it? Why didn't you wait for me?" she said, as she took her seat at the table, where the dishes were all so plain, and the cloth, though white and clean, so coarse and cheap. Jerry was as fond of luxury and elegance as anyone, and Tracy Park would have suited her taste better than the cottage. "But not with Tom," she kept repeating to herself, as she cleared the table and washed the dishes, and then brought in and folded the cloths for the morrow's ironing. By this time she was very tired, and going to her room, she threw herself upon the lounge and slept soundly for 2 hours or more. Sleep is a wonderful tonic, and Jerry rose refreshed and quite herself again. Not even a thought of Maude and Harold disturbed her as she went whistling and singing around her room, hanging up her dresses one by one, and wondering which she would wear at the garden party. Deciding at last upon a white muslin which, although 2 years old, was still in fashion, and very becoming, she arranged her hair in a fluffy mass at the back of her head, brushed her bangs into short, soft curls upon her forehead, pinned a cluster of roses on the bosom of her dress, and was ready for the party. "Tell Harold if he is not too tired I want him very much to come for me," she said to Mrs. Crawford, and then about 5 o'clock started for Grassy Spring, where she found the guests assembled in the grounds which surrounded the house. Tom was there in his character of a fine city dandy, and the moment he saw Jerry he hastened to meet her, greeting her with perfect self-possession, as if nothing had happened. "You are late," he said, going up to her. "We are waiting for you to complete our 8-hand croquet, and I claim you as my partner." "I call that mean, Tom. I was going to ask Jerry to play with me," Billy said, while Dick's face showed that he too would like the pleasure of playing with Jerry, who was known to be an expert and seldom missed a ball. Naturally, however, Marion Raymond as a stranger would fall to him, and they were soon paired off: Dick and Marion, Tom and Jerry, Nina and Billy, Fred Raymond and Ann Eliza, who wore diamonds enough for a full dress party, and whose hair was piled on the top of her head so loosely that the ends of it stuck out here and there like the streamers on a boat on gala days. This careless style of dressing her hair Ann Eliza affected, thinking it gave individuality to her appearance, and it certainly did attract general observation. Dick had stumbled and stammered dreadfully when confessing to his sister that he had invited the Peterkins, while Nina had drawn a long breath of dismay as she thought of presenting Ann Eliza and Billy to Marion Raymond, with her culture and aristocratic ideas. Then she burst into a laugh, and said with her usual sweetness, "Never mind, Dicky. You could not do otherwise. I'll prepare Marion, and the Peterkins will really enjoy it." So Marion, who was a kind-hearted, sensible girl, was prepared, and received the Peterkins very graciously, and seemed really pleased with Billy, whose big, kind heart shone through his diminutive body and always won him friends. He was very happy to be there, because he liked society, and because he knew Jerry was coming; and Ann Eliza was very glad because she felt it an honor to be invited to Grassy Spring, and because Tom was there, and when croquet was proposed she was the first to respond. "Oh, yes, that will be nice, and I know our side will beat," she said, looking at Tom as if it were a settled thing that she should play with him. But Tom was not in a mood to be gracious. He had come to the entertainment which he mentally called a bore, partly because he would not let Jerry think he was taking her refusal to heart, and partly because he must see her again, even if she never could be his wife. All the better nature of Tom was concentrated in his love for Jerry, and had she married him he would probably have made her as happy as a wholly selfish man can make happy the woman he loves. But she had declined his offer, and wounded him deeper than she supposed. 100 times he had said to himself that afternoon that he did not care a sou, that he was glad she had refused him, for after all it was only an infatuation on his part; that the girl of the carpet bag was not the wife for Tracy. But the twinge of pain in his heart belied his words, and he knew that he loved Jerry Crawford better than he should ever again love any girl, whether the daughter of the governor or of the president. "And I'll go to the party, too, just to show her that I don't care, and for the sake of seeing her," he said. "She can't help that, and it is a pleasure to look at a woman so grandly developed and perfectly formed as she is. By Jove! Hal Hastings is a lucky dog, but I shall hate him forever." So Tom went to Grassy Spring in a frame of mind not the most amiable, and when croquet was proposed he sneered at it as something quite too passé, citing lawn tennis as the only decent outdoor amusement. "Why, then, don't you set it up on your grounds where you have plenty of room, and ask us all over there?" Dick asked good humoredly, as he began to take out the mallets and balls. To this Tom did not reply, but said instead, Count me out. I don't like the game, and there are enough without me." Just then Jerry appeared at the gate, and he added quickly, "Still, I don't want to seem ungracious, and now Jerry has come we can have an 8-hand." Hastening towards her, he met her as we have recorded, and claimed her for his partner. "Thank you, Tom," Jerry said with a bright smile on her face, which made the young man's heart beat fast, as he gave her her mallet and told her she was to play first. Tom was making himself master of ceremonies, and Dick led him, and watched Jerry admiringly as she made the 2 arches, and the 3rd, and 4th, and then sent her ball out of harm's way. It was a long and closely contested game, for all were skillful players, except poor Ann Eliza, who was always behind, and required a great deal of attention from her partner, especially when it came to croqueting a ball. She did not know exactly what to do, and kept her foot so long upon the ball that less amiable girls than Nina and Jerry would have said she did it on purpose, to show how small and pretty it looked in her closely fitting French boot. But Jerry's side beat, as it usually did. She had become a "rover" the 2nd round, had rescued Tom from many a difficulty, and taken Ann Eliza through 4 or 5 wickets, besides doing good service to her other friends. "I prose 3 cheers for Jerry," Billy said, standing on tiptoe and nearly splitting his throat with his own hurrah. After the game was over they repaired to the piazza, where the little tables were laid for tea, and where Jerry found herself vis-à-vis with Marian Raymond, of whom she had thought she might stand a little in awe, she had heard so much of her. But the mesmeric power which Jerry possessed drew the Kentucky girl to her at once, and they were soon in a most animated conversation. "You do not seem like a stranger to me," Marian said, "and I should almost say I had seen you before, you are so like a picture in Germany." "Yes," Jerry answered with a gasp, and a feeling such as she always experienced when the spell was upon her and she saw things as in a dream. "Was it in a gallery?" "Oh, no, it was in a house we rented in Wiesbaden. You know, perhaps, that I was there at school for a long time. Then when mamma came out and I was through school we stayed there for months, it was so lovely, and we rented a house which an Englishman had bought and made over. Such a pretty house it was, too, with so many flowers and vines around it." "And the picture, did it belong to the Englishman?" Jerry asked. "Oh, no," Marian replied. "It did not seem to belong to anybody. Mr. Carter, that was the name of our landlord, said it was there when he took the house, which was then very small and low, with only 2 or 3 rooms. He bought it because of the situation, which, though very quiet and pleasant, was so near the Kursaal that we could always hear the music without going to the garden." "Yes," Jerry said again, with her head on one side and her ear turned up, as if she were listening to some forgotten strains. "Yes, and the picture was like me, you say. How like me?" "Every way like you," Marian replied, "except that the original must have been younger when it was taken, 16 perhaps, and she was smaller than you, and wore a peasant's dress, and was knitting on a bench under a tree, with the sunshine falling around her, and at a little distance a gentleman stood watching her." "But what is the matter, Miss Crawford? Are you sick?" Marian asked suddenly, as she saw the bright color fade from Jerry's face, while Tom and Dick knocked their heads together in their efforts to get her a glass of water, which they succeeded in spilling into her lap. "It is nothing," Jerry said, recovering herself quickly. "I have been in the hot sun a good deal to day, and perhaps that affected me and made me faint. It is past now," and she looked up as brightly as ever. "It's that confounded washing," Tom thought, but Jerry could have told him differently. As Marian had talked to her of the house in Wiesbaden, and the picture of the peasant girl knitting in the sunshine, she had seen, as by revelation, the picture on the wall in its pretty Florentine frame, and knew that it resembled the face which came to her so often, and was so real to her. Was it her old home Marian was describing? Had she lived there once, when the house consisted of only 2 or 3 rooms? And was that a picture of her mother, left there she knew not how or why? These were the thoughts crowding each other so fast in her brain when the faintness and pallor crept over her and the objects about her began to seem unreal. But the cold water revived her, and she was soon herself again, listening while Marian talked of heat and sunstrokes, with an evident forgetfulness of the peasant girl knitting in the sunshine. But Jerry soon recurred to the subject, and asked abruptly, "Was there a stove in that house? A tall white stove, in a corner of one of the old rooms? Say the kitchen, and a high backed settee?" Marian looked at her a moment in surprise, and then replied, "Oh, I know what you mean. those unwieldy things in which they sometimes put the wood from the hall. No, there was nothing of that kind, though there was an old settee by the kitchen fireplace, but not a tall stove." "Was the picture in the kitchen?" Jerry asked next. "No," Marian replied. "It was in a little low apartment, which must once have been the best room." "And was there no theory with regard to it? It seems strange that anyone should leave it there if he cared for it," Jerry said. "Yes, it does," Marian replied. "But all Mr. Carter knew was that the people of whom he bought the house said the portrait was there when they took possession, and that it had been left to apply on the back rent; and also that the original was dead. He, Mr. Carter, had bought the picture with the house, and offered to take it down, but I would not let him. It was such a sweet, sunny, happy face that it did me good to look at it, and wonder who the young girl was, and if her life were ever linked with that of the stranger watching her." Again the faintness came upon Jerry, for she could see so plainly the picture of the girl, with the long stocking in her lap, a very long stocking she felt sure it was, but dared not ask, lest they should think her question a strange one. Of the stranger in the background she had no recollection, but her heart beat wildly as she thought, "Was that Mr. Arthur, and was the young girl Gretchen?" How fast the lines touching her past had widened about her since she first saw the likeness in the mirror, and her confused memories began to take shape and assume a tangible form. "I will find that house and that picture and Mr. Carter, and the people who lived there before him," she said to herself, and then again addressing Marian, she asked, "What was the street and the number of that house?" Marian told her the street, but could not remember the number, while Tom said laughingly, "Why, Jerry, what makes you so much interested in an old German house? Do you expect to go there and live in it?" "Yes," Jerry replied in the same light tone. "I am going to Wiesbaden some time, and I mean to find that house and the picture which Miss Raymond says I am so much like. Then I shall know how I look to others. You remember the couplet? 'Oh, wad some power the giftie gie us, to see ourselves as others see us.'" "Look in the glass, the best one you can find, and you'll see yourself as others see you," Dick said gallantly. Before Jerry could reply a servant appeared on the piazza, saying there was some one on the telephone asking for Mr. Peterkin. It proved to be Billy's father, who was in the village, and had received a telegram from Springfield concerning a lawsuit which was pending between himself and a rival firm which claimed that he had infringed upon its patents. Before replying to the telegram he wished to confer with his son, who was to come at once to the hotel, and if necessary go to Springfield that night. "By Jove," Billy said as he explained the matter, "it's too bad that I must go, when I'm enjoying myself tip-top. I wish that lawsuit was in Guinea." Then turning to Ann Eliza, he asked how she would get home if he did not return. "Oh, don't trouble about me. I can take care of myself," Ann Eliza said, with a bounce up in her chair which set every loose hair of her frowsy head to flying. "Maybe they'll send the carriage," Billy went on, "and if they don't, maybe you can go with Tom as far as his house, and then you won't be afraid." Tom could have killed the little man for having thus made it impossible for him not to see his sister safely home. He had fully intended to forestall Dick, and go with Jerry if Harold did not come, for though she had refused him, he wished to keep her as a friend, hoping that in time she might be led to consider. He liked to hear her voice, to look into her face, to be near her, and the walk in the moonlight with her upon his arm had been something very pleasant to contemplate, and now it was snatched from him by Billy's ill-advised speech, and old Peterkin's red-haired daughter thrust upon him. It was rather hard, and Tom's face was very gloomy and dark for the remainder of the evening, while they sat upon the piazza and laughed and talked, and said the little nothings so pleasant to the young, and so meaningless to the old who have forgotten their youth. Jerry was the first to speak of going. She had hoped that Harold might possibly come for her, but as the time passed on and he did not appear, she arose to say good night to Nina, while Dick hastened forward and announced his intention to accompany her. "No, Dick, no, please don't," she said. "I am not a bit afraid, and I would rather you did not go." But Dick was persistent. "You know you accepted my service this morning," he said, And his face, as he went down the steps with Jerry on his arm, wore a very different expression from that of poor Tom, who, with Ann Eliza coming about to his elbow, stalked moodily along the road, scarcely hearing and not always replying to the commonplace remarks of his companion, who had never been so happy in her life, because never before had she been out alone in the evening with Tom Tracy as her escort. Chapter 26. Out in the Storm. For half an hour or more before the young people left the house a dark mass of clouds had been rolling up from the west, and by the time they were out of the grounds and in the highway the moonlight was wholly obscured, while frequent growls of thunder and flashes of lightning in the distance told of the fast-coming storm. "Oh, I am so afraid of thunder, aren't you?" Ann Eliza cried in terror as she clung closer to Tom, who did not reply until there came a gleam of lightning which showed him the white face and the loose hair blowing out from under his companion's hat. There was a little shriek of fear and a smothered cry. "Oh, Tom, aren't you a bit afraid?" And then Tom answering the trembling little girl who clung so closely to him. "Thunder and lightning, no. I'm not afraid of anything except getting wet. And if you are, you'd better run before the whole thing is upon us. The sky is blacker than midnight now. I never saw a storm come on so fast. Can you run?" "Yes, some," Ann Eliza gasped. "Only my boots are so tight and new, and the heels are so high. Do you think we shall be struck?" "Struck? No. But don't screech and hang on to me so. We can never get along if you do," Tom growled, and taking her by the wrist he dragged rather than led her through the woods where the great raindrops were beginning to fall so fast as the two showers, one from the west and one from the south, approached each other, until at last they met overhead, and then commenced a wild and fierce battle of the elements, the southern storm and the western storm each trying to outdo the other and come off conqueror. As the thunder and lightning and rain increased, Tom went on faster and faster, forgetting that the slip of a girl who scarcely came to his shoulders could not take as long strides as a great hulking fellow like himself. "Oh, Tom, Tom, please not so fast. I can't keep up, my heart beats so, and my boots hurt me so," came in a faint sobbing protest more than once from the panting girl at his side, but he only answered, "You must keep up, or we shall be soaked through and through. I never knew it to rain so fast. Take off your boots if they hurt you. You've no business to wear such small ones." He had heard from Maud that Ann Eliza was very proud of her feet, and always wore boots too small for them, and he experienced a savage satisfaction in knowing that she was paying for her foolishness. This was not very kind in Tom, but he was not a kind-hearted man, and he held the whole Peterkin tribe, as he called them, in such contempt that he would scarcely have cared if the tired little feet, boots and all, had dropped off, provided it did not add to his discomfort. They were out of the woods and park by this time, and had struck into a field as a shorter route to Le Bateau. But the way was rough and stony, and Tom had stumbled himself 2 or 3 times and almost fallen, when a sharp, loud cry came from Ann Eliza, and he felt that she was sinking to the ground. His first impulse was to drag her on, but that would have been too brutal, and stopping short he asked what was the matter. "Oh, I don't know. I guess I've sprained my ankle. It turned right over on a big stone, and hurts me awfully. I can't walk another step. Oh, what shall we do?" "I don't know," Tom answered gloomily. "We are in an awful muss. Here it is raining great guns, and I am wet to my skin, and you can't walk, you say. What in thunder shall we do?" Ann Eliza was sobbing piteously, and when a glare of lightning lighted up the whole heavens, Tom caught a glimpse of her face, which was distorted with pain, and this decided him. He had thought to leave her in the darkness and rain, while he went for assistance either to the Park House or Le Bateau, but the sight of her utter helplessness awoke in him a spark of pity, and bending over her he said very gently for him, "Annie." This was the name by which he used to call her when they were children together, and he thought Ann Eliza too long. "Annie, I shall have to carry you in my arms. There is no other way. It is not very far to your home. Come," and stooping over the prostrate form, he lifted her very carefully, and holding her in a position the least painful for her, began again to battle with the storm, walking more carefully now and groping his way through the stony field lest he should fall and sprain his own ankle perhaps. "This is a jolly go. he said to himself, and then he thought of Dick and Jerry, and wondered how they were getting through the storm, and if she had sprained her ankle and Dick was carrying her in his arms. "He will sweat some if he is, for Jerry is twice as heavy as Peterkin's daughter," and at the very idea Tom laughed out loud, thinking that he should greatly prefer having Jerry in his arms to this little girl, who neither spoke nor moved until he laughed, and then there came in smothered tones from the region of his vest, "Oh, Tom, how can you laugh? Do you think it's such fun?" "Fun? Thunder, anything but fun," was his gruff reply, as he went on more rapidly now, for they were in the grounds of Le Bateau, and the lights from the house were distinctly visible at no great distance away. "We are here at last. Thank the Lord," he said as he went up the steps and pulled sharply at the bell. "Let me down. I can stand on one foot," Ann Eliza said, and nothing loath Tom put her down, a most forlorn and dilapidated piece of humanity, as she stood leaning against him with the light of the piazza lamp falling full upon her. Her little French boots, which had partly done the mischief, were spoiled, and the heel of one of them had been nearly wrenched off when she stumbled over the stone. Her India muslin, with its sash and ribbons and streamers, was torn in places and bedraggled with mud. She had lost her hat in the woods, and the wind and the rain had held high carnival in her loosely arranged hair, whose colour Tom so detested, and which streamed down her back in little wet tags, giving her the look of a drowned rat after it has been tortured in a trap. Old Peterkin was reading his evening paper when Tom's loud summons sounded through the house, making him jump from his chair as he exclaimed, "Jiminy hoe cakes! Who can that be in this storm?" He had seen Billy off in the train, and had returned home just as the rain began to fall. Naturally, both he and his wife had felt some anxiety on Ann Eliza's account, but had concluded that if the storm continued she would remain at Grassy Spring, and if it cleared in time they would send the carriage for her. So neither thought of her when the loud ring came, startling them so much. It was Peterkin himself who went to the door, gorgeous in a crimson satin dressing gown which came to his feet, but which no amount of pulling could make meet together over his ponderous stomach. An oriental smoking cap was on his head, the big tassel hanging almost in his eyes, and a half-burned cigar between his fingers. "Good George of Uxbridge!" he exclaimed as his eyes fell upon Tom, from whose soaked hat the water was dripping, and upon Ann Eliza leaning against him, her pale face quivering with pain and her eyes full of tears. "George of Uxbridge, what's up? What ails the girl?" "She has sprained her ankle, and I had to bring her home. She can't step," Tom said. "Jerusalem hoe cakes! Sprained her ankle! Can't step! You brung her home! Heavens and earth! Here, May Jane, come lively! Here's a nice howdy do! Ann Liza's broke her leg, and Tom Tracy's brung her home." As Peterkin talked, he was carrying his daughter into the hall, hitting her lame foot against the door and eliciting from her a cry of pain. "Oh, father! Oh! It does hurt so! Put me somewhere, quick, and take off my boot." She was dripping wet, and little puddles of water trailed along the carpet as Peterkin carried her into the sitting room, where he was about to lay her down upon the delicate satin couch, when his wife's housewifely instincts were roused, and she exclaimed, "No, father, not there, when she's so wet, and water spots that satin so dreadfully." "What in thunder shall I do with her? Hold her all night?" Peterkin demanded, while Tom deliberately picked up the costly Turkey hearth rug, and throwing it across the couch, said, "Put her on that." So Peterkin deposited her upon the rug, hitting her foot again, and sending her off in a dead faint. "Oh, she's dead! She's dead! What shall we do?" Mrs. Peterkin cried, wringing her hands and walking about excitedly. "Do?" Peterkin yelled. "Hold your yap, and stop floppin' round like a hen with her head cut off. She ain't dead. She's fainted. Bring some camphire, or alcohol, or hartshorn, or Pond's extract, or something for her to smell." "Yes, yes, but where are they?" Mrs. Peterkin moaned, flopping around, as her husband had expressed it, while Tom rang the bell and summoned a servant to whom he gave directions. "Bring some camphor or hartshorn," he said. "Miss Peterkin has fainted, and get off that boot as soon as possible. Don't you see how her foot is swelling?" This to Peterkin, who made a dive at the boot, which resisted all his efforts, even after it was unbuttoned. The leather, which was soaked through, had shrunk so that it was impossible to remove the boot without cutting it away, and this they commenced to do. Ann Eliza had recovered her consciousness by this time, and although the pain was terrible, she bore it heroically, as piece after piece of the boot was removed, together with the silk stocking, which left her poor little swollen foot exposed and bare. "By Jove, she's plucky," Tom thought, as he watched the operation and saw the great drops of sweat on Ann Eliza's forehead, and her efforts to quiet her mother, pretending that it did not hurt so very much. Yes, she's plucky, and for the first time in his life Tom was conscious of a feeling of something like respect for Peterkin's red-haired daughter. She has a small foot, too, the smallest I ever saw on a woman. I do believe she wears twos, he thought, while something about the little white foot made him think of poor Jack's dead feet, laid under the grass years ago. In this softened frame of mind he at last said good night, although pressed by Peterkin to stay and dry himself, or at least take a drink as a preventive against cold. But Tom declined both, saying a hot bath would set him all right. "Good-bye, Annie. I'm awfully sorry for the sprain," he said, offering her his hand, and as she took it in hers, noticing about the wrist prints of his fingers which had grasped it so tightly and held it so firmly as he dragged her along over stumps and bogs and stones until she sank at his feet. "I guess I was a brute to race her like that," he said to himself as he went out into the darkness and started for home. "But I didn't want to go with her. I wanted to be with Jerry, who, I have no doubt, went straight along, without ever thinking of spraining her ankle, as Ann Eliza did. Poor little foot! How swollen, though, it was, when they got that boot off, but she bore it like a major. Pity she has such all-fired red hair, and piles it up like a haystack on the top of her head, with every hair looking 6 ways for Sunday." At this point in his soliloquy Tom reached home, and was soon luxuriating in a hot bath, which removed all traces of the soaking he had received. That night he dreamed of Ann Eliza, and how light she was in his arms, and how patient through it all, and that the magnificent rooms at Le Bateau were all frescoed with diamonds and the floors inlaid with gold. Then the nature of his dream changed, and it was Jerry he was carrying, bending under her weight until his back was broken. But he did not mind it in the least, and when he bent to kiss the face lying upon his bosom, where Ann Eliza had lain, he awoke suddenly to find that it was morning, and that the sun was shining brightly into his room. End of chapters 35 and 36. Chapters 37 and 38 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Under the Pines with Dick. Like Tom and Ann Eliza, Jerry and Dick had run when they saw how fast the storm was coming, but it was of no use, for by the time they entered the park, the shortest route to the cottage, the rain came down in torrents, and drenched them to the skin in a few moments. Jerry's hat was wrenched off, as Ann Eliza's had been, by the wind, which tossed her long golden hair about her in a most fantastic fashion. But Dick put his hat upon her head, and would have given her his coat had she allowed it. "No, Dick," she said laughingly as she saw him about to divest himself of it. "Keep your coat, I am wet enough without that. But what a storm, and how dark it grows! We shall break our necks stumbling along at this rate." Just then a broad glare of lightning illuminated the darkness, and showed Dick the 4 Pines close at hand. He knew the place well, for with the Tracy children he had often played there when a boy, and knew that the thick boughs would afford them some protection from the storm. "By Jove, we are in luck," he said. "Here's the Pine Room, as we used to call it when you played you were Marie Antoinette and had your head cut off. I can remember just how I felt when your white sunbonnet, with Mrs. Crawford's false hair pinned in it, dropped into the basket, and how awful it seemed when you played dead so long that we almost thought you were, and when you came to life, the way you imitated the cries of a French mob, I would have sworn there were 100 voices instead of one yelling, 'Down with the nobility!' You were a wonderful actress, Jerry, and it is a marvel you have not gone upon the stage." While he talked he was groping for the bench under the pines where they sat down, Dick seating himself upon the parasol which Jerry had left there that morning after her interview with Tom. "Hullo, what's this?" he said, drawing the parasol from under him. "An umbrella, as I live! What good fairy do you suppose left it here for us?" Jerry could not tell him that she had left it there, and she said nothing, while he opened and held it so that every drop of rain which slipped from it fell upon her neck and trickled down her back. "Great Caesar, that was a roarer! Dick said, as the peal of thunder which had so frightened Ann Eliza burst over their heads, and echoing through the woods went bellowing off in the direction of the river. "That's a stunner, but I rather like it, and like being here too. I've wanted a chance to speak to you ever since ever since this morning when I saw you in that bewildering costume which showed your feet and your arms so, you know, and that thingamabob in your head, and the red stockings, and—" Here Dick became hopelessly confused, and not knowing what to say next, waited for Jerry to speak. But Jerry did not speak, because of the sudden alarm which possessed her. She could not see Dick's face, but in his voice she had recognized a tone heard in Tom's that morning when she sat with him under the pines, as she was sitting now with Dick, and he had asked her to be his wife. Something told her that Dick was feeling for her hands, which she resolutely put behind her out of his way, and as he could not find them, he wound his arm around her and held her fast, while he told her how much he loved her. "I believe I have loved you," he said, "ever since the day I first saw you at the inquest, and you flew so like a little cat at Peterkin when he attacked Harold. I used to be awfully jealous of Hal, for fear he would find in you more than a sister, but that was before he and Maud got so thick together. I guess that's a sure thing, people say so, and it makes me bold to tell you what I have. Why are you so silent, Jerry? Don't you love me a little? That is all I ask at first, for I know I can make you love me a great deal in time. I will be so kind and true to you, Jerry, and father and mother and Nina will be so glad. Speak to me, Jerry, and say you will try to love me if you do not now." As he talked he had drawn the girl closer to him, where she sat rigid as a stone, wholly unmindful of the little puddles of water, and they were puddles now, running down her back, for Dick had tilted the parasol in such a manner that one of the points rested upon the nape of her neck. But she did not know it, or think of anything except the pain she must inflict upon the young man wooing her so differently from what Tom Tracy had done. No hint had Dick given of the honor he was conferring upon her, or of his own and his family's superiority to herself. All the honor and favor to be conferred were on her side, all the love and humility on his, and for one brief moment the wild wish flashed upon her. "Oh, if I could love him as a wife ought, I might be so happy, for he is all that is noble and good and true." But this was while she was smarting under the few words he had said of Harold and Maud. He too believed it a settled thing between the two, everybody believed it, and why should she waste her love upon one who did not care for her as she did for him? Why not encourage a love for Dick, who stood next in her heart to Harold? Thus she questioned herself, until she remembered Harold's voice as it had spoken to her that morning, and the look in his eyes when they rested upon her as he said good-bye, lingering a moment as if loath to leave her, and then Dick's chance, if he had ever had one, was gone. Turning to him, she said, "Oh, Dick, I am so sorry you have said this to me. Sorry that you love me in that way. For I can't. I do love you as a friend, a brother, next to Harold, but I cannot be your wife. I cannot." For a moment there was perfect silence in the darkness, and then a lurid flame of lightning showed the two faces, that of the man, pale as ashes, with a look of bitter pain upon it, and that of the woman, whiter than the man's and bathed in tears, which fell almost as fast as the raindrops were falling upon the pines. Then Dick spoke again, but his voice sounded strange and unnatural and a great ways off. "If I wait a long, long time, say a year or 2 or 3, do you think you could learn to love me just a little? I will not ask for much. Only, Jerry, I do hunger so for you, that without you life would be a blank." "No, Dick, not if you waited 20 years. I must still answer no. I cannot love you as your wife should love you, and as some sweet girl will one day love you when you have forgotten me." This was what Jerry said to him, with much more, until he knew she was in earnest, and felt as if his heart were breaking. "I shall never forget you, Jerry," he said, "or cease to hope that you will change your mind, unless—" and here he started so suddenly that the wet parasol, down which streams of water were still coursing their way to Jerry's back, dropped from his hand and rolled off upon the bed of pine needles at his feet, just where it had been in the morning when Tom was there instead of himself. "Unless there is some one between us, some other man whom you love? I will not ask you the question, but I believe I could bear it better if I knew it was because your love was already given to another, and not because of anything in me." For a moment Jerry was silent. Then suddenly facing Dick, she laid her hand on his and said, "I can trust you, I am sure of that. There is someone between us, someone whom I love. If I had never seen him, and if I had known you just as I do, I might not have answered as I have. I am very sorry." Dick did not ask who his rival was, nor did Harold come to his mind, so sure was he that an engagement existed between him and Maud. Probably it was someone whom she had met while away at school, he thought, and every nerve was quivering with pain and disappointment, when at last, as the rain began to cease, he rose at Jerry's suggestion, and offering her his arm, walked silently and sadly with her to the door of the cottage. Here for a moment they stood side by side and hand in hand, until Jerry said, "Dick, your friendship has been very dear to me. I do not want to lose it." "Nor shall you," he answered, and winding his arms around her, he kissed her lips, saying as he did so, "That is the seal of our eternal friendship. The man you love would not grudge me that one kiss, but perhaps you'd better tell him. Good bye, and God bless you. When I see you again I shall try to be the same Dick you have always known." For a little while Jerry stood listening to the sound of his footsteps as he went splashing through the wet grass and puddles of water, then kissing her hands to him, she whispered, "Poor Dick! It would not be difficult to love you if I had never known Harold." Opening the door softly, she found, as she had expected, that both her grandmother and Harold had retired, and taking the lamp from the table where it had been left for her, she stole quietly up to her room and crept shivering into bed, more wretched than she had ever been before in her life. CHAPTER XXXVIII. At Le Bateau. Harold got his own breakfast the next morning, and was off for his work just as the sun looked into the windows of the room where Jerry lay in a deep slumber. She had been awake a long time the previous night, thinking over the incidents of a day which had been the most eventful one of her life, but had fallen asleep at last, and dreamed that she had found the low room in Wiesbaden, with the picture of a young girl knitting in the sunshine, and the stranger watching her from a distance. It was late when she awoke, and Peterkin's clock was striking 8 when she went down to the kitchen, where she found Mrs. Crawford sewing, and a most dainty breakfast waiting for her on a little round table near an open window, shaded with the hop vines. There was a fresh egg for her, with English buns and strawberries and cream, and chocolate served in a pretty cup which she had never seen before, while near her plate was lying a bunch of roses, and on them a strip of paper on which Harold had written, "The top of the mornin' to ye, Jerry. I'd like to stay and see you, but if I work very hard to-day, I hope to finish the job on Monday and get my $15. That's a pile of money to earn in 3 days, isn't it? I hope you enjoyed the garden party. If I had not been so awfully tired, I should have gone for you. Grandma will tell you that I went to bed and to sleep before that shower came up, so I knew nothing of it. I wonder how you got home, but of course Dick came with you, or Billy, or possibly Tom. I hear you entertained all 3 of them at the wash tub. Pretty good for the first day home. Good bye till to-night. I only live till then, as they say in novels. Harold." This note, every line of which was full of affection and thoughtfulness for her, was worth more to Jerry than the chocolate or the bun, or the pretty cup and saucer which Harold had bought for her the night before, going to the village a mile out of his way on purpose to get them and surprise her. This Mrs. Crawford told her as she sat eating her breakfast, which she had to force down because of the lump in her throat and the tears which came so fast as she listened. "You see," Mrs. Crawford began, "Mr. Allen paid Harold $2 or $3, so he came home through the village and bought the eggs and the buns and the chocolate, which he knew you liked, and the cup and saucer at Grady's. He has had it on his mind a long time to get it for you, but there were so many other things to pay for. Don't you think it is pretty?" "Yes, lovely," Jerry replied, taking up the delicate bit of china through which the light shone so clearly. "It is very pretty, but I wish he had not bought it for me," and Jerry wiped the hot tears from both her eyes as Mrs. Crawford continued. "Oh, he wanted to. He is never happier than when doing something which he thinks will please you or me. Harold is the most unselfish boy I ever knew, and I never saw him give way or heard him complain that his lot was hard but once, and that was this summer when he was building the room, and had to dismiss the man because he had no money to pay him. That left it all for him to do, and he was already so tired and overworked. And then Tom Tracy was always making fun of the change, and saying it made the cottage look like a pigsty with a steeple to it, and that you would think so too. And if it were his he'd tear the old hut down and start anew. Peterkin, too, made remarks and wondered where Harold got the money, and why he didn't do this and that, but supposed he couldn't afford it, adding that beggars couldn't be choosers. When Harold heard all that, he was tired and nervous and discouraged, and his hands were blistered and bruised. His head was aching, and he just put it on that table where you are sitting and cried like a baby. When I tried to comfort him, he said, 'It isn't the hard work, grandmother. I don't mind that in the least. Neither do I care for what they say or should not, if there was not some truth in it. Things are out of proportion, and the new room makes the rest of the cottage look lower than ever, and I'd like so much to have everything right for Jerry, who would not shame the Queen's palace. I wish for her sake that I had money, and could make her home what it ought to be. I do not want her to feel homesick or long for something better when she comes back to us.'" Jerry was crying outright now, but Mrs. Crawford, who was a little deaf and did not hear her, went on. "If you were 100 times his sister, he could not love you more than he does, or wish to make you happier. He would have gone for you last night, only he was so tired, and I persuaded him to go to bed. I knew somebody would come home with you. Dick, wasn't it? I thought I heard his voice." "Yes, it was Dick," Jerry answered very low, returning again to her breakfast, while her grandmother rambled on. "Harold slept so soundly that he never heard the storm, or knew there was one till this morning. Lucky you didn't start home until it was over. You'd have been wet to the skin." Jerry made no answer, for she could not tell of that interview under the pines, or that she had been wet to the skin, and felt chilly even now from the effects of it. It seemed that Mrs. Crawford would never tire of talking of Harold, for she continued, "He was up this morning about daylight, I do believe, and had his own breakfast eaten, and that table laid for you when I came down. He wanted to see you before he went, and know if you were pleased, but I told him you were probably asleep, as it was late when you came in, and so he wrote something for you, and went whistling off as merrily as if he had been in his carriage, instead of on foot in his working dress. And he shall have his carriage too some day, and a pair of the finest horses the country affords, and you shall ride beside him in a satin gown and India shawl. You'll see," Jerry said impetuously, as she rose from the table and began to clear away the dishes. The spell was upon her strongly now, and as her grandmother talked, the objects around her gradually faded away. The cottage, so out of proportion and so humble in all its surroundings, was gone, and in its place stood a house, grand as Tracy Park, and much like it, and Harold was the master, looking a very prince instead of the tired, shabbily dressed man he was now. "And I shall be there too," Jerry whispered, or rather nodded to herself. "I know I shall, and I do not believe one word of the Maude affair, and never will until he tells me himself, or she, and then, well, then I will be glad for them, until I come to be really glad myself." She was moving rapidly around the kitchen, for there was a great deal to be done, the Saturday's work and all the clothes to be ironed, and then she meant to get up some little surprise for Harold, to show him that she appreciated his thoughtfulness for her. About 10:30, a servant from Le Bateau brought her a note from Ann Eliza, who wrote as follows: "Dear Jerry, have pity on a poor cripple, and come as soon as you can and see me. I sprained my ankle last night in that awful storm, and Tom had to bring me home in his arms. Think of it, and what my feelings must have been. I am hardly over it yet, the queer feelings, I mean, for, of course, my ankle is dreadful, and so swollen, and pains me so that I cannot step, but must stay in my room all day. So come as soon as possible. You have never seen the inside of our house or my rooms. Come to lunch, please. We will have it up here. Good-bye. From your loving friend, Ann Eliza. P.S. I wonder if Tom will call to inquire for me." "Tell her I will be there by lunch time," Jerry said to the man, while to her grandmother she continued, "The baking and cleaning are all done, and I can finish the ironing when I get back. It will be cooler then, and I do want to see the inside of that show house, which Harold says cost $100,000. Pity somebody besides the Peterkins did not live there." And so, about 12 o'clock, Jerry walked up to the grand house of gray stone, which, with its turrets and towers, and immense arch over the carriage drive in front of a side door, looked like some old feudal castle, and flaunted upon its walls the money it had cost. Even the loud bell which echoed through the hall like a town clock told the wealth and show, as did the colored man who answered the summons, and bowing low to Jerry, held out a silver tray for her card. "Nonsense, Leo," Jerry said laughingly, for she had known the negro all her life, and played with him, too, at times, when they both went to the district school. "I have no card with me. Miss Ann Eliza has invited me to lunch, and I have come. Tell her I am here." With another profound bow, Leo waved Jerry into the reception room, and then started to deliver her message. Seated upon one of the carved chairs, Jerry looked about her curiously, with a feeling that the half had not been told her, everything was so much more gorgeous and magnificent than she had supposed. But what impressed and at the same time oppressed her most was the height of the walls, from the richly inlaid floor to the gaily decorated ceiling overhead. It made her neck ache staring up 14 feet and a half to the costly center ornament from which the heavy chandelier depended. All the rooms of the old house had been low, and when Peterkin built the new one he made ample amends. "I mean to lick the crowd," he said, and a man was sent to Collingwood and Grassy Spring and Briar Hill, and lastly to Tracy Park, to take the height of the lower rooms. Those at Tracy Park were found to be the highest, and measured just 12 feet, so Peterkin's orders were to "run 'em up, run 'em up, run 'em up 14 feet, for I swan I'll get ahead of 'em." So they were "run up" 14 feet, and by some mistake half a foot higher, looking when finished so cold and cheerless and bare that the ambitious man ransacked New York and Boston, and even sent to London for adornments for his walls. Books were bought by the square yard, pictures by the wholesale, mirrors by the dozen, with bronzes and brackets, and sconces, and tapestry, and banners, and screens, and clocks, and cabinets, and statuary, together with the costliest rugs and carpets, and the most exquisite inlaid tables to be found in Florence or Venice. For Peterkin sent there for them by a gentleman to whom he said, "Get the best there is if it costs a fortune. I'm bound to lick the crowd." This was his favorite expression; and when his house was done, and he stood, his broad white shirt front studded with diamonds and his coat thrown back to show them, surveying his possessions, he felt that he had "licked the crowd." Jerry felt so too, as she followed the elegant Leo up the stairs and through the upper hall, handsomer if possible than the lower one, to the pretty room where Ann Eliza lay, or rather reclined, with her lame foot on a cushion and her well one encased in a white embroidered silk stocking and blue satin slipper. She was dressed in a delicate blue satin wrapper, trimmed with swan's down, and there were diamonds in her ears and on the little white hands which she stretched toward Jerry as she came in. "Oh, Jerry," she said, "I am so glad to see you, for it is awfully lonesome here; and if one can be homesick at home, I am. I miss the girls and the lessons and the rules at Vassar, much as I hated them when I was there. And just before you came in I wanted to cry. I guess my rooms are too big and have too much in them. Anyway, I have the feeling all the time that I am visiting, and everything is strange and new. I do believe I like the old room better, with its matting on the floor, and the little mirror with the peacock feathers ornamenting the top, and that painted plastered image of Samuel on the mantel. It is very ungrateful in me, I know, when father has done it mostly to please me. Do you believe he has hunted me up a maid just for myself? Doris is her name. And what I am ever to do with her, or she with me, I'm sure I don't know. Do you?" Jerry did not know either, but suggested that she might read to her, while she was confined to her room. "Yes, she might perhaps do that if she can read," Ann Eliza said. "She certainly has pretension enough about her, to have written several treatises on scientific subjects. She was a year with Lady Augusta Hardy in Ireland. Don't you remember the grand wedding father and mother attended in Allington 2 or 3 years ago, when Augusta Brown was married to an Irish lord who had been bought by her money, for of course he did not care much for her? Well, Doris went out with her as maid, and acts as if she too had married a peer. She came last night, and mamma and I are already as afraid of her as we can be, she is so fine and airy. She insisted upon dressing me this morning, and I felt all the while as if she were thinking how red and ugly my hair is, or counting the freckles on my face, and contrasting me with my Lady Augusta, as she calls her. I wonder if she ever saw my lady's mother, Mrs. Rossiter Brown, who told me once that I had a very petty figure, but she presumed it would envelop as I grew older. But then people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. and Ann Eliza colored a little as she made this reference to her own father and mother, whose language was not much more correct than Mrs. Rossiter Brown's. For one brought up as she had been, Ann Eliza was a rather sensible girl, and although she attached a great deal of importance to money, she knew it was not everything, and that with her father's millions there was still a wide difference between him and the men to whose society he aspired, and knew, too, that although Jerry had not a penny in the world, she was greatly her superior, and so considered by the world at large. She was very fond of Jerry, who had often helped her with her lessons, and stood between her and the ridicule of her companions, and was never happier than when in her society. So now she made her bring an ottoman close beside her, and held her hand while she narrated in detail the events of the previous night, dwelling at length upon the fact that Tom had carried her in his arms, and wondering if he would call to inquire after her. Jerry thought he would, and as if in answer to the thought, Doris almost immediately appeared with his card. She was very fine and very smart, and Jerry herself felt awed by her dignity and manner as she delivered her message. "The gentleman sends his compliments and would like to know how you are this morning." "Oh, Jerry, it's Tom. He has come," Ann Eliza said, with joy in her voice. "Surely I can receive him here, for this is my parlor." Jerry thought she might, but the toss of the fine maid's head showed that she thought differently, as she left the room with her mistress's message. "Thunderation, I didn't want to see her. It's enough to have to call," was Tom's mental comment as he followed Doris to her mistress's room. "What, Jerry, you here?" he exclaimed, his face clearing, and the whole aspect of matters changing at once as she arose to meet him. With Jerry there the place seemed different, and he did not feel as if he were lowering himself as he sat down and joined in the dainty lunch which was brought up and served from Dresden china and cut glass, and was as delicate and dainty in its way as anything he had ever found at the Brunswick or Delmonico's. Mrs. Peterkin prided herself upon her cuisine, which she superintended herself, and as Peterkin was something of an epicure and gourmand, the table was always supplied with every possible delicacy. Tom enjoyed it all, and praised the chocolate, and the broiled chicken, and the jellies, and thought Ann Eliza not so very bad looking in her blue satin wrapper with the swan's down trimmings, and made himself generally agreeable. Maud was better, he said, and he asked Jerry to go home with him and see her. But Jerry declined. "I have a great deal of work to do yet," she said. "I must finish ironing those clothes you saw upon the line yesterday, and so I must be going." Tom frowned at the mention of the clothes which Jerry had washed, while Ann Eliza insisted that she should stay until the dog cart, which had been sent to the station for Billy, came back, when Louis would take her home, as it was too warm to walk. Jerry did not mind the heat or the walk, but she felt morally sure that Tom meant to accompany her, and greatly preferred the dog cart and Louis to another tete-a-tete with him, for he did not act at all like a discarded lover, but rather as one who still hoped he had a chance. So she signified her intention to wait for the dog cart, which soon came with Billy in it, anxious when he heard of his sister's accident, delighted when he found Jerry there, and persistent in saying that he and not Louis would take her home. "Well, if you will, you will," she said laughingly, and bidding Ann Eliza good-bye, and telling Tom to give her love to Maud, and say to her that she did not believe she should be at the park that day, she had so much to do, she was soon in the dog-cart with Billy, whose face was radiant as he gathered up the reins and started down the turnpike, driving at what Jerry thought a very slow pace, as she was anxious to get home. Something of Billy's thoughts must have communicated itself to Jerry, for she became nervous and ill at ease, and talked rapidly of things in which she had not the slightest interest. "What of the lawsuit?" she asked. "Are you likely to settle it?" "No," Billy answered hurriedly. "It will have to come into court in a few days, and I'm awful sorry. I wanted father to pay what they demanded, but he won't. Hal is subpoenaed on the other side, as he was in our office, and is supposed to know something about it, but I'd hope he won't damage as much, as father would never forgive him if he went against us." "But he must tell the truth, no matter who is damaged," Jerry said. Yes," Billy replied. "Of course he must, but he needn't volunteer information." Jerry began to think that Billy had insisted upon coming with her for the sake of persuading her to caution Harold against saying too much, when he was called to testify in the great lawsuit between Peterkin and Company, manufacturers in Shannondale, and Wilson and Company, manufacturers in Truesdale, an adjoining town. But she was undeceived when her companion turned suddenly off upon the river road, which would take them at least 2 miles out of their way. "Why are you coming here?" Jerry said in real distress. "It is ever so much farther, and I must get home. I have piles of work to do." "Confound the work," Billy replied, very energetically for him, and reining his horse up under a wide spreading butternut tree which grew upon the river bank, he sprang out and pretended to be busy with some part of the harness, while he astonished Jerry by bursting out, without the least stammer, he was so earnest and so excited. "I've something to say to you, Jerry, and I may as well say it now as any time, and know the worst or the best. I can't bear the suspense any longer, and I got out of the cart so as to stand where I could look you square in the face while I say it." And he was looking her square in the face, while she grew hot and cold and experienced a sensation quite different from what she had when Tom and Dick made love to her. She had felt no fear of them, but she was afraid of this little man, who stood up so resolutely, with his tongue loosened, and asked her to be his wife, making his wishes known in a very few words, and then waiting for her answer with his eyes fixed upon her face, and a firm, set look about his mouth, which puzzled and troubled her, and made her uncertain as to how she was to deal with this third aspirant for her hand within 24 hours. Billy had long had it in his mind that Jerry Crawford was the only girl in the world for him, but he might not have spoken quite so soon had it not been for a conversation held with his father the previous night, when they were alone in a private room at the Hotel Shannondale, waiting for the train which Billy was to take, and which was half an hour late. Peterkin had exhausted himself in oaths and epithets with regard to the lawsuit and those who had brought it against him, and was regaling himself with a cigar and a glass of brandy and water, while Billy sat by the window watching for the train, and wishing himself at Grassy Spring with Jerry. Peterkin seldom drank to excess, but on this occasion he had taken a little too much. When under the influence of stimulants, he was either aggressive and quarrelsome, or jocose and talkative. The latter mood was on him now, and as he drank his brandy and water he held forth upon the subject of matrimony, wondering why his son did not marry, and saying it was quite time that he did so and settled down. "You can have the south wing," he said, "and if the rooms ain't up to snuff now, why I'll make 'em so. The fact is, Bill, I've got enough money, 3 millions and better, but somehow it doesn't seem to do the thing. It doesn't fetch us to the quality and make us fust cut. We need better blood than the Peterkins or the Malchers, need boostin', and you must get a wife to boost us. Have you ever thought on't?" Billy never had thought of it in that light, he said, although he had thought of marrying, provided the girl would have him. "Have you? Thunderation! A girl would be a fool who wouldn't marry 3 millions, with lubber too thrown in. Who is she?" Peterkin asked. After a little hesitancy, Billy replied, "Jerry Crawford." "Jerry Crawford? I'll be dummed. Jerry Crawford!" And Peterkin's big feet came down from the back of the chair on which they were resting, upsetting the chair and his brandy at the same time. "Jerry Crawford! I swaw! A gal without a cent or name either, though I used to have a sneakin' notion that I knew who she was, but I guess I didn't. 'Twould have come out afore now. What under heaven's put her into your noodle? She can't boost. And then she's head and shoulders taller than you be. How you would look trottin' beside her! Jerry Crawford! Wall, I swan!" And Peterkin laughed until his big stomach shook like a bowl of jelly. Billy was angry, and replied that he did not know what height had to do with it, or name either, and as for boosting, he wouldn't marry a king's daughter if he did not love her, and for that matter Jerry could boost, for she stood quite as high in town as any young lady. Both Nina St. Clair and Maud Tracy worshipped her, while Mrs. Atherton paid her a great deal of attention, and so did the Mungers and Crosbys, enough sight more than they did to Ann Eliza with all her money. "Money isn't everything," Billy stammered, "and Jerry would make a very different place of Le Bateau." "Mebbe she would, but I'd never thought of her for you," Peterkin said. "I'd picked out some big bug who perhaps wouldn't wipe her shoes on you. Jerry is handsome as blazes, and no mistake, with a kinder up-and-comin' way about her which takes with folks. Yes, it keeps growin' on me,
and I presume Arthur Tracy would give her away, which would be a feather in your cap. But, Lord! You'll have to get a pair of the highest heels you ever seen to come within 10 foot on her." She's only 2 inches taller than I am," Billy said, and his father continued. "Wall, if your heart's set on her, go it and quick, too. I'm goin' to have a smasher of a party in the fall, and Jer'll be just the one to draw. I can see her now, standin' there with the diamonds we'll give her sparklin' on her neck, and she lookin' like a queen, and the sinecure of all eyes. But for thunder's sake don't marry the old woman and all. Leave her to Harold the sneak. I never did like him, and I'll be mad enough to kill him if he goes agin me in the suit, and I b'lieve he will."
At this point Peterkin wandered off to the suit entirely, and forgot Jerry, who was to boost the house of Peterkin and make it "fust cut." But not so Billy, and all the way from Shannondale to Springfield he was thinking of Jerry, and wondering if it were possible that she could ever look upon him with favor. Like Tom and Dick, he could scarcely remember the time when he did not think Jerry the loveliest girl in the world, and ever since he had grown to manhood he had meditated making her his wife, but had feared what his father might say, as he knew how much importance he attached to money. Now, however, his father signified his assent, and resolving to lose no time, Billy, on his return next day to Le Bateau, seized the opportunity to take Jerry home, as the occasion for declaring his love, which he did in a manly straightforward manner, never hinting at any advantage it would be to her to be the wife of a millionaire, or offering any inducement in any way, except to say that he loved her, and would devote his life to making her happy. Tom Tracy Jerry had scorned, Dick St. Clair she had pitied, but this little man she felt like ridiculing after her first emotion of fear had left her. "Oh, Billy," she said, laughing merrily, "you can't be in earnest. Why, I'm head and shoulders taller than you are. I do believe I could pick you up and throw you into the river. Only think how we should look together. People would think you my little boy, and that I should not like. No, I can never be your wife." Nothing cuts a man like ridicule, and sensitive as he was with regard to his size, Billy felt it to his heart's core. And as he stood nervously playing with the reins and looking at Jerry sitting there so tall and erect in all the brightness of her wonderful beauty, it flashed upon him how impossible it was for that glorious creature ever to be his wife, and what a fool he had made of himself. "Forgive me, Jerry," he said, his chin beginning to quiver, and the great tears rolling down his face. "I know you can't, and I oughtn't to have asked it, but I did love you so much that I forgot how impossible it was for one like you to love one like me. I am so small and insignificant, and stutter so. I wish I was dead," and laying his head upon the horse's neck, he sobbed aloud. In an instant Jerry was out of the dog cart and at his side, talking to and trying to soothe him as she would a child. "Oh, Billy, Billy," she said, "I am so sorry for you, and sorry I said those cruel words about your size. It was only in fun. Your size has nothing to do with my refusal. I know you have a big kind heart, and next to Harold and Dick and Mr. Arthur, I like you better than any man I ever knew, but I can't be your wife. Don't cry, Billy. It hurts me so to see you and know that I have done it. Please stop, and take me home as quick as possible." With a great gulp, and a long sigh, like a grieved child, Billy dried his tears, of which he was much ashamed, and helping Jerry into the cart, drove her rapidly to the door of the cottage. "I should not like Tom, nor Dick, nor Harold to know this," he said to her, as he stood a moment with her at the gate. "Billy," she exclaimed, "do you know me so little as to think I would tell them, or anybody? I have more honor than that," and she gave him her hand, which he held tightly as he looked into the sweet young face which could never be his, every muscle of his own quivering, and telling of the pain he was enduring. "Good-bye. I shall be more like a man, and less a baby when I see you again," and springing into his cart he drove rapidly away. Jerry found her grandmother seated at a table and trying to iron. "Grandma," she said, "this is too bad. I did not mean to stay so long. Put down that flat iron this minute. I am coming there as soon as I lay off my hat." Running up the stairs to her room, Jerry put away her hat, and then, throwing herself upon the bed, cried for a moment as hard as she could cry. The look on Billy's face haunted her, and she pitied him now more than she had pitied Dick St. Clair. "Dick will get over it and marry somebody else. But Billy never," she said. Then, rising up, she bathed her eyes and pushed back her tangled hair, stood for a moment before the mirror, contemplating the reflection of herself in it. "Jerry Crawford," she said, "you must be a mean, heartless, good-for-nothing girl, for it certainly is not your Dutch face, nor yellow hair, nor great staring eyes, which make men think that you will marry them, so it must be your flirting, coquettish manners. I hate a flirt. I hate you, Jerry Crawford." Once, when a little girl, Jerry had said to Harold, "Why do all the boys want to kiss me so much?" And now she might have asked, "Why do these same boys wish to marry me?" It was a curious fact that she should have had 3 offers within 24 hours, and she didn't like it, and her face wore a troubled look all that hot afternoon as she stood at the ironing table, perspiring at every pore, and occasionally smiling to herself as she thought, "Grassy Spring, Le Bateau, Tracy Park. I might take my choice if I would, but I prefer the cottage." And then at the thought of Tracy Park her thoughts went off across the sea to Germany, and the low room with the picture on the wall, and her resolve to find it some day. "Far in the future it may be, but find it I will, and find too who I am," she said to herself, little dreaming that the finding was close at hand, and that she had that day lighted the train which was so soon to bear her on to the end. End of chapters 37 and 38. Chapters 39 and 40 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Maud. Harold did not finish his work at the Allen farmhouse until Tuesday, so it was not until Wednesday afternoon that he started to pay his promised visit to Maud. Jerry had seen her twice, and reported her as much better and able to be up, although still very weak. "She is so anxious to see you. Don't you think you can go this afternoon?" she said to Harold in the morning, as she helped him weed the garden, and pick the strawberries for dinner. "Yes, I guess I can, if you'll go with me," he said. He was so loath to be away from Jerry when it was not absolutely necessary, that even a call upon Maud without her did not seem very tempting. But Jerry could not go, for Nina and Marian Raymond were coming to spend the afternoon, and Harold went alone to the Park house, where he found Maud in the room she called her studio, trying to finish a little water-color which she had sketched of the cottage as it was before the roof was raised. "I mean it for Jerry," she had said to Harold, who stood by her when she sketched it. "And I am going to put her under the tree, with her sunbonnet hanging down her back as she used to wear it when she was a little girl, and you are to be over there by the fence, looking at me coming up the lane." It was the best thing Maud had ever done, for the likeness to Jerry and to herself was perfect, while the cottage, embowered in trees and flowers, made it a most attractive picture. Harold had praised it a great deal, and told her that it would make her famous. But when the carpenter work came on, Maud put it aside until now, when she brought it out again and was just beginning to retouch it in places as Harold was announced. She was looking very tired, and it seemed to Harold that she had lost pounds of flesh since he saw her last. Her face was pale and wan, but it flushed brightly as he came in, and she went forward to meet him. "Hallie, you naughty boy," she began as she gave him her hand. "Why didn't you come before? You don't know how I have missed you. You must not forget me now that Jerry is at home." She led him to a seat, and then herself sank into a large, cushioned easy chair, against which she leaned her head wearily, while she looked at him with eyes which ought to have told how much he was to her, and so put him on his guard, and saved the misunderstanding which followed. "No, Maud, I couldn't forget you," he said, and, without really knowing that he was doing it, he put his hand upon the little, thin white one lying on the arm of the chair. Every nerve in Maud's body thrilled to the touch of Harold's hand upon which she involuntarily laid her other one. One would have thought them lovers, sitting there together, but nothing could have been farther from Harold's mind. He was thinking only of Jerry, and his resolve to confide in Maud, and get her opinion with regard to his chance. "Now is as good a time as any," he thought, wondering how he should begin, and finding it harder than he had imagined it would be. At last, after a few commonplaces, Maud told him again that he must not neglect her now that Jerry was at home. "Neglect you? How can I do that?" he said.
When I look upon you as one of my best friends, and in proof of it I am going to tell you something, or rather ask you something, and I hope you will answer me truly. Better that I know the worst at first, than learn it afterward." Maud's face was scarlet with a great and sudden joy, and her eyes drooped beneath Harold's as he went on stammeringly, for he began to feel the awkwardness of telling one girl that he loved another, even though that other were her dearest friend. "I hardly know how to begin," he said. "It is such a delicate matter, and perhaps I'd better say nothing at all." Was he going to stop? Had he changed his mind? And would he not, after all, say the words she had so longed to hear? Maud asked herself, while he sat silent and unmoved, his thoughts very far from her to whom he was so much. Poor Maud! She was weak and sick and impulsive and mistaken in the nature of Harold's feelings for her; so judge her not too harshly if she at last did what Arthur would have called throwing herself at his head. "I can guess what you mean," she said after a pause, during which he did not speak. "I have long suspected that you cared for me, and have wondered you did not tell me so, but supposed that you refrained because I was rich and you were poor. But what has that to do with those who love each other? I am glad you have spoken, and you have made me very happy, even if we can never be more to each other than we are now, because I am going to die." "Oh, Maud, Maud, you are mistaken. I—" came from Harold like a cry of horror as he wrenched away his hand lying between hers. What could she mean? How had she understood him? He asked himself, while great drops of sweat gathered upon his forehead and in the palms of his hands, as the past came back to him, and he could see that what he had thought mere friendship for himself was a far different and deeper feeling, while he unwittingly had fanned the flame, and was now reaping the result. "What can I do?" he said aloud, unconsciously, while from the chair in which Maud was leaning back so wearily, came a voice like that of a child. "Ring the bell, and give me my handkerchief." He was at her side in a moment, bending over her, and looking anxiously into the pallid face from which the bright colour had faded, leaving it grey and pinched and drawn. Had he killed her by blurting out so roughly that she was mistaken, and thus filling her with mortification and shame? No, that could not be, for as he brought her handkerchief she whispered to him, "I am not mistaken, Hallie. I am going to die, but you have made the last days of my life very, very happy." She thought he was referring to herself and her situation when he told her she was mistaken, and with a smothered groan he was starting for the camphor as she bade him do, when the door opened and Mrs. Tracy herself appeared. "What is it?" she asked sharply. Then as she saw Maud's face she knew what it was, and going to her said to Harold, "Why did you allow her to talk and get excited? What were you saying to her?" Instantly Maud's eyes went up to Harold's with an appealing look, as if asking him not to tell her mother then, a precaution which was needless, as he had no intention to tell Mrs. Tracy, or any one, of the terrible blunder he had made; and with a hope that the reality might dawn upon Maud, he answered truthfully, "I was talking to her of Jerry. I am so sorry." If Maud heard, she did not understand, for drops of pinkish blood were oozing from her lips, and she looked as if she were already dead, as in obedience to Mrs. Tracy's command, Harold took her in his arms and carried her to the couch near the open window, where he laid her down as tenderly as if she were indeed his affianced wife. "Thanks," she sighed softly, and her eyes looked up at him with an expression which half tempted him to kiss the lips from which he was wiping the stains so carefully, while Mrs. Tracy at the door gave orders to a servant. "You can go now," she said, returning to the couch, and dismissing him with her usual hauteur of manner; while Maud put up her hand and whispered, "Come soon, and Jerry." Had Harold been convicted of theft or murder, he could scarcely have felt worse than he did as he walked slowly through the park, reviewing the situation and wondering what he ought to do. "It almost killed her when she thought I loved her. It would surely kill her to know that I do not," he thought. "I cannot undeceive her now while she is so weak; but when she is better and able to bear it I will tell her the truth. And if she dies?" came to him like the stab of a knife, as he remembered how white she looked as he held her in his arms. "If she does," he said, "no one shall ever know of the mistake she made. In this I will be true to Maud, even should the world believe I loved her and told her so. But, oh, Heaven, spare me that, and spare Maud's life for many years." She is too young, too sweet, too good to die." This was Harold's prayer, and that of many others during the week which followed, when Maud's life hung on a thread, and every bell at the Park House was muffled, and the servants spoke only in whispers, while Frank Tracy sat day and night in the room where his daughter lay, perfectly quiet, except as she sometimes put up her hand to stroke his white hair, or wipe away the tears constantly rolling down his cheeks. In Frank's heart there was a feeling worse than death itself, for keen remorse and bitter regret were torturing his soul as he sat beside the wreck of all his hopes, and felt that he had sinned for naught. He knew Maud would die, and then what mattered it to him if he had all the money of the Rothschilds at his command? "Oh, Gretchen, you are avenged, and Jerry too. Oh, Jerry!" he said one day unconsciously, as he sat by his daughter, who he thought was sleeping. But at the mention of Jerry's name her eyes unclosed, and fixed themselves upon her father, with a look in which he read an earnest desire for something. "What is it, pet?" he asked. "Do you want anything?" They had made her understand that she must not speak, for the slightest effort to do so always brought on a fit of coughing which threatened a hemorrhage. But they had brought her a little slate on which she sometimes wrote her requests, though that too was an effort. Pointing now to the slate she wrote, while her father held it, "I want Jerry." "I thought so. And you shall have her for just as long as she will stay," Frank said, and a servant was dispatched to the cottage with the message that Jerry must come at once, and come prepared to pass the night if possible. It had been very dreary for Maud during the time she had been shut up in her room, to which no one was admitted except her father and mother, the doctor and the nurse. Many messages of inquiry and sympathy, however, had come to her from the cottage, and Grassy Spring, and Le Bateau, where Ann Eliza was still kept a prisoner with her sprained ankle, and once Jerry had written a note full of love and solicitude and a desire to see her. As a postscript she added, "Harold sends his love, and hopes you will soon be better. You don't know how anxious he is about you. Why, I believe he has lost £10 since your attack, for which he seems to blame himself, thinking he excited you too much by talking to you." Frank read this to Maud, who, when he came to the postscript, laughed aloud, as a child laughs at the return of its mother, for whom it has been hungering. This was the first word she had had from Harold, except that he had called to inquire for her, and she had so longed for something which should assure her that he remembered her as she did him. She had no distrust of him, and would as soon have doubted that the sun would rise again as to have doubted his sincerity, but she wanted to hear again that he loved her, and now she had heard it, and folding her hands upon her breast, she fell into the most refreshing sleep she had had since her illness. Could Maud have talked and seen people, or if she had been less anxious to live, she would probably have told Jerry and Nina, and possibly Ann Eliza Peterkin, of what had passed between herself and Harold, but she had not seen them; while life, with Harold to love her, looked so bright and sweet, that if by keeping silent she could prolong it, she would do so for some months if necessary. To live for Harold was all she wished or thought about; and often, when they hoped she was sleeping, she lay so still, with her eyes closed and her hands folded upon her breast, she was praying for life and length of days, with strength to make Harold as happy as he ought to be, and was thinking of and planning all she meant to do for him if she lived and they were married. First to Europe, where she would be so proud to show him the places she had seen, and where Jerry would be with them, for in all her plans Jerry had almost as prominent a place as herself. "I am nothing without Jerry," she thought. "She keeps me up, and Jerry will live with us, and Mrs. Crawford. But not here, for Harold could never get along with Mother and Tom. We will build a house together, Hallie and I, with Jerry to help and plan. Build one where the cottage stands, or near it, so Jerry can still see the old tramp house she is so fond of. Not a house like this, with such big rooms, but a pretty modern Queen Anne house, with every room a corner room and a bay window in it. And Harold will have an office in town, and I shall drive down for him every afternoon and take him home to dinner and to Jerry." Such was the nature of Maud's thoughts as she lay day after day upon the couch, too weak to do more than lift her hands or raise her head, when the dreadful paroxysms of coughing seized her and racked her fragile frame. Still she was very happy, and the happiness showed itself upon her face, where there rested a look of perfect content and peace, which her father and mother had noticed and commented upon, and which Jerry saw the moment she entered the room.
Sitting down beside her, she told her how lovely she looked in her pretty rose-colored wrapper, and how sorry every one was for her, and that both she and Nina would have been there every day, only they knew they could not see her. Then, as Maud's eyes fixed themselves steadily upon her, with a look of inquiry, she set her teeth hard, and began. "I don't think any one has been more sorry than Harold. Why, for the first few days after you were taken so ill, he just walked the floor all the time he was in the house, and when Grandma asked what ailed him, he said, 'I am thinking of Maud, and I'm afraid my call upon her was the cause of the attack.'" Maud began, but checked herself in time, and taking up her slate, wrote, "Tell him it was not his call. I am glad he came." All day and all night Jerry sat by her, sometimes talking to her and answering the questions she wrote upon the slate, but oftener in perfect silence, when Maud seemed to be asleep. Then Jerry's tears fell like rain, the face upon the pillow looked so much like death, and she kept repeating to herself the lines, "We thought her dying when she slept, and sleeping when she died." When the warm July morning looked in at the windows of the sick room, bringing with it the perfume of hundreds of flowers blooming on the lawn, and the scent of the hay cut the previous day, it found Jerry still watching Maud, her own face tired and pale, with dark rings about her eyes, which were heavy with tears and wakefulness. She had not slept at all, and her head was beginning to ache frightfully when the nurse came in and relieved her, telling her breakfast was ready. Maud was awake, and wrote eagerly upon her slate. "You'll come back? You'll stay all day? You do me so much good, and I am a great deal better for your being here." Jerry hesitated a moment. Her head was aching so hard that she longed to get away. But selfishness was not one of Jerry's faults, and putting her own wishes aside, she said, "Yes, I will stay until afternoon, and then I must go home. I did not tell you that Harold was going away to-night, did I?" Maud shook her head, and Jerry went on. "You know, perhaps, that some time ago a Mr. Wilson, of Truesdale, sued Peterkin for some infringement on a patent, or something of that sort." Maud nodded, and Jerry continued. "The suit comes off to-morrow, and Harold is subpoenaed as a witness, as he was in Peterkin's office a while and knows something about the arrangement between them. I am sorry he has got to swear against Peterkin. It will make him so angry, and he hates Harold now. The suit is to be called in the morning, and Judge St. Clair and Harold are going to-night on the 5 o'clock train; and as he may be gone a day or two, I must be home to see to packing his bag. But I will stay with you just as long as I can." She said nothing of her head, which throbbed in a most peculiar way, making her dizzy and half blind as she went down to breakfast, which she took alone with Mrs. Tracy. Frank had eaten his long before, and was now pacing up and down the piazza, with his head bent forward, and his hands locked together behind him. Tom seldom appeared until after 10, and when Jerry went for a few moments into the grounds, to see if the fresh air would do her good, she found him seated in an armchair under a horse-chestnut tree, stretching himself and yawning as if he were just out of bed. "Jerry, you here? Did you stay all night? If I'd known that, I'd have made an effort to come down to breakfast, though I think getting up in the morning is a bore. Why, what's the matter? You look as if you were going to faint. Sit down here," he continued, as he saw Jerry reel forward as if she were about to fall. He put her into the chair and stood over her, fanning her with his hat and wondering what he should do, while for a moment she lost consciousness of the things about her, and her mind went floating off after the picture on the wall in Wiesbaden which was haunting her that morning. When she came to herself, Tom and Dick and Billy were all three hovering around, and so close to her that without opening her eyes she could have told exactly where each one was standing. Tom by the smell of tobacco, with which his clothes were saturated, Billy by the powerful scent of white rose, with which he always perfumed his handkerchief, and Dick, because, as she had once said to Nina when a child, he was so clean and looked as if he had just been scrubbed. The two young men had come to inquire for Maud, and had found Jerry half swooning under the tree, with Tom fanning her frantically and acting like a wild man. Jerry had seen Dick twice since her refusal of him, and both times her manner, exactly like what it had always been to him, had put him at his ease, so that a looker-on would never have dreamed of that episode under the pines when she nearly broke his heart. Billy, however, was more conscious. He had not seen Jerry since he took her home in his dog cart, and his face was scarlet and his manner nervous and constrained as he stood before her, longing and yet not daring to fan her with his hat, just as Tom was doing. Of the three young men who had sought her hand, Billy's wound was the deepest, and Billy would remember it the longest, for, mingled with his defeat, was a sense of mortification and hatred of his own personal appearance, which he could not help thinking had influenced Jerry's decision. "And I don't blame her, by Jove!" he said to himself 100 times. "She could not marry a pygmy, and I was a fool to hope it, but I shall love her just the same as long as I live, and if I can ever help her I will." And when at last Jerry was better, and assured him so with her own sweet graciousness of manner, and put her hand on his shoulder to steady herself as she stood up, he felt that paradise was opening to him again, and that although he had lost Jerry as a wife, he still had her as a friend, which was more than he had dared to expect. "Are you better now? Can you walk to the house?" Tom asked. "Oh, yes, the giddiness is gone," Jerry replied. "I don't know what ails me this morning." Never before could she remember having felt as she did now, with that sharp pain in her head, that buzzing in her ears, and, more than all, that peculiar state of mind which she called her spells, and which seemed to hold her now, body and soul. Even when she returned to Maud's room her thoughts were far away, and everything which had ever come to her concerning her babyhood came to her again, crowding upon her so fast that once it seemed to her that the top of her head was lifting, and she put up her hand to hold it in its place. And still she stayed on with Maud, although 2 or 3 times she arose to go, but something kept her there. Chance, if one chooses to call by that name the something which at times molds us to its will and influences our whole lives. Something kept her there until the morning was merged into noon, and the noon into the middle of the afternoon, and then she could stay no longer. The hour had come when she must go, for the other force which was to be the instrument in changing all her future was astir, and she must keep her unconscious appointment with it. CHAPTER 40. Do you know what you have done? Judging from the result, this question might far better have been put to rather than by Peterkin, as he stood puffing and hot and indignant in the tramp house, looking down upon Jerry, who was sitting upon the wooden bench, with her aching head resting upon a corner of the old table standing against the wall just where it stood that stormy night years ago, when death claimed the woman beside her, but left her unharmed. After saying good-bye to Maud, Jerry had walked very slowly through the park, stopping more than once to rest upon the seats scattered here and there, and wondering more and more at the feeling which oppressed her and the terrible pain in her head which grew constantly worse. "I'm afraid I'm going to be sick," she said to herself. "I have never felt this way before. And no wonder, with all I have gone through the last few weeks. The getting ready for the commencement, the coming home, and all the excitement which followed, with 3 men one after another offering themselves to me, and the drenching that night in the rain, and then watching by Maud without a wink of sleep, it is enough to make a behemoth sick, and I am so dizzy and hot." She had reached the tramp house by this time, and feeling that she could go no farther without resting, she went in, and seating herself upon the bench, laid her aching head upon the table, and felt again for a few moments that strange sensation as if the top of her head were rising up and up until she could not reach it with her hand, for she tried, and thought of Ann Eliza with her hair piled so high on her head. "The loss of an inch or 2 might improve me," she said, "though I'd rather keep my scalp." Then she seemed to be drifting away into the realms of sleep, and all around her was confusion and bewilderment. The window across which the woodbine was growing changed places with the door. The floor rose up and bowed to her, while the room was full of faces, beckoning to and smiling upon her. Faces like the one she knew so well, the pale face in the chair; faces like her own, as she remembered it when a child; faces like the dark woman dead so long ago and buried in the Tracy lot, and faces like Arthur's as she had seen him oftenest, when he spoke so lovingly and called her little Cherry. Then the scene changed, and the old tramp house was full of wondrous music, which came floating in at every crevice and through the open door and windows, while she listened intently in her dreams as the grand chorus went on. It was as if Arthur, from the top of the highest peak beyond the Rocky Mountains, and Gretchen from her lonely grave in far-off Germany, were calling to each other across two continents, their voices meeting and mingling together in the tramp house in a jubilistic strain, now wild and weird like the cry of the dying woman looking out into the stormy night, now soft and low as the lullaby a fond mother sings to her sleeping child, and now swelling louder and louder, and higher, until the rafters rang with the joyous music, and the whole world outside was filled with the song of gladness. Wake up, Jerry. Wake from the dream of rapture to a reality far more rapturous, for the time is at hand, the hour has come, heralded by the shadow which falls over the floor as Peterkin's burly figure crosses the threshold and enters the silent room. After Peterkin's conversation with his son concerning his future wife, Jerry had grown rapidly in the old man's favour. It is true she had neither name nor money, the latter of which was scarcely necessary in this case, but he was not insensible to the fact that she possessed other qualities and advantages which would be a help to the house of Peterkin in its efforts to rise. No girl in the neighbourhood was more popular or more sought after than Jerry, or more intimate with the big bugs, as he styled the St. Clairs, the Athertons and Tracys. Jerry would draw. Jerry would boost, and he found himself forming many plans for the young couple who were to occupy the south wing, and in fancy he saw Arthur at Le Bateau, half the time at least, while the rest of the time the carriages from Grassy Spring and Briar Hill and Tracy Park were standing under the stone arch in front of the door. How then was he disappointed and enraged, too, when told by Billy that Jerry had refused him. Peterkin had been in Springfield nearly a week, and after his return home had waited a little before broaching the subject to his son, so that it was not until the morning before the day of the lawsuit that he learned the truth by closely questioning Billy, who shielded and defended Jerry as far as possible.
Not have you? Refused you? Don't love you? Don't care for money? Thunderation! What does the girl mean? Is she crazy? Is she a fool? Is she in love with some other idiot?
I think so, yes, though it did not occur to me then, Billy answered very meekly. And if so, she can't care for me any more than I can care for any other girl.
And you are a fool, too, was the affectionate rejoinder. I'll be dummed if you ain't a pair. Who is the lucky man? Not that dog Harold, who is goin' to swear agin us to-morrow. If it is, I believe I'll shoot him. Father, Billy cried in alarm, be quiet. If I can stand it, you can. But Peterkin swore he wouldn't stand it. He'd do something, he didn't know what, and all the morning he went about the house like a madman, swearing at his wife, because she wasn't up to snuff, and couldn't hoe her own with the aristocrats, swearing at Billy because he was a fool, and so small that 'twas no wonder a beanpole like Jerry wouldn't look at him, and swearing at Ann Eliza because her hair was so red, and because she had sprained her ankle for the sake of having Tom Tracy bring her home, hoping he would keep calling to see her, and thus give her a chance to rope him in, which she never could as long as the world stood. Neither you nor Bill will ever marry with all your money, unless you take up with a cobbler and he with a washwoman, was his farewell remark as he finally left the house about 3 o'clock and started for the village, where he had some of his own witnesses to see before taking the train for Springfield at 5. His wife had ventured to suggest that he go in the carriage, as it was so warm, but he had answered savagely, "Go to thunder with your carriage and coat of arms! What good have they ever done us only to make folks laugh at us for a pack of fools? Nothing under heaven gives us a hist, and I'm just going to quit the folderol and pad it on foot, as I used to when I was captain of the Liza Ann, dumn it." And so, with his bag in his hand, he started rapidly down the road in the direction of Shannondale. But the sun was hot, and he was hot, and his bag was heavy, and cursing himself for a fool that he had not taken the carriage, he finally struck into the park as a cooler, if longer, route to the station. As he came near the tramp house, which gave no sign of its sleeping occupant, something impelled him to look in at the door. And this he did with the thought of Jerry in his heart, though with no suspicion that she was there, and when he saw her he started suddenly and uttered an exclamation of surprise, which roused her from her heavy slumber. "Oh,
she exclaimed, but whatever else she might have said was prevented by his outburst of passion, which began with the question, "Do you know what you have done?" Jerry looked at him wonderingly, but made no reply, and he went on. "Yes, do you know what you have done? You, a poor unknown girl, who but for the Tracys would have gone to the poorhouse, sure as guns, where you oughter have gone. Yes, you oughter. You refuse my bill. You hadn't a cent to your name, and all for that sneak of a Harold, who will swear agin me to-morrer. I know he's at the root on't, though Bill didn't say so, and I hate him wuss than pizen. He who has been at the wheel in my shop. He to be settin' up for a gentleman and cuttin' out my bill, who will be wuth more'n $1,000,000. Yes, $2,000,000 probably, and you have refused him. Do you hear me, gal?" "Yes, I hear you," she said. "You are talking of Harold, and saying things you shall not repeat in my presence." "Hoity toity, miss! What's to hinder me repeatin' in your presence that Harold Hastings is a sneak and a snob, a hewer of wood, a drawer of water, and a—" Jerry had risen to her feet, and stood up so tall and straight that it seemed to Peterkin as if she towered even above himself, while something in the flash of her blue eyes made him think of Arthur when he turned him from the house for accusing Harold of theft, and also of the little child who had attacked him so fiercely on that wintry morning when the dead woman lay stretched upon the table at the Park House, with her dark face upturned to the ceiling above. "I shall hinder you," she said, her voice ringing clear and distinct. "And if you breathe another word against Harold, I'll turn you from this room. The Tramp House is mine. Mr. Arthur gave it to me, and you cannot stay in it with me." Heavens and earth! Hear the girl! One would suppose she was the Queen of Sheby to hear her go on, instead of a beggar, whose father was the Lord only knows who, and whose mother was found in rags on this 'ere table. Drat the dumb thing!" Peterkin roared, bringing his fist down with such force upon the poor old rickety table that it fell to pieces under the blow and went crashing to the floor. Jerry's face was a face to fear then, and Peterkin was afraid, and backed himself from the room with Jerry close to him, never speaking a word, but motioning him to the door, through which he passed swiftly, and picking up his bag, walked rapidly away, growling to himself. "There's the very old Harry in that gal's eye. Bill did well to get shed of her, and yet if she'd married him, how she would have rid over all their heads. Well, to be sure, what a dumb fool she is!" End of chapters 39 and 40. Chapter 41 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. What Jerry Found Under the Floor. Meantime, Jerry had gone back to the wreck of the table, which she handled as carefully and reverently as if it had been her mother's coffin she was touching. One of the legs had been broken before, and she and Harold had fastened it on and turned it to the side of the house, where it would be more out of the way of harm, and it was this leg which had succumbed first to the force of Peterkin's fist, and as the entire pressure of the table was brought to bear upon it in falling, it had been precipitated through a hole in the baseboard, which had been there as long as she could remember the place, not so large at first, but growing larger each year as the decaying boards crumbled or were eaten away by rats. Jerry called it a rat hole, and had several times put a trap there to catch the marauders, who sometimes scampered across her very feet, so accustomed were they to her presence. But the rats would not go into the trap, and then she pasted a newspaper over the hole, but this had been torn, and hung in shreds, while the hole grew gradually larger. Taking up the top of the table, Jerry dragged it to the center of the room, and putting 3 of the legs upon it, went to search for the 4th, one end of which was just visible at the aperture in the wall. As she stooped to take it out, a bit of the decayed floor under her feet gave way, making the opening so large that the table leg disappeared from view entirely. Then Jerry went down upon her knees, and thrusting her hand under the floor, felt for the missing leg, striking against stones and bits of mortar, and finally touching something from which she recoiled for an instant, it was so cold and slimy. But she struck it again in her search, this time more squarely, and grasping it hard in her hand, brought it out to the light, while an undefinable thrill, half of terror, half of joy, ran through her frame, as she held it up and examined it carefully. It was a small hand-bag of Russia leather, covered with mold and stained with the damp of its long hiding place, while a corner of it showed that the rats had tested its properties, but disliking either the taste or the smell had left it in quiet. And there, under the floor, not 2 feet from where Jerry had often played, it had lain ever since the wintry night years before, when it had probably fallen from the table. Then the rats, attracted by this novel appearance in their midst, had investigated and dragged it so far from the opening that it could not be seen unless one went down upon the floor to look for it. This was the conviction that flashed upon Jerry as she stood, without the power at first to speak or move. In her ears there was a roaring sound, like the rushing of distant waters falling heavily, while the objects in the room swam around her, and she experienced again that ringing sensation as if the top of her head was leaving her. She was so sure that here at last was a message from the dead, that she had the mystery of her babyhood in her grasp, and yet for 2 full minutes she hesitated and held back, until, at last, the face which had haunted her so often seemed almost to touch her own with a caress which brought the hot tears to her eyes, and the spell which had bound her hands and feet was broken. The bag was clasped, but not locked, although there was a lock, and Jerry thought involuntarily of the key found with the other articles on the dead woman's person. To unclasp the bag required a little strength, for the steel was covered with rust. But it yielded at last to Jerry's strong fingers, and the bag came open, disclosing first some hard object carefully wrapped in a silk handkerchief, which had been white in its day, but now was yellow and soiled by time. At this, however, Jerry scarcely looked, for her eye had fallen upon a package of papers beneath it, folded with care, and securely tied with a bit of faded blue ribbon. Seating herself upon the bench where she had been sleeping when Peterkin's voice aroused her, Jerry untied the package, and then began to read, first slowly, as if weighing every word and sentence, then faster and faster, until at last it seemed that her eyes fairly leaped from page to page, taking in the contents at a glance, and comprehending everything. When she had finished, she sat for a moment rigid as a corpse, and then with a loud glad cry, which went floating out upon the summer air, "Thank Heaven! I have found my mother!" She fell upon her face, insensible to everything. How long she lay thus she did not know, but when she came back to consciousness the sunlight had changed its position in the room, and she felt it was growing late. Starting up, and wiping from her face a drop of blood which had oozed from a cut in her forehead, caused by her striking it against some hard substance when she fell, she looked about her for a moment in a bewildered kind of way, not realizing at first what had happened; and even when she remembered, she was too much stunned and astonished to realize it all, as she would afterward when she was calmer and could think more clearly. Taking up the papers one by one, in the order in which she had found them, she tied them again with the blue ribbon, and put them into the bag. "There was something more," she whispered, trying to think what it was. Then, as her eye fell upon the first package she had taken out, and which was wrapped in a silk handkerchief, she took it up, and, removing the covering, started as suddenly as if a blow had been dealt her. For there was a tortoise-shell box with its blue satin lining and its diamonds, which seemed to her like so many sparks of fire flashing in her eyes and dazzling her with their brilliancy. Just such a box as this, and just such diamonds as these, Mrs. Frank Tracy had lost years ago, and as Jerry held them in her hand and turned them to the light, till they showed all the hues of the rainbow, she experienced a feeling of terror as if she were a thief and had been convicted of the theft. Then, as she remembered what she had read, she burst into a hysterical fit of laughing and crying together, and whispered to herself, "I believe I am going mad like him." After a time she arose, and with the bag on her arm and the diamonds in her hand, she started for home, with only one thought in her mind. "I must tell Harold and ask him what to do." She had forgotten that he was to leave that afternoon on the train, forgotten everything except the one subject which affected her so strongly, so that in one sense she might be said to be thinking of nothing, when as she was walking with her head bent down, she came suddenly face to face with Harold, who, with his satchel in his hand, was starting for the train due now in a few minutes. "Jerry," he exclaimed, "how late you are! I waited until the last minute to say good bye. Why, what ails you, and where have you been?" he continued, as she raised her head and he saw the strange pallor of her face. "In the tramp house," she answered, in a voice which was not hers at all, and made Harold look more curiously at her. As he did so, he saw peeping from a fold of the silk handkerchief the corner of the tortoiseshell box which he remembered so well, and the sight of which brought back all the shame and humiliation and pain of that morning when he had been suspected of taking it. "What is it? What have you in your hand?" he asked. Then Jerry's face, so pale before, turned scarlet, and her eyes had in them a wild look which Harold construed into fear as, without a word, she laid the box in his hand and stood watching him as he opened it. Harold's face was whiter than Jerry's had been, and his voice trembled as he said in a whisper, "Mrs. Tracy's diamonds." "Yes, Mrs. Tracy's diamonds," Jerry replied, with a marked emphasis on the Mrs. Tracy. "How came you by them, and where did you find them?" Harold asked next, shrinking a little from the glittering stones which seemed like fiery eyes confronting him. "I can't tell you now. Put them up, quick. Don't let anyone see them. Someone is coming," Jerry said hurriedly, as her ear caught a sound and her eye an object which Harold neither saw nor heard, as he mechanically put the box into his side pocket, and then turned just as Tom Tracy came up on horseback. "Hello, Jerry! Hello, Hal!" he cried, dismounting quickly and throwing the bridle rein over his arm. "And so you are off to that suit?" he continued, addressing himself to Harold. "By George, I wish I were a witness. I'd swear the old man's head off, for I believe he is an old liar." Then turning to Jerry, he continued, "Are you better than you were this morning? Upon my word, you look worse. It's that infernal watching last night that ails you. I told mother you ought not to have done it." Just then a whistle was heard in the distance. The train was at Truesdale, 4 miles away. "You will never catch it," Tom said, as Harold snatched up his bag and started to run. "Here, jump on to Beaver, and leave him at the station. I can go there for him." Harold knew it was impossible for him to make time against the train, and accepting Tom's offer, he vaulted into the saddle and galloped rapidly away, reaching the station just in time to give his horse to the care of a boy and to leap upon the train as it was moving away. Meanwhile Tom walked on with Jerry to the cottage, where he would have stopped if she had not said to him, "I would ask you to come in, but my head is aching so badly that I must go straight to bed. Good bye, Tom." And she offered him her hand, a most unusual thing for her to do on an ordinary occasion like this. What ailed her, Tom wondered, that she spoke so kindly to him and looked at him so curiously. Was she sorry for her decision, and did she wish to revoke it? "Then, by Jove, I'll give her a chance, for every time I see her I find myself more and more in love," Tom thought, as he left her and started for the station after Beaver, whom he found hitched to a post and pawing the ground impatiently. Mrs. Crawford was in the garden when Jerry entered the house, and thus there was no one to see her as she hurried upstairs and hid the leather bag away upon a shelf in her dressing room. First, however, she took out 2 of the papers and read them again, as if to make assurance doubly sure. Then she tried the little key to the lock, which it fitted perfectly. "There is no mistake," she whispered, "but I can't think about it now, for this terrible pain in my head. I must wait till Harold comes home. He will tell me what to do, and be so glad for me. Dear Harold! His days of labor are over, and grandmother's too. Those diamonds are a fortune in themselves, and they are mine, my own. She said so. Oh, mother, I have found you at last, but I can't make it real. My head is so strange. What if I should be crazy? What if that dreadful taint should be in my blood, or what if I should die just as I have found my mother? Oh, Heaven, don't let me die! Don't let me lose my reason, and I will try to do right. Only show me what right is." She was praying now upon her knees, with her throbbing head upon the side of the bed, into which she finally crept with her clothes on, even to her boots, for Jerry was herself no longer. The fever with which for days she had been threatened, and which had been induced by overstudy at Vassar, and the excitement which had followed her return home, could be kept at bay no longer, and when Mrs. Crawford, who had seen her enter the house, went up after a while to see why she did not come down to tea, she found her sleeping heavily, with spots of crimson upon her cheeks, while her hands, which moved incessantly, were burning with fever. Occasionally she moaned and talked of the tramp house, and rats, and Peterkin, who had struck the blow and knocked something or somebody down, Mrs. Crawford could not tell what, unless it were Jerry herself, on whose forehead there was a bunch the size now of a walnut. "Jerry, Jerry!" Mrs. Crawford said in alarm as she tried to remove the girl's clothes. "What is it, Jerry? What has happened? Who hurt you? Who struck the blow?" "Peterkin," was the faint response, as for an instant Jerry opened her eyelids only to close them again and sink away into a heavier sleep or stupefaction. It seemed the latter, and as Mrs. Crawford could not herself go for a physician, and as no one came down the lane that evening, she sat all night by Jerry's bed, bathing the feverish hands, and trying to lessen the lump on the forehead, which, in spite of all her efforts, continued to swell until it seemed to her it was as large as a hen's egg. "Did Peterkin strike you, and what for?" she kept asking, but Jerry only moaned and muttered something she could not understand, except once, when she said distinctly, "Yes, Peterkin. Such a blow! It was like a blacksmith's hammer, and knocked the table to pieces. I am glad he did it." Mrs. Crawford asked herself in vain what she meant, and when at last the early summer morning broke, she was almost as crazy as Jerry, who was steadily growing worse, and who was saying the strangest things about arrests and blows, and Peterkin, and Harold, and Mr. Arthur, whose names she always mentioned with a sob, and stretching out of her hands, as to some invisible presence. Help must be had, and for 2 hours Mrs. Crawford watched for the coming of someone, until at last she saw Tom Tracy galloping up on Beaver. "Tom! Tom!" she screamed from the window. "Don't get off, but ride for your life and fetch the doctor, quick. Jerry is very sick, has been crazy all night, and has a bunch on her head as big as a bowl, where she says Peterkin struck her." "Peterkin struck Jerry? I'll kill him!" Tom said, as he tore down the lane and out upon the highway in quest of the physician, who was soon found and at Jerry's side, where Tom stood with him, gazing awestruck upon the fever-stricken girl, who was tossing and talking all the time, and whose bright eyes unclosed once and fixed themselves on him, as he spoke her name and laid his hand on one of hers. "Oh, Tom, Tom," she said, "you told me you'd kill her. Will you kill her? Will you kill her?" And a wild, hysterical laugh echoed through the room as she kept repeating the words, "Will you kill her? Will you kill her?" which conveyed no meaning to Tom, who had forgotten what he had said he would do if a claimant to Tracy Park should appear in the shape of a lady. Whatever Jerry took up, she repeated rapidly until something else came into her mind, and when Mrs. Crawford, referring to the bunch on her head, said to the physician, "Peterkin struck the blow, she says," she began at once like a parrot, "Peterkin struck the blow, Peterkin struck the blow," until another idea suggested itself, and she began to ring changes on the sentence, "in the rat hole, in the trap house, in the trap house, in the rat hole," talking so fast that sometimes it was impossible to follow her. The blow on her head alone could not have produced this state of things. It was rather over-excitement, added to some great mental shock, the nature of which he could not divine, the doctor said to Tom, who, in his wrath at Peterkin, was ready to flay him alive, or at least to ride him on a rail the instant he entered town. It was a puzzling case, though not a dangerous one as yet, the physician said. Jerry's strong constitution could stand an attack much more severe than this one, and prescribing perfect quiet, with strict orders that she should see no more people than was necessary, he left, promising to return in the afternoon, when he hoped to find her better. Tom lingered a while after the doctor had left, and showed himself so thoughtful and kind that Mrs. Crawford forgave him much which she had harbored against him for his treatment of Harold. All night Tom's dreams had been haunted with Jerry's voice and Jerry's look as she gave him her hand and said, "Good-bye, Tom," and he had ridden over early to see if the look and tone were still there, and if they were, and he had a chance, he meant to renew his offer. But words of love would have been sadly out of place to this restless, feverish girl, whose incoherent babblings puzzled and bewildered him. One fact, however, was distinct in his mind: Peterkin had struck her a terrible blow in the tramp house. Of that he was sure, though why he should have done so he could not guess; and vowing vengeance upon the man, he left the cottage at last and rode down to the tramp house, where he found the table in a state of ruin upon the floor, 3 of the legs upon it, and the other one nowhere to be seen. "He struck her with it and then threw it away, I'll bet," he said to himself, as he hunted for the missing leg, "and it was some quarrel he picked with her about Hal, who is going to swear against him. Jerry would never hear Hal abused, and I've no doubt she aggravated the wretch until he forgot himself and dealt her that blow. I'll have him arrested for assault and battery, as sure as I am born." Hurrying home, he told the story to his mother, who smiled incredulously and said she did not believe it, bidding him to say nothing of it to Maud, who was not as well as usual that day. Then he told his father, who started at once for the cottage, where Mrs. Crawford refused to let him see Jerry, saying that the doctor's orders were that she should be kept perfectly quiet, and that she did seem a little better and more rational. But as they stood talking together near the open door, Jerry's voice was heard calling, "Let Mr. Frank come up." So Frank went up, and notwithstanding all he had heard from Tom, he was surprised at Jerry's flushed face and the unnatural expression of her eyes, which turned so eagerly toward him as he came in. For a moment her mind was tolerably clear, and she said to him abruptly, while she held his gaze steadily with her bright eyes, "You posted that letter?" Frank knew perfectly well that she meant the letter whose superscription he had studied so many times, and which had seldom been absent from his thoughts an hour since that night when, from her perch on the gate-post, Jerry had startled him with the question she was asking him now. But he affected ignorance, and said as indifferently as he could, "What letter do you mean?" "Why, the one Mr. Arthur wrote to Gretchen, or her friends in Wiesbaden, and gave me to post. You took it for me to the office, and I sat on the gate so long waiting for you to come and tell me you had posted it sure." "Oh, yes, I remember it, and how you frightened me sitting up there so high like a goblin," Frank answered falteringly, his face as crimson now as Jerry's, and his eyes dropping beneath her gaze. "Gretchen's friends never got that letter," Jerry continued. "No, they never got it," Frank answered mechanically. "If they had," Jerry went on, "they would have answered it, for she had friends there." Frank looked up quickly at the girl talking so strangely to him. What had she heard? What did she know? Or was this only an outburst of insanity? She certainly looked crazy as she lay there talking to him. He was sure of it a moment after, when she said to him as he arose to go, "You have been kind to me, you and Maud, and I shan't forget it. Tell her I shan't forget it. I shan't forget it. Kiss me, Mr. Tracy, please." Had he been struck by lightning, Frank could hardly have been more astonished than he was at this singular request, and for a moment he stared blankly at the girl who had made it, not because he was at all averse to granting it, but because he doubted the propriety of the act, even if she were crazy. But something in Jerry's face, like Arthur's, mastered him, and stooping down, he kissed the parched lips through which the breath came so hotly, wondering as he did so what Dolly would say if she could see him, a white-haired man of 45, kissing a young girl of 20, and that girl Jerry Crawford. "Thanks," Jerry said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "I think you have been chewing tobacco, haven't you? But I shan't forget it. I shall do right. I shall do right." She was certainly growing worse, Frank thought, as he went down to confer with Mrs. Crawford as to what ought to be done, and to offer his services. He would remain there that afternoon, he said, and send a servant over to be in the house during the night. "She is very sick," he said, "but it does not seem as if her sickness could be caused wholly by that bruise on her head. Do you think Peterkin struck her?" "She says so," was Mrs. Crawford's reply, "though why he should do it I cannot guess." Then she added that a servant would not be necessary, as Harold would be home by 7. "But he may not," Frank replied. "Squire Harrington came at 2, and reported that the suit was not called until so late that they would not probably get through with the witnesses to-day, so Hal may not be here, and I will send Rob anyway." On his way home Frank, too, looked in at the Tramp house, and saw the broken-down table, and hunted for the missing leg, and with Tom concluded that something unusual had taken place there, though he could not guess what. That evening, as Jerry grew more and more restless and talkative, Mrs. Crawford listened anxiously for the train, and when it came waited and watched for Harold, but watched in vain, for Harold did not come. Several of her neighbors, however, did come. Those who had gone to the city out of curiosity to attend the lawsuit, and "see old Peterkin squirm and hear him swear," and could she have looked into the houses in the village that night, she would have heard some startling news, for almost before the train rolled away from the platform, everybody at or near the station had been told that Mrs. Tracy's diamonds had been found in Harold Hastings' pocket, and that he was under arrest. Such news travels fast, and it reached the Park house just as the family were finishing their late dinner. "I told you so. I always thought he was guilty, or knew something about them. Mrs. Frank exclaimed, with a look of exultation on her face as she turned to her husband.
What do you think now of your fine young man, who has been hanging around here after your daughter until she is half betwaddled after him?"
Frank's face was very grave as he answered decidedly, "I do not believe it. Harold Hastings never took your diamonds."
"How came he by them, then?"
she asked in a loud, angry voice. "I don't know," her husband replied. "There is some mistake. It will be cleared in time. But keep it from Maud. I think the news would kill her." Meantime, Tom had sat with his brows knit together, as if intently thinking, and when at last he spoke, he said to his father, "I shall go to Springfield on the 10 o'clock train, and you'd better go with me." To this Frank made no objections. If his wife's diamonds were really found, he ought to be there to receive them, and besides, he might say a word in Harold's defense if necessary. So 10 o'clock found him and Tom at the station, where was also Dick St. Clair, with several other young men, pacing up and down the platform and excitedly discussing the news, of which they did not believe a word. "I almost feel as if they were hurting me when they touch Hal, he's such a noble fellow," Dick said to Mr. Tracy and Tom. "We are all as mad as we can be, and so a lot of us fellows, who have always known him, are going over to speak a good word for him, and go his bail if necessary. I don't believe, though, they can do anything after all these years, but father will know, he is there with him." And so the night train to Springfield carried 10 men from Shannondale, 9 of whom were going to stand by Harold, while the 10th hardly knew why he was going or what he believed. Arrived in the city, their first inquiry was for Harold, who, instead of being in the charge of an officer, as they had feared, was quietly sleeping in his room at the hotel, while Judge St. Clair had the diamonds in his possession. End of Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Harold and the Diamonds. When Harold sprang upon the train as it was moving from the station and entered the rear car, he found Billy and Peterkin near the door, the latter buttonholing Judge St. Clair, to whom he was talking loudly and angrily of Wilson, who had brought the suit against him. "Yes, yes, I see, I know. But all that will come out on the trial," the judge said, trying to silence him. But Peterkin held on until his eye caught Harold, when he at once let the judge go, and seating himself beside the young man, began in a soft, coaxing tone for him. "I don't see why in thunder you are going agin me, who have allus been your friend, and gin you work when you couldn't git it anywheres else, and I can't imagine what you're going to say or what you know." Harold's face was very red, but his manner was respectful as he replied, "You cannot be more sorry than I am that I am subpoenaed as a witness against you. I did not seek it. I could not help it, but being a witness, I must answer the questions truthfully." "Thunder and lightning, man! Of course you must. Don't I know that?" the irascible Peterkin growled, getting angry at once. "Of course you must answer questions, but you needn't blab out stuff they don't ask you, so as to lead 'em on. I know 'em, the bloodhounds. They'll squeeze you dry once let 'em get an inkling you know somethin' more. Now if this goes agin me I'm out at least $30,000, and between you and I don't mind givin' a cool 2,000 or 3 or maybe 5 right out of pocket, cash down, to anybody whose testimony without bein' a lie. I don't want nobody swear false, remember, but heavens and earth, can't a body forgit a little and keep back a lot if they want to?" "What are you trying to say to me?" Harold asked, his face pale with resentment, as he suspected the man's motive. "Say to you? Nothin'. Only that I'll give $5,000 down to the chap whose testimony gets me off and flings Wilson." "Mr. Peterkin," Harold said, looking the old wretch fully in the face, "if you are trying to bribe me, let me tell you at once that I am not to be bought. I shall not volunteer information, but shall answer truthfully whatever is asked me." "Go to thunder, then! I always knew you were a bad egg!" Peterkin roared; and as there was nothing to be made from Harold, he changed his seat to the one his son was occupying. Left to himself, Harold had time to think of the diamonds, which indeed had not been absent from his thoughts a moment since Jerry gave them to him. They were closely buttoned in his coat pocket, where they burned like fire, as he wondered where and how Jerry had found them. In the tramp house it must have been, he said to himself. But who put them there, and how did she chance to find them, and why did she look so wild and excited, so like a crazy person, when she gave them to me, bidding me let no one see them? These questions he could not answer, and his brain was all in a whirl when the train reached Springfield, and with the others he registered himself at the hotel. Suddenly there came back to him, with horrible distinctness, the words Jerry had spoken to him years ago, when he walked homeward with her from the Park House, where he had been questioned so closely by Mrs. Tracy with regard to her diamonds and what he had been doing in the house on the morning of their disappearance. "I believe I know where the diamonds are," she had said, and in his excitement he had scarcely noticed it. But it came back to him now with fearful significance as, after the gas was lighted, he sat alone in a little reception room opening from one of the parlors. Did Jerry know where they were, and had not spoken? And if so, was she not guilty of trying to shield another? For that she took them herself he never for a moment dreamed. It was someone else, and she knew and did not tell. He was certain of it now, as every incident connected with her strange sickness came back to him, when she seemed to be doing penance for another's fault. She had called herself an accessory, and that was what she was, or rather what the world would call her if it knew. To him she was Jerry, the girl he loved, and he would defend her to the bitter end, no matter how culpable she had been in keeping silence so long. But who took them? That was the question puzzling him so much as he sat thinking, with his head bent down, and so absorbed that he did not hear a step in the adjoining room, or know that Peterkin had seated himself just where a large mirror showed him distinctly the young man in the next room, whom he recognized at once, though Harold never moved for a few moments or lifted his head. At last, however, he unbuttoned his coat, and after glancing cautiously around to make sure no one was near, he took the box from his pocket, and holding the stones to the light examined them carefully, taking in his hand first the earrings and then the pin, and holding them in such a way that 2 or 3 times they flashed directly in the eyes of the cruel man watching him. "Yes, they are Mrs. Tracy's diamonds. There can be no mistake," he whispered, just as he became conscious that there was someone in the door looking at him. Quick as thought he put the box out of sight, while Peterkin's voice, exultant and hateful, called out, "Hello, Mr. Prayer Book! Your piety won't let you keep back a darn thing you know agin me. But it lets you have in your possession diamonds which I'd e'en a'most swear was them stones Miss Tracy lost years ago and suspected you of takin'. I know the box, anyway. I heard it described so often, and I believe I know them diamonds. I seen 'em in the lookin'-glass settin' in t'other room, and seen you look all round like a thief afore you opened 'em. So fork over, and mebbe you can give me back May Jane's pin you stole at the party the night Mr. Arthur came home. Fork over, I say." Too much astonished at first to speak, Harold looked at the man who had attacked him so brutally, while his hand closed tightly over the diamonds in his pocket, as if fearing they might be wrenched from him by force. "Will you fork over, or shall I call the perlice?" Peterkin asked. "Call the police as soon as you like," Harold replied, "but I shall not give you the diamonds." "Then you own that you've got 'em. That's half the battle," Peterkin said, coming close up to him, and looking at him with a meaning smile more detestable than any menace could have been. "I know you've got 'em, and I can ruin you if I try, and then what'll your doxy think of you? Will she refuse my bail for a thief, and treat me as if I was dirt?" "What do you mean, sir?" Harold demanded, feeling intuitively that by his "doxy" Jerry was meant, and feeling a great horror, too, lest by some means her name should be mixed up with the affair before she had a chance to explain. The reference to Billy was a puzzle, but Peterkin did not long leave him in doubt. "I mean that you think yourself very fine, and always have, and that our gal of the carpet bag thinks herself fine too, and refused my bill for you, who ain't a cent in the world. I seen it in her face when I twitted her on it, and she riz up agin me like a catamount. But I'll be even with you both yet. I've got you in my power, young man, but—" and here he came a step or two nearer to Harold, and dropping his voice to a whisper, said, "I shan't do nothin', nor say nothin' till you've gin your evidence, and if you can hold your tongue, I will. You tickle me, and I'll tickle you. See?" Harold was too indignant to reply, and feeling that he was degrading himself every moment he spent in the presence of such a man, he left the room without a word, and went to his own apartment, but not to sleep, for never had he spent so wretched a night as that which followed his interview with Peterkin. Of what the man could do to him he had no fear. His anxiety was all for Jerry. Where did she find the diamonds, and for whom had she kept silence so long? And what would be said of the act when it was known, as it might be, though not from him? 2 or 3 times he arose, and lighting the gas, examined the diamonds carefully to see if there was not some mistake. But there could be none. He had seen them on the lady's person, and had heard them described so accurately that he could not be mistaken, and then the box was the same he had once seen when Jack took him to his mother's room to show him what Uncle Arthur had brought. That was a tortoise shell of an oval shape and lined with blue satin, and this was a tortoise shell, oval shaped and lined with blue satin. Harold felt, when at last the daylight shone into his room, that if it had tarried a moment longer he must have gone mad. He was very white and haggard, and there were dark rings under his eyes when he went down to the office, where the first person he met was Billy, who also looked pale and worn, with a different expression upon his face from anything Harold had ever seen before. It was as if all life and hope had gone, leaving him nothing to care for. In his anxiety and worry about the diamonds, Harold had scarcely given a thought to what Peterkin had said of Jerry's refusal of Billy, for it seemed so improbable that the latter would presume to offer himself to her. But at sight of Billy's face it came back to him with a throb of pity for the man, and a thrill of joy for himself, for whom Peterkin had said his son was rejected. "Does Billy know of the diamonds, I wonder?" he thought. As if to answer the question in the negative, Billy came quickly forward, and offering his hand, bade Harold good morning, and then motioning him to a seat, took one beside him, and began. "I'm awful sorry, Hal, that you are mixed up in this, but I suppose you must tell the truth." "Yes, I must tell the truth," Harold said. "Father will be so mad," Billy continued. "I wish I could testify for you, but I can't. You were there, I want, and all I know father told me, but don't volunteer information." "No," Harold said slowly, wishing that the ocean were rolling between him and this detestable suit. Once he resolved to go to Judge St. Clair, deliver up the diamonds, and tell him all he knew about them, but this would be bringing Jerry into the matter, and so he changed his mind, and wandered aimlessly about the town until it was time for him to appear at the court house, where a crowd was gathering. It was late before the suit known as Wilson versus Peterkin was called, and later still when Harold took the stand. White and trembling, so that both his hands and his knees were shaking visibly, he looked more like a criminal than a witness, and he was so agitated and preoccupied, too, that at first his answers were given at random, as if he hardly knew what he was saying. Nor did he, for over and beyond the sea of faces confronting him, Judge St. Clair's wondering and curious, Billy's wondering too, Wilson's disappointed and surprised, and Peterkin's threatening and exultant by turns, he saw only Jerry coming to see him in the lane and asking him to keep the diamonds for her, saw her too away back years ago in the little room with her fever-stained cheeks and shorn head, talking the strangest things of prisons and substitutes and accessories, and assuring someone that she would never tell and was going for him if necessary. Who was that man? Where was he now? And why had he imposed this terrible secret upon Jerry? These were the thoughts crowding through his brain while he was being questioned as to what he knew of the agreement between the plaintiff and defendant while in the office of the latter. Once a thought of Maud crossed his mind with a keen pang of regret, as he remembered the lovely face which had smiled so fondly upon him, mistaking his meaning utterly, and appropriating to herself the love he was trying to tell her was another's. And with thoughts of Maud there came a thought of Arthur, the very first which Harold had given him. Arthur, the crazy man, who himself had hidden the diamonds, and for whom Jerry was ready to sacrifice so much. It was clear as daylight to him now, the anxiety and strain were over, and those who were watching him so intently as he gave his answers at random with the sweat pouring down his face, were electrified at the start he gave as he came to himself and realized for the first time where he was and why he was there. Arthur would never see Jerry wronged. She was safe. And with this load lifted from him, he gave his whole attention to the business on hand, answering the questions now clearly and distinctly. When at last the lawyer said to him, "Repeat what you can remember of the conversation which took place between the plaintiff and defendant on the morning of 1800 , he gave one sorry look at poor Billy, who was the picture of shame and confusion, and then, in a clear distinct voice, which filled every corner of the room, told what he had heard said in his presence, and what he knew of the transaction, proving conclusively that the plaintiff was right, and Peterkin a rascal, and this in the face of the man who had asked him not to blab, and who shook his fist at him threateningly as the narrative went on. "Would you believe the defendant under oath?" was asked at the close, and Harold answered promptly, "Under oath, yes." "Would you if not under oath?" "If an untruth would be to his advantage, no." And then Harold was through. As he stepped down from the witness stand old Peterkin arose, so angry that at first he could scarcely articulate his words. "You dog! You liar! You thief!" he screamed, "to stand there and lie so about me! I'll teach you! I'll show 'em what you are! If there's a perlice, I call on 'em to arrest this feller for them diamonds of Miss Tracy's. They are in his pocket, or was last night. I seen 'em myself, and he doesn't deny it." By this time the court house was in wild confusion, as the spectators arose from their seats and pressed forward to where Peterkin stood denouncing Harold, who looked as if he were going to faint, as Billy hastened to his side, whispering, "Lean on me, and I will get you out of this. Father is mad." But order was soon restored, though not until Peterkin had yelled again, as Harold was leaving the room, "Search him, I tell you! Don't let him escape! He's got 'em in his pocket! Miss Tracy's diamonds! Lord of heavens! Don't you remember the row there was about 'em years ago?" Of what followed during the next hour Harold knew very little. There was a crowd around him, and cries of "He is going to faint!" while Billy's stammering voice called pleadingly, "Stand back! Can't you and give him air?" Then a deluge of water in his face, then a great darkness, and the voices sounded a long way off, and he felt so tired and sleepy, and thought of Jerry and Maud, and lived over again the scene in the tramp house, when he found the former in the bag, and felt her arms around his neck as he staggered with her through the snow, wondering why she was so heavy, and why her feet were dragging on the ground. When he came more fully to himself, he was in a little room in the court house, and Billy's arm was lying protectingly across his shoulder, while Billy's father was bellowing like a bull. "Be you goin' to let him go? Ain't you goin' to git a writ and arrest him? Why don't you handcuff him, somebody? And you, Bill, be you a fool to stand there huggin' him as if he was a gal? What do you mean?" "Hal is my friend, father. He never took the diamonds," Billy answered sadly, while Judge St. Clair, who had the box of jewels in his hand and was looking very anxious, turned to the angry man, clamoring so loudly for a writ, and said sternly, "Even if Harold took the diamonds, which he did not, I am certain of that, there is some mistake which he will explain. But if he took them, it is too late to arrest him. A theft committed 10 years ago cannot be punished now." "May the Lord give you sense!" Peterkin rejoined with a derisive laugh. "Don't tell me that a body can't be punished for stealin' diamonds if 'twas done 100 years ago." "But it is true, nevertheless," the judge replied. Turning to another lawyer who was standing near, Peterkin asked, "Is that so, Square? Is it so writ? Is that the law?" "That is the law," was the response. "Well, I'll be condumned if that don't beat all!" Peterkin exclaimed. "Can't be sent to prison? I swaw, there ain't no law nor justice for nobody but me, and I must be kicked to the wall. I'll give up, and won't try to be nobody, I vum." And as he talked he walked away to ruminate upon the injustice of the law, which could not touch Harold Hastings, but could throw its broad arms tightly around himself. Meanwhile the judge had ordered a carriage and taken Harold with him to his private room in the hotel, where the hardest part for Hal was yet to come. "Now, my boy," the judge said, after he had made Harold lie down upon the couch and had locked the door, "now tell me all about it. How came you by the diamonds?" It was such a pitiful, pleading, agonized face which lifted itself from the cushion and looked at Judge St. Clair as Harold began. "I cannot tell you now, I must not, but by and by perhaps I can. They were handed to me to keep by someone, just for a little while. I cannot tell you who it was. I think I would die sooner than do it. Certainly I would rather go to prison, as Peterkin wishes me to." There was a thoughtful, perplexed look in the Judge's face as he said, "This is very strange, Harold, that you cannot tell who gave them to you, and with some people will be construed against you." "I know it, but I would rather bear it than have that person's name brought in question," was Harold's reply. "Do you think that person took them?" the Judge asked. "No, 1,000 times no," and Harold leaped to his feet and began to pace the floor hurriedly. "They never took them, never. I'd swear to that with my life. Don't talk any more about it, please. I can't bear it. I have gone through so much to day, and last night I never slept a wink. Oh, I am so tired." And with a groan he threw himself again upon the couch, and closing his eyes, dropped almost instantly into a heavy slumber, from which the Judge did not rouse him until after dinner, when he ordered some refreshment sent to his room, and himself awoke the young man, who could only swallow a cup of coffee and a part of a biscuit. "I am so tired," he kept repeating, "but I shall be better in the morning," and long before the night train had come he was in bed sleeping off the effects of the day's excitement. The next morning when he went down to the office he was surprised and bewildered at the crowd which gathered around him, the friends who had come on the train to stand by and defend him, if necessary, and as the home faces he had known all his life looked kindly into his, and the familiar voices of his boyhood told him of sympathy for and faith in him, while hand after hand took his in a friendly clasp, that of Dick St. Clair clinging to his with a grasp which said plainer than words could have done, "I believe in you, Hal, and am so sorry for you." The tension of his nerves gave way entirely, and sinking down in their midst he cried like a child when freed from some terrible danger. He had not thought before that he cared for himself what people said, but he knew now that he did, and this assurance of confidence from his friends unnerved him for a time. Then, dashing away his tears, and lifting up his face, on which his old winning smile was breaking, he said, "Excuse me for this weakness. Only girls should cry, but I have borne so much, and your coming was such a surprise. Thank you all. I cannot say what I feel. I should cry again if I did." "Never mind, old boy," Dick's cheery voice called out. "We know what you would say. We came to help you, just a few of us, but if anything had really happened to you, why all Shannondale would have turned out to the rescue." "Thank you, Dick," Harold said. Then, as his eye fell for the first time upon Tom, he exclaimed with a glad ring in his voice, "And you too, Tom." "Yes, I thought I'd come with the crowd and see the fun," Tom answered indifferently, as he walked away by himself. Tom had said very little on the train or after he reached the hotel, but no one had listened with more eagerness to every detail of the matter than he had done, and all that morning he was busy gathering up every item of information, and listening to the guesses as to who the person could be who gave the diamonds to Harold. The jewels had been identified by his father and by himself, although an identification was scarcely necessary, as Harold had distinctly said, "They are the Tracy diamonds. The person who gave them to me said so." But who was the person? That was the question puzzling the heads of all the Shannondale people as the morning wore on and each went where he liked. At last, toward noon, Tom found himself near Harold in front of the court house, and going up to him said, "Hal, I want to talk to you a little while." "Yes," Hal said, and selecting a retired corner, Tom began. "Hal, I've never shown any great liking for you, and I don't suppose I have any, but I don't like to see a man kicked for nothing, and so I came over with the rest." "Thank you, Tom," Harold replied. "I don't think you ever did like me, and I don't think I cared if you didn't, but I'm glad you came. Is that all you wish to say to me?" "No," Tom answered. "Jerry is very sick." "Jerry sick? Oh, Tom!" It was a cry of almost despair, as Harold thought, "What if she should die and the people never know?" "She had an awful headache when you left her in the lane, and the next morning she was raving mad. Kind of a brain fever, I guess." Harold was stupefied, but he managed to ask, "Does she talk much? What does she say?" There was alarm in his voice, which the sagacious Tom detected, and strengthened in his suspicion, he replied, "Nothing about the diamonds, and the Lord knows I hope she won't." "What do you mean?" Harold asked in a frightened tone. "Don't you worry," Tom replied. "I wouldn't harm Jerry any more than you would. But well, Hal, you are a trump.
Yes, you are, to hold your tongue and let some think you are the culprit. Hal, Jerry gave you the diamonds. I saw her do it in the lane as I came up to you. I did not think of it at the time, but afterward it came to me that you took something from her and slipped it into your pocket, and that you both looked scared when you saw me. Jerry was abstracted and queer all the way to the house, and had a bruise on her head, and she keeps talking of the tramp house and Peterkin, who, she says, dealt the blow. I went to the tramp house and found the old table on the floor with 3 of the legs on it. The 4th I couldn't find. I thought at first that the old wretch had quarreled with her about you on account of the suit, and she had squared up to him and he had struck her, but now I believe he had the diamonds, and she got them from him in some way, and he struck her with the missing table leg. If you say so, I'll have him arrested." Tom had told his story rapidly while Harold listened, until he suggested the arrest of Peterkin, when he exclaimed, "No, no, Tom. No. Don't you see, that would mix Jerry's name up with the diamonds, and that must not be. She must not be mentioned in connection with them until she speaks for herself. And besides, I do not believe it was Peterkin who took them. It might have been your Uncle Arthur." "Uncle Arthur?" Tom said indignantly. "Why, he gave them to mother." "I know he did," Harold continued, "but in a crazy fit he might have taken them away and secreted them and then forgotten it, and Jerry might have known it and not been able to find them till now. Many things go to prove that." And very briefly Harold repeated some incidents connected with Jerry's illness when she was a child. "That looks like it, certainly," Tom said, "but I am awfully loath to give up arresting the brute, and believe I shall do it yet for assault and battery. He certainly struck her. You will see for yourself the lump on her head." So saying, Tom arose to go away, but before he went he made a remark quite characteristic of him and his feeling for Harold, to whom he said with a laugh, "Don't for thunder's sake think us a kind of Damon and Pythias twins, because I've joined hands with you against Peterkin and for Jerry. Herod and Pilate, you know, became friends, but I guess at heart they were Pilate and Herod still. No danger of my presuming at all upon your friendship for myself, though I thank you for your interest in Jerry," Harold replied. Then the two separated, Tom going his way and Harold his, until it was time for the afternoon train, which was to take them home. The suit had gone against Peterkin, and it was in a towering rage that he stood in the depot, denouncing everybody, and swearing he would sell out Loober too and every dumb thing he owned in Shannondale, and take his money away, and then see how they'd get along without his capital to boost 'em. At Harold he would not even look, for his testimony had been the most damaging of all, and he frowned savagely when on entering the car he saw his son in the same seat with him, talking in low, earnest tones, while Harold was evidently listening to him with interest. The suit had been a pain and trouble to Billy from beginning to end, for he knew his father was in the wrong, and he bore no malice toward Harold for his part in it, and when the diamonds came up and his father was clamoring for a writ, he was the first to declare Harold's innocence and to say he would go his bail. Now there was in his mind another plan by which to benefit his friend and rival too, for Billy knew he was that, and the heart of the little man ached with a bitter pain and sense of loss whenever he thought of Jerry, and lived over again the scene under the butternut tree by the river, when her blue eyes had smiled so kindly upon him and her hands had touched his, even while she was breaking his heart. When Billy reached his majority his father had given him $100,000, and thus he had business of his own to transact, and a part of this was just now centered in Washington Territory, where in Tacoma, on Puget Sound, he owned real estate and had dealings with several parties. To attend to this an agent was needed for a while, and he said to himself, "I'll offer it to Hal, with such a salary that he cannot refuse it. That will get him out of the way until this thing blows over." Billy knew perfectly well that although everybody said Harold was innocent, and that 9/10 believed it, there would still be a few in Shannondale, whose opinions his father's money controlled, who, without exactly saying they doubted him, would make it unpleasant for him in many ways, and from this he would save him by sending him to Tacoma at once, and thus getting him out of the way of any unpleasantness which might arise from his father's persecutions or those of his clan. It was this which he was proposing to Harold, who at once thought favorably of it, not because he wished to escape from the public, he said, but because of the pay offered, and which seemed to him far more than his services would be worth. "You are a noble fellow, Billy," he said. "I'll think of the plan, and let you know after I've seen Jerry and Judge St. Clair." All right. He'll advise you to go,"
Billy said as they arose to leave the car, followed by Peterkin, who had been engaged in a fierce altercation with Tom, that young man having accused him of striking Jerry, and threatening to have him arrested for assault and battery the moment they reached Shannondale.
"Thunder and lightning and guns!"
old Peterkin exclaimed, while the spittle flew from his mouth like the spray from Niagara.
"I assault and batter Jerry Crawford? A gal? What do you take me for, young man? I'm a gentleman, I be, if I ain't a Tracy, and I never 'saulted nor battered nobody, and she'll tell you so herself. Heavens and earth! This is the way 'twas,"
and Peterkin shook from his head to his feet, for, like most men who clamor so loudly for the law, he had a mortal terror of it for himself, and Tom's threatening looks and words made him afraid.
"This is how 'twas. I found her in the tramp house, and I was all fired mad at her about somethin', I shan't tell what, for Bill would kill me. But I pitched into her right and left. And by gum she pitched into me, so that for a spell it was nip and tuck betwixt us, and by George if she didn't order me out of the tramp house, and said it was hern, and I'll be dummed if I don't believe she'd have put me out too, body and bones. She was just like a tiger, and I swan I was feared on her and backed out with a kind of flourish of my fist on that darned old rotten table which went all to smash, and that's all I know. You don't call that salt and batter, do you?"
Tom could not say that he did, but he replied,
"That's your version of it. Jerry may have another, and her friends ain't going to have her abused by a chap like you, and my advice is that you hold your tongue both about her and Harold. It will be better for you. Do you understand?" "You bet,"
Peterkin said, with a meaning nod, breathing a little more freely as he caught sight of the highest tower of Le Berthoud, and more freely still when he arrived at the station, where he was met by his coat of arms carriage, instead of a writ, and was suffered to go peaceably home, a disappointed, if not a better man. Chapter 43 through 45 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43 Harold and Jerry. The news which so electrified all Shannondale was slow in reaching Mrs. Crawford, but it did reach her at last, crushing and overwhelming her with a sense of shame and anguish until, as the day wore on, Grace Atherton and Mrs. St. Clair and Nina and many others came to reassure her, and to say that it was all a mistake, which would soon be cleared up. Thus comforted and consoled, she tried to be calm and wait patiently for the train. But there was a great pity for her boy in her heart as she sat by Jerry's bedside and watched her in all her varying moods, now perfectly quiet, while her wide open eyes stared up at the ceiling as if she were seeing something there, now talking of Peterkin, and the tramp house, and the table, and the blow, and again of the bag, which she said was lost, and which her grandmother must find. Thinking she meant the carpet bag, Mrs. Crawford brought that to her, but she tossed it aside impatiently, saying, "No, no, the other one, which tells it all. Where is it? I must have lost it. Find it, find it. To be so near and yet so far. What did it say? Why can't I think? Am I like Mr. Arthur? Crazy like him?" Mrs. Crawford thought her crazier than Arthur, and waited still more impatiently for Harold, until she heard his step outside and knew that he had come. "Harold!" "Grandma," was all they said for a moment, while the poor old lady was sobbing on his neck, and then he comforted her as best he could, telling her that it was all over now, that no one but Peterkin had accused him, that everybody was ready to defend him, and that after a little he could explain everything. "And now I must see Jerry," he continued, starting for the stairs, and glad that his grandmother did not attempt to follow him. Jerry had heard his voice, and had raised herself in bed, and as he came in met him with the question, "Have you brought them? Has any one seen them?" The strange light in her eyes should have told Harold how utterly incapable she was of giving any rational answers to his questions, but he did not think of that, and instead of trying to quiet her, he plunged at once into the subject she had broached. "Do you mean the diamonds?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, "the diamonds, the diamonds, where are they?" "Mrs. Tracy has them by this time," Harold replied. "Mrs. Tracy!" Jerry exclaimed. "What has she to do with them? They are not hers. They are mine. They are mine. Bring them to me! Bring them to me!" She was terribly excited, and for a time Harold bent all his energies to soothe her, and at last, when from sheer exhaustion she became quiet, he said to her: "Jerry, where did you find the diamonds?" She looked at him curiously, but made no reply, and he went on: "You must tell me where you found them. It is necessary I should know." Still she did not reply, and he continued: "Those diamonds have caused me a great deal of trouble, and will cause me more unless you tell me where you found them. Try and think. Was it in the tramp house?" That started her at once, and she began to rave of the tramp house, and the rat hole, and the table, and Peterkin, who dealt the blow. The bruise on her head had not proved so serious as was at first feared, and with her tangled hair falling over her face Harold had not noticed it. But he looked at it now and questioned her about it, asking if Peterkin struck her there. "No," she said, and began again to babble of rat holes and table legs and bags and diamonds, until Harold was convinced that there was nothing to be learned from her in her present condition, and started for the tramp house to see what that would tell him. The table was still upon the floor, with the 3 legs upon it, while the 4th one was missing. But Harold found it at last, for remembering what Jerry had said of the rat hole, he investigated that spot, and from its enlarged appearance drew his own conclusion. Jerry had found the diamonds there, he had no doubt of it, and he said so to Tom Tracy, who appeared in the doorway just as he was leaving it. Sitting down upon the bench inside, the 2 young men, who had been enemies all their lives, but who were now drawn together by a common sympathy and love for Jerry, talked the matter over again, each arriving at the same theory as the most probable one they could accept. Arthur, in a crazy fit, had secreted the diamonds, and Jerry knew it, though possibly not where he had put them. This accounted for her strange sickness when a child, while her finding them later on, added to other causes, would account for her sickness now. "Peterkin owns that he was blowing her up for something, and that he knocked the table down with his fist, but he swears he didn't touch her," Tom said, repeating in substance all Peterkin had said to him in the train when shaking with fear of a writ. "And do you still mean to keep silent with regard to Jerry?" he asked. "Yes," Harold replied. "Her name must not be mentioned in connection with the diamonds. I can't have the slightest breath of suspicion touching Jerry, my sister." "Sister be hanged!" Tom began savagely, then checked himself, and added with a laugh: "Don't try to deceive me, Hal, with your sister business. You love Jerry, and she loves you, and that is one reason why I hate you, or shall, when this miserable business is cleared up. Just now we must pull together and find out where she found the diamonds, and who put them there. To write to Uncle Arthur would do no good, though seeing him might. The last we heard he was thinking of taking the coast voyage from San Francisco to Tacoma." "Tom," Harold exclaimed with great energy, as he sprang to his feet, "that decides me," and then he told of the offer Billy had made him on the car. "When I saw how sick Jerry was, I made up my mind not to accept it, although I need the money badly. But now if she gets no worse, I shall start for Tacoma in a few days, and shall find your Uncle Arthur, if he is to be found." It was growing dark when the 2 young men finally emerged from the house and stood for a moment outside, while Harold inquired for Maud. "She is not very well, that's a fact," Tom said gloomily, "and no wonder when mother keeps her cooped up in one room without enough fresh air, and lets nobody see her except the family and the doctor, for fear they will excite her. She knows nothing about the diamonds or that Jerry is sick. I did tell her, though, that you had come home, and by Jove, I pretty near forgot it. She wants to see you bad. But, Lord, mother won't let you in. No use to try. She's like a she-wolf guarding its cub. Good night." And Tom walked away, while Harold went back to the cottage, where he found Jerry sleeping very quietly, with a look on her face so like that it had worn in her babyhood, when he called her his little girl, that he involuntarily stooped down and kissed it as one would kiss a beautiful baby. The next morning Jerry was very restless and wild, and Harold began to doubt as to whether he ought to take the western trip or not. If he went he must go at once, and to leave Jerry in her present state seemed impossible. He would consult the physician first, and Judge St. Clair next. The doctor gave as his opinion that Jerry was in no danger if she were only kept quiet. She had taken a severe cold and overtaxed her strength, but he had no fear for the result, and he thought Harold might venture to leave her. "Yes, I'd go if I were you," he added, for, like Billy, he too thought it might be pleasanter for Harold to be out of the way for a time, although he did not say so. And this was the view the Judge took of it, after a few moments' conversation. His first question had been, "Well, my boy, can you tell me now who gave them to you?" "No, I can't," was Harold's reply, and then, acting upon a sudden impulse, he burst out impetuously, "Yes, I will, for I can trust you, and I want your advice so badly." So he repeated rapidly all he knew, and his theory with regard to Arthur, whom he wished to find, and of Billy's proposition that he should go on his business to Tacoma. For a few moments the Judge seemed perplexed and undecided. If Harold stayed, he might have some unpleasant things to bear and hear, for there were those who would talk in spite of their protestations of his innocence, while to go might look like running away from the storm, with the matter unexplained. On the whole, however, he thought it was better to go. "Jerry's interests are safe with me," he said, "and by the time you return everything will be explained. But find Mr. Tracy as soon as possible. I am inclined to think your theory with regard to him correct." So it was decided that Harold should go, and the next night was appointed for him to start. Had he known that Peterkin and even Mrs. Tracy were each in her own and his own way insinuating that he was running from public opinion, nothing could have induced him to leave. But he did not know it, and went about his preparations with as brave a heart as he could command under the circumstances. Jerry was more quiet now, though every effort on his part to learn anything from her concerning the diamonds brought on a fit of raving when she would insist that the jewels were hers and must be brought to her. "But you told me they were Mrs. Tracy's," he said to her once. And she replied, "So they are, or were, but oh, how little you know!" And this was all he could get from her. He told her he was going away, but that did not affect her, and she began to talk of Maud, who, she said, must not be harmed. "Have you seen her?" she asked him. "Not yet," he replied, "but I am going to say good bye," and on the day of his departure he went to the Park House and asked if he could see Maud. "Of course not," was Mrs. Tracy's prompt reply when the request was taken to her. "No one sees her, and I certainly shall not allow him to enter her room." "But, Dolly," Frank began protestingly, but was cut short by the lady, who said, "You needn't dolly me or try to take his part either. I have my opinion, and always shall. He cannot see Maud, and you may tell him so," now turning to the servant who had brought Harold's message, and who softened it as much as possible. Harold had half expected a refusal, and was prepared for it. Taking a card from his pocket, he wrote upon it, "Dear Maud, I am going away for a few weeks, and am very sorry that I cannot see you, but your mother knows best, of course, and I must not do anything to make you worse. I shall think of you very often, and hope to find you much better when I return. Harold." "Will you give this to her?" he said to the girl, who answered that she would, and who took it to her young mistress late in the afternoon while the family were at dinner and she was left in charge of the invalid. "Mr. Hastings sent you this," she said, handing the card to Maud, into whose face the bright color rushed, but left it instantly as she read the few hurried lines. "Going away! Gone! And I didn't see him!" she exclaimed, regardless of consequences. "And mother did it! I know she did! I will talk!" she continued, as the frightened girl tried to stop her, and then ran for Mrs. Tracy, who came in much alarm, asking what was the matter. "You sent Harold away. You didn't let him see me, and he is—" Maud gasped, but could get no farther, for the paroxysm of coughing which came on, together with a hemorrhage which made her so weak that they thought her dying all night, she lay so white and still and insensible, save at times when her lips moved, and her mother heard her whisper, "Send for Harold." Chapter 44. Jerry Clears Harold. The next day 2 items of news went like wildfire through the little town of Shannondale. The first, set afloat by Peterkin and helped on by Mrs. Tracy, that Harold had run away from public opinion, which was fast turning against him, since he could not explain where he found the diamonds; and the second, that both Maud Tracy and Jerry Crawford were much worse, which made Harold's sudden departure all the more heinous in the eyes of his enemies. For what but conscious guilt could have prompted him to leave his sister, who, it was said, was calling for him with every breath, and charging him with having taken the diamonds? This was false, For although Jerry's fever had increased rapidly during the night, and her babbling was something terrible to hear, there was in it no accusation of Harold, although she was constantly talking to him, and asking for the diamonds and the bag. "It is a pity he ever told her about them," the doctor said, as twice each day, for 4 successive days, he came and looked upon her fever-stained cheeks, and counted her rapid pulse, and took her temperature, and listened to her strange talk, and then with a shake of his head drove over to Tracy Park and stood by poor little Maud's couch, and looked into her death-white face, and counted her faint heart-beats, and tried in vain to find some word of encouragement for the stricken man, who looked about as much like death as the young girl so dear to him. And every morning, on his way from the cottage to Tracy Park, the doctor saw under the pines 2 young men, Tom and Dick, seated upon the iron bench, each whittling a bit of pine, which one was unconsciously fashioning into a cross, and the other into a gravestone. Tom had found Dick there working at his cross, and after a simple good morning, had sat down beside him and whittled in silence upon another bit of wood until the doctor appeared, on his way to Tracy Park. Then the whittling ceased, and both young men arose, and going forward, asked how Jerry was. "Pretty bad. Hal oughtn't to have gone, though I told him there was no danger. We must telegraph if she gets worse," was the reply as the doctor rode on. Then Tom and Dick separated, and saw no more of each other until the next morning, when they went again, and whittled in silence under the pines until the doctor came in sight, when the same question was asked and answered as on the previous day. Billy never joined them, but sat for hours and hours under the butternut tree where Jerry had refused him, watching the sluggish river, and wondering what the world would be to him if Jerry were not in it. Had Billy been with Tom and Dick, he would not have whittled as they did, for all the nerve power had left his hands, which lay helplessly in his lap, and when he walked he looked more like a withered old man than a young one of 27. Maud was the first to rally. Her first question for Harold, her second for Jerry, and her father, who was with her, answered truthfully that Harold had not returned, and that Jerry was sick and could not come to her. He did not say how sick, and Maud felt no alarm, and waited patiently as the days went by, and Jerry did not appear, but grew worse so fast that the whole town was moved with sympathy for and interest in her. Jerry was a general favorite, and flowers and fruits and delicacies of every kind were sent to the cottage. Carriage after carriage stopped before the door, offer after offer of assistance was made to Mrs. Crawford, while Nina and Marian Raymond were there constantly; and Billy went to Springfield for a chair in which to wheel his sister to the cottage, for she could not yet mount into the dog-cart; and Tom and Dick whittled on until the cross and the gravestone were finished, and with a sickly smile Tom said to Dick, "Would you cut Jerry's name upon it?" "No. Oh, no!" Dick answered with a gasp. "She may be better to-morrow." And when the crisis was past, and Jerry's strong constitution triumphed over the disease which had grappled with it, the village wore a holiday air, as the people said to each other gladly, "Jerry is better. Jerry will live." Her recovery was rapid, and within a week after she awoke to perfect consciousness she was able to sit up a part of every day, and had walked across the floor and read a letter from Harold, full of solicitude for herself and enthusiasm for his trip over the wild mountains and across the vast plains to the lovely little city of Tacoma, built upon a cliff and looking seaward over the Sound. "Dear Harold," Jerry whispered, "I shall be so glad when he comes home. Nothing can be done till then. I am so bewildered when I try to think." In her weak state everything seemed unreal to Jerry, except the fact that she had found her mother, and many times each day she thanked her God who had brought her this unspeakable joy, and asked that she might do right when the time came to act. She knew the bag was safe, for she found it just where she had put it. But where were the diamonds? Had Harold taken them with him? Had he told anyone? Did his grandmother know anything about them, she wondered, and she tried in many ways to draw Mrs. Crawford out, but was unsuccessful, for there was now too much pain and bitterness connected with the diamonds for Mrs. Crawford to speak to her of them. But the poisonous breath of gossip had been at work ever since Harold went away, quietly aided and abetted by Mrs. Tracy, and openly pushed on by Peterkin, until Tom Tracy went to him one day and threatened to have him tarred and feathered and ridden on a rail if he ever breathed Harold's name again in connection with the diamonds. "Well, I swow," was all Peterkin said, as he put an enormous quid of tobacco in his mouth and walked away, thinking to himself,
'Twould take an all-fired while to scrape them tar and feathers off me, I'm so big, and I b'lieve the feller meant it. Them high bucks wouldn't like no better fun than to make a spectacle of me. So I guess I'll dry up a spell." But the trouble did not stop with Peterkin's talk, for a neighbouring Sunday paper, which fed its readers with all the choicest bits of gossip, came out with an article headed, "The Tracy Diamonds," and after narrating the story in a most garbled and sensational manner, went on to comment upon the young man's having run away, rather than face public opinion, and to comment also upon the law which could not touch him because the offence was committed so long ago. One after another, and without either knowing that the other had done so, Tom and Dick and Billy waited upon the editor of the Sunday News, threatening to sue him for libel if he did not retract every word of the offensive article in his next issue, which he did. But the mischief was done, and the paper found its way at last to Jerry, sent unwittingly by Ann Eliza, who covered it over a basket of fruit and flowers which was carried one afternoon to the cottage. Jerry had been downstairs several times, and had walked a little way in the lane, but was in her room when the basket was brought to her. Raising the paper, she was about to throw it on the floor, when her eye caught the words, "The Tracy Diamonds," and with bloodless lips and wildly beating heart she read the article through, understanding the situation perfectly, and resolving at once how to act. It seemed to her that she was lifted above and out of herself, she felt so strong and light and well, as she put on her bonnet and shawl, and taking the leather bag in her hand, hurried downstairs in quest of Mrs. Crawford. "Grandma," she exclaimed, "why haven't you told me about Harold, and the suspicion resting on him, and why did you let him go until I was better, and what are the people saying? Tell me everything." Jerry would not be put off, and Mrs. Crawford told her everything she knew, and that she herself had added to the mystery by the strange things she had said in her delirium about the diamonds, which she insisted were hers. "And they are mine," Jerry said, while Mrs. Crawford looked at her in alarm, lest her madness had returned. "Where are you going?" she gasped, as Jerry turned toward the door. "To Tracy Park, to claim my own and clear Harold," was the reply. "When I come back I will tell you all, but now I can't wait." "But, Jerry, you are not strong enough to walk there, and besides, they have company this afternoon, some kind of a new fangled card party, and you must not go," Mrs. Crawford said. "I have the strength of 20 horses," Jerry replied, "and if they have company so much the better, for there will be more to hear my story. Good-bye." She was off like an arrow, and went almost upon a run through the woods until the house was reached, and then she stopped a moment to take breath and look about her. How fair and beautiful was everything, and Jerry's heart beat so hard that she felt for a moment as if she were choking to death, as she sat under a maple tree and tried to think it all over to make sure there was no mistake. Opening the box, she took out 2 papers, and read them again as she had the night she was taken sick. One was a certificate of marriage, the other of a birth and baptism. There was no mistake. Holding the papers in one hand and the bag in the other, she went on to the house, from which shouts of laughter were issuing, Nina's voice and Marion's and Tom's and Dick's and Mrs. Tracy's. She could hear that distinctly, and she shuddered a little at the sound, for it brought back to her mind all the slights she had received from that woman who was so cruel to Harold, and the pity which had been springing up in her heart ever since she looked at the windows of Maud's room and thought of the white-faced girl lying there, died out, and it was more a nemesis than a gentle, forgiving woman who walked boldly into the hall and stood in the drawing-room door. Mrs. Tracy was having a progressive euchre party that afternoon. A friend in Boston had written her about it, and proud to be the first to introduce it in Shannondale, she stood flushed and triumphant, with the restored diamonds in her ears and at her throat, laughing merrily at Judge St. Clair, who had won the booby prize, a little drum, as something he could beat, and who looked as if he did not quite see the joke. Apart from the rest, Frank Tracy sat looking on, though with no apparent interest in the matter. He had joined in the game because his wife told him he must, and had borne meekly her sarcastic remarks when he trumped her ace and ordered up on nothing. His thoughts were not with the cards, but upstairs with Maud, who seemed to be better, and for whom there was constantly a prayer in his heart. "Spare her, and I will make reparation. I will tell the truth." He was trying to bribe the Lord to hear him when he saw Jerry in the door.
tall, thin, and white from her recent sickness, with eyes which rolled and shone and flashed as Arthur's did sometimes, and which fell at last upon Mrs. Tracy, where they rested with an intensity which must have drawn that lady's notice to her, if Frank had not exclaimed, as he rose to his feet, "Jerry, how did you get here?" Then all turned and looked at her, and crowded around her with exclamations of surprise and wonder. For a moment Jerry stood like one in catalepsy, with no power to move or speak, but when Mrs. Tracy came forward, and in her iciest tones said to her, "Good afternoon, Miss Crawford. To what am I indebted for this unexpected pleasure?" her faculties came back, her tongue was loosened, and she replied in a clear voice, which rang through the room like a bell, and was indeed the knell to all the lady's greatness. "I am here to claim my own, and to clear Harold from the foul suspicion heaped upon him. I have seen the paper, have heard the whole from Grandma, and am here to defend him. It was I who gave him the diamonds. It was for me he kept silent, and let you think what you would." "You gave him the diamonds?" Mrs. Tracy repeated. "You gave him the diamonds, and have come to confess yourself a—" She never finished the sentence, for something in Jerry's face frightened her, while her husband, who had come forward, laid his hand warningly upon her arm. So absorbed were they all that no one saw the little girl, who at the sound of Jerry's voice had, in her eagerness to see her, crept down the stairs and now stood in the doorway opposite to Jerry, her large bright eyes looking in wonder upon the scene, and her ears listening intently to what was as new to her as it had been to Jerry an hour ago. "Don't give me the name you have more than once given to Harold," Jerry said, as with a gesture she silenced Mrs. Tracy. "The diamonds are mine, not yours. Can one steal his own?" "Yours? Your diamonds? What do you mean?" Mrs. Tracy asked. "They were my mother's," Jerry replied, "and she sent them to me." They all thought her crazy except Frank, to whom there had come a horrid presentiment of the truth, and who clutched his wife's arm hard, as she said in a mocking, aggravating tone, "And your mother was—" Then Jerry stepped into the room, and stood in their midst like a queen among her subjects, as she answered, "My mother was Marguerite Heinrich of Wiesbaden, better known to you as Gretchen, and my father is Arthur Tracy, and I am their lawful child. It is so written here," and she held up the papers and the bag. "I am Jerry Tracy." CHAPTER XLV. What followed.
"Thank God that it is out. I couldn't have borne it much longer,"
came involuntarily from Frank's lips. But no one heard it, for with one bound, as it seemed to the petrified spectators, who divided right and left to let her pass, Jerry reached the opposite doorway, and stooping over the little figure lying there so still, lifted it tenderly, and carrying it upstairs, laid it down in the room it would never leave again until other hands than hers carried it out and laid it away in the Tracy lot, where only Jack and the dark woman were lying now. Maud had heard all Jerry was saying, and understood it, too, and at the words, "I am Jerry Tracy," she felt an electric thrill pass over her, like what she had experienced when watching the acting in some great tragedy. Then all was darkness, and she knew no more until Jerry was bending over her, and she heard her mother saying, "Leave her to me, Miss Crawford. You have done harm enough for one day. You have killed my daughter." "No," Maud cried, exerting all her strength. "She has not hurt me. She must not go. I want her, for if what she said is true she is my own cousin. Oh, Jerry, I am so glad," and throwing her arms around Jerry's neck, Maud sobbed convulsively, and clung tightly to Jerry, who, nearly distraught herself, did not know what to do. She knew that Mrs. Tracy looked upon her as an intruder, and possibly a liar, but she cared little for that lady's opinion. She only thought of Frank and what he would say. Lifting up her head at last from the pillow where she had lain it for a moment, she saw him standing at the foot of the bed, taller, straighter than she had seen him in years, with a look on his face which she knew was not adverse to herself. "Jerry," he said slowly and thickly, for something choked his speech, "I can't tell you now all I feel, only I am glad for you and Arthur, but gladder for myself." What did he mean, Jerry wondered, while Maud's eyes sought his questioningly, and his wife said sharply, "You are talking like a lunatic. Do you propose to give up so easily to a girl's bare word? Let Jerry prove it before she is mistress here. Then Maud whispered, "There were papers in your hand, Jerry, and you said, 'It is so written here.' Bring the papers and read them to us. I can bear it. I must hear them. I must know."
"Better let her have her way," Frank said, and Dolly could have knocked him down, he spoke so cheerfully; while Jerry answered,
"I can't read them myself aloud. I couldn't bear it." "But Marian can. She understands German. Let them all come up. They will all have to know," Maud persisted.
After a moment, during which a powerful tonic had been given to his daughter, Frank went down to his guests, who were eagerly discussing the strange story, which not one of them doubted in the least. In her haste to reach Maud, Jerry had dropped the bag and the two papers, which Judge St. Clair picked up and held for a moment in his hand; then passing the papers to Marian, he said, "It can be no secret now, and Jerry will not care. What do the papers contain?" Running her eyes rapidly over them, Marian said,
"The first is a certificate of marriage between Arthur Tracy and Marguerite Heinrich, who were married October 20th, 1800 , in the English Church of Wiesbaden, by the Reverend Mr. Eaton, then the officiating clergyman. The second is a certificate of the birth and baptism of Gerine, daughter of Arthur and Marguerite Tracy, who was born at Wiesbaden, January 1st, 1800 , and christened January 8th, 1800 , by the Reverend Mr. Eaton." Then a deep silence fell upon the group, while Tom stood like one paralyzed. He understood the situation perfectly, and knew that Jerry was mistress of Tracy Park. "May as well vacate at once," he said at last, with an attempt to smile, as he walked slowly out of the house. Just then Frank came down, saying that Maud insisted upon knowing what was in the papers which Marian was to read, while the others were to come up and listen. He did not seem at all like a man who had lost anything, but bustled about cheerily, and when the Judge said to him apologetically, "We know the contents of two of the papers. They are certificates of the marriage of Arthur with Gretchen, and of Jerry's birth. I hope you don't mind if we read them," he answered briskly. "Not at all, not in the least. Arthur and Gretchen. I thought so. Where is Tom? He must hear the papers." He found his son sitting under the tree where he had been sitting the morning when Jerry came near fainting there, and in his hand was a bit of wood finished like a gravestone, the same he had whittled under the pines, and on which he was now carving, "Euchred, August 1800 ." "This is the monument to our downfall," he said, as his father came up to him with something so pitiful in his face and voice that Frank gave way suddenly, and sitting down beside him, laid his hand upon his tall son's head and cried for a moment like a child, while Tom's chin quivered, and he was mortally afraid there was something like tears in his own eyes, and he meant to be so brave and not show that he was hurt. "I am sorry for you, my boy," Frank said at last, "but glad for Jerry. So glad. And she will not be hard upon us. I shall ask no favors of her. I can stand it if you can, though money is a good thing to have." And then, without in the least knowing why, he thought of Anna Liza, and wondered how her ankle was getting along, and if he ought not to have called upon her again. "Marian is going to read the papers in Maud's room, and I have come for you," Frank said. "I don't care to hear them," Tom replied. "I am satisfied that we are beggars and Jerry the heiress." But Frank insisted, and Tom went with him to his sister's room, followed by their friends, for whom the dinner was waiting and spoiling in the kitchen, where as yet no hint of what was transpiring had reached, save the fact that Maud had been downstairs and fainted. She was propped upon pillows, and her eyes were fixed upon Jerry, who sat by her side holding her hands, which she occasionally kissed and caressed. "Where did you find the bag?" the Judge asked. And then Jerry narrated the particulars of her interview with Peterkin, whose destruction of the table had resulted in her finding the bag with the diamonds in it. "They were mother's," she said, the last word almost a sob, as she turned her eyes upon Mrs. Tracy, who stood like a block of stone, with no sympathy or credulity upon her face. "Father bought them for her at the same time with Mrs. Tracy's, which they are exactly alike. It is so written in her letter; and she sent them for me. They are mine, and I gave them to Harold to keep until I could think what to do. The diamonds are mine." She was still looking at Mrs. Tracy, on whom all eyes were resting as the precious stones flashed and glittered and shone in the sunlight. For an instant the proud woman hesitated, then quickly unclasping the earrings and the pin, she laid them in Jerry's lap. "You are welcome to your property if it is yours, I am sure," she said, and was about to leave the room. But her husband kept her back. "No, Dolly," he said. "You must stay and hear and know. It concerns us all." As he had closed the door and stood against it, she had no alternative except to stay, but she walked to the window and stood with her back to them all, while Marian put into English and read that message from the dead. End of chapters 43, 44, and 45. Chapters 46 and 47 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. The Letters. There were 4 of them. 2 in Arthur's handwriting, 1 directed to Mrs. Arthur Tracy, Wiesbaden, postmarked Liverpool, 1 to Marguerite Heinrich, Wiesbaden, postmarked Shannondale, 1 in a strange handwriting to Arthur Tracy, if living, and 1 to Arthur Tracy's friends, if he were dead or incapable of understanding it. And it was this last which Marian read, for as Arthur was living she felt that with his letters strangers had nothing to do. The letter to the friends, which had evidently been written at intervals as the writer's strength would permit, was as follows: Wiesbaden, December 1800 . To the friends of Mr. Arthur Tracy, if he is dead, or incapable of understanding this letter from his wife, who was Marguerite Heinrich, and whom he always called Gretchen. I want to tell you about it for the sake of my little Jerry, whom, if her father is dead, I give to your care, praying God to deal with you as you are good and just to her. And I want you to forgive my husband, and not be angry with him for marrying me, a poor obscure girl with neither money nor name. I was 17 when I first saw Mr. Tracy. My father was dead. I was an only child, and my mother kept a little fancy shop in Wiesbaden. I went to school and learned what other girls like me learned, to read and write and knit and sew and fear God and keep His commandments. People called me pretty. I don't know that I was, but he told me so when he came to me one day as I was knitting under a tree in the park. He had a picture made of me as I was then, and it is on the wall, but I have pawned it for the rent, as I have almost everything. "Oh, Jerry!" Marian exclaimed at this point. But Jerry's face was buried in Maud's pillow, and she made no response, so Marian went on. He came many times, for I was always there waiting for him, I am afraid. But when he said he loved me and wanted me for his wife, I could not believe it, he was so grand, so like nobility, and I so poor and plain. Then mother died suddenly, well today, dead tomorrow, with cholera, and I was left alone. Gretchen, we must be married now, he said to me, the night after the funeral, and I answered him, yes, we must be married. And we were the next day in the little English church by Mr. Eaton, the pastor. You will find the certificate with the other papers. Do you ever remember a beautiful moonlight night, when the air was soft and warm, and sweet with many summer flowers, and there was music in the distance, and heaven seemed so near that you could almost touch the blue lining which separates it from us? Well, just like that was my life with Arthur for a few months. Oh, how I loved him, and how he loved me! It frightened me sometimes, he was so fierce and—I don't know what the word is—so something in his love. He never left me a moment. He couldn't, he said, for I was his balance wheel, and without me he was lost. I think now he was crazy then. I know he was afterward, when he did such queer things, and forgot so often, sometimes the house we lived in, sometimes his own name, and at last me, his Gretchen. That was so sad, when he went away, and stayed away for weeks and said he had forgotten. But he was sorry, too, and made it up, and for 10 days heaven came down again so I could touch it. Then he went away, and I have never seen him since. You must excuse me, his friends, if I stopped a little while to cry. It makes me so lonesome to think of the long years, 4 and more, which have been buried with the yesterdays, under the flowers and under the snow, since Arthur went away and left me all alone. If I had told him, he might have come back, he was so fond of children. But I was not sure, and I would not tell a lie, and let him go without a hint. I wrote him once I had something to tell him when he came which would make him glad as it did me, and he never replied to it, though he wrote 2 or 3 times more, and sent me money, but did not tell where he was, only he was being cured, he said. That was all. In January my baby was born, and I had her christened Heroine by Mr. Eaton. You will find it with the papers. Then how I longed for him, and waited and watched. But he never came, and I knew he had forgotten. But I did not doubt his love for a moment, or that he would one day come back; and I tried to improve myself and learn what was in books, so I could mate with him better when he came home, which he never did, and the years went on, and my little Jerry grew more lovely every day. She is standing by me now, and says, "Are you writing to him?" Darling Jerry, you will be kind to her, won't you, for his sake, and for me, too, who will be dead when you read this? Jerry was sobbing now, and Maud's arm was around her neck, while Frank had walked to a window, and, like his wife, was looking out upon the lawn, which he did not see for the tears which filled his eyes. "When the money stopped," the letter went on, "we grew so poor, Jerry and I and Nanine, that is the Frenchwoman who lives with me, and whom Jerry calls Mani. She will bring my child to you when I am dead, and oh, be kind to her, for a truer, more faithful woman never lived. She is such a comfort to me, except when she scolds about Arthur and calls him a bête noire, which he is not, as you will see. He was shut up, I don't know where, but think it was where they put people with bad heads, and he forgot everything till he was out, and as far as Paris on his way to America. Then he remembered, and wrote me from Liverpool such a letter, full of love and sorrow for the past, and sent me such lovely diamonds, just like those he had bought for his sister in America, he said, and he was going home at such a date on the Scotia, and he wished me to join him in Liverpool. I send the letter with this to prove that I write true. But it was too late, for I was too weak to travel, neither could I write to him in America, for he gave me no address. That was last September, and I have been dying ever since, for my heart broke when I thought of what was and what might have been, could I have found him. The money he sent me then I am saving for Nanine and Jerry to take them to America when I am dead. All the days and nights I prayed that Arthur might remember and write me again, and God heard, and he did, and 5 days ago I received his letter. So crazy it was, but just as full of love and tenderness and a desire to see me. He told me of his lovely home and the Gretchen room, where my picture is in the window, and in case there should be no one to meet me at the station when I arrived, he sent me directions how to find Tracy Park, and told me just what to do when I reached New York. He would come for me himself, he said, only the sea made him so sick, and he was afraid he should forget everything if he did. But you will see in his letter what he wrote, and how fond he was of me, and if he is alive and too crazy to understand now, tell him, when he is better, how I loved him, and prayed for him every hour that God would bring him at last where I am going so soon. Nanine will take him my Bible, with passages marked by me, and a photograph which I had taken a year ago, and which will tell you how I looked then. Now I am so thin and pale that Arthur would hardly know me. I send, too, a lock of Jerry's hair, cut when she was 3 weeks old. She is such a comfort to me, and so old and womanly for her years. She will remember much of our life here, for she notices everything and understands it too, and goes over as in a play what she sees and hears. We have been cold and hungry sometimes, but not often, the neighbors are so kind, and when I am dead they will see that Nanine is made ready for America with Jerry and the papers and the diamonds, which I might have pawned when our need was greatest, but I could not. I must save them for Jerry, and may she wear them many days in years to come, when her mother is dust and ashes in the ground, but a glorified spirit in paradise, where I shall watch over her, and, if I can, be with her often, and keep myself in her mind, so that she will never forget my face or the old home in Germany. God bless my little daughter, and make her a true, noble woman, and God bless you, Arthur's friends, who read this, and incline you to be kind and just to Jerry, and see that she has her own. For there must be money at Tracy Park, and if you are poor and Jerry comes rich, tell her from her mother to be kind to you, and give as you have given to her. Now I must stop. I am so tired, and it is growing so dark that Nanine has opened the stove door to let the light fall on the paper in my lap, and Jerry is standing by me and says, "Are you going to God pretty soon?" Yes, darling, very soon. Tonight, perhaps, or tomorrow, or when he will. The air grows cold, the night is coming on, my eyes are dim, my head is tired. I think, yes, I think it will be tomorrow. Goodbye. Gretchen Tracy. As she finished reading, Marian arose, and going up to Jerry, kissed her lovingly, and said to her in German, "That was your mother's picture in our old home in Wiesbaden. I am so glad for you." A low sob was Jerry's reply, and then Judge St. Clair asked, "Is that all?" "Yes," Marian said, "all except Mr. Tracy's letters to Gretchen. Oh, no," she added, "there is something more," and feeling in the bag she drew out 2 small papers, one crumpled and worn, as if it had often been referred to, the other folded neatly and tied with a white ribbon. This Marian opened first, and found it to be a certificate, written in English, to the effect that Mrs. Arthur Tracy, née Marguerite Heinrich, died at such a date, and was buried by the Reverend Dr. Bellows, the resident rector of the English Church. The other was in Arthur's handwriting, and the directions he had written to his wife as to what she was to do and how to find Tracy Park. "Yes," Judge St. Clair said, coming forward and taking the paper from her hand. "This is what the station master saw the poor woman examining that night in the storm. She probably dropped it into the bag without stopping to fold it. There can be no doubt." Then a deep silence reigned for a moment in the room, until Mrs. Tracy, who all through the reading had stood like a block of granite by the window, turned, and walking up to Jerry, said, in a bitter tone, "Of course there is no mistake. I do not doubt that you are mistress here, and am ready to leave at once. Shall we pack up and quit to-night?" "Dolly! Mother!" came angrily and sternly from both Tom and Frank, and "Oh, mamma, please!" came faintly from Maud, while Jerry lifted up her head, and looking steadily at the cruel woman, said, "Why are you so hard with me? I cannot help it. I am not to blame. I mean to do right. Only wait a little. I am so sick now, so dizzy and blind. Will somebody lead me out where I can breathe? I am choking here." It was Tom who took her into the open air, and to a seat under the tree, where once before she had almost fainted as she did now, with her head upon his shoulder, for he put it there, and then pushed her hair back from her face, as he said lightly, "Don't take it so hard. If we can stand it, you can." Then Jerry straightened up and said, "Tom, do you want to kill me now?" "What do you mean?" he asked, and she replied, "Don't you know you said under the pines that you would kill any claimant to Tracy Park who might appear against you?" "I remember it," Tom said, "but I didn't think then that the claimant would be you," and he put his arm around her as he continued, "I can't say that I am not awfully cut up to be turned neck and heels out of what I believed would be my own; but if I must be, I am glad it is you who do it, for I know you'll not be hard upon us, or let Uncle Arthur be, even if mother is so mean. Remember, Jerry, that I loved you and asked you to be my wife when I believed you poor and unknown." Tom was very politic, but all the good there was in him seemed now to be on the surface, and while inwardly rebelling at his misfortune, he felt a thrill of joy in knowing that Jerry was his cousin, and would not be hard upon him. "Shall we go back to the house?" he said at last, and they went back, meeting the people upon the piazza, where they stopped for a moment while Jerry's hands were shaken, and she was congratulated that at last the mystery was cleared and her rights restored to her. "Mr. Arthur Tracy ought to be here," Judge St. Clair said. "Yes, I'd thought of that," Tom replied, "and shall telegraph him tomorrow." Then they said good night, and without going in to see either Mr. or Mrs. Tracy again, Tom and Jerry walked toward the cottage through the woods, where the trees met in graceful arches overhead, and the moonlight fell in silver flecks upon the grass, and the summer air was odorous and sweet with the smell of the pines and the balm of Gilead trees scattered here and there. It was a lovely place, and Tom thought so with a keen sense of pain as after leaving Jerry at her gate he walked slowly back, until he reached the Four Pines, where he sat down to think and wonder what he should do as a poor man, with neither business or prospects. "I don't suppose father has laid up much," he said, "for since Uncle Arthur came home he has done very little business, and has spent what really was his own recklessly and without a thought of saving, he was so sure to have enough at last, and Uncle Arthur was so free to give us what we asked for.
But that will end when he knows he has a daughter, and as he never fancied me much, I shall either have to beg, or work, or starve, or marry a rich wife, which is not so easy for a poor dog to do. I don't suppose that governor's daughter would look at me now, nor any one else who is anybody. By George, I ought to have called on Ann Eliza again. I wonder if it's too late. I believe I'll walk around there anyway, and if I see a light I'll go in, and if old pater familias, how I'd like to kick him, is there, I'll tell him the news, and that I know now he did not strike Jerry with the table leg, and perhaps I'll apologize for what I said in the car. Tom Tracy, you are a scoundrel, and no mistake," he added with energy, as he arose and struck into the field through which he had dragged Ann Eliza the night of the storm. There were lights at Le Bateau, and Tom was soon shaking hands with old pater familias and with Ann Eliza, who was now able to come downstairs. Chapter XLVII. Arthur. He had enjoyed himself immensely from the moment he first caught sight of grand old Pike's Peak on the distant plains, until he entered the city of the Golden Gate, and standing on the terrace of the Cliff House, looked out upon the blue Pacific, with the sea lions disporting on the rocks below. For he went there first, and then to Chinatown, and explored every nook and corner and opium den in it, and drank tea at $20 a pound in a high-toned restaurant, and visited the theatre and the Joss House, and patronized the push cars, as he called them, every day, and experienced a wonderful exhilaration of spirits as he sat upon the front seat, with the fresh air blowing upon his face, and only the broad steep street lined with palaces before him. "This is heaven! This clears the cobwebs," he said to Charles, who sat beside him with chattering teeth and his coat collar pulled high about his ears, for the winds of San Francisco are cold even in the summer. Arthur's first trip was to the Yosemite, taking the Milton route and meeting with the adventure he so much desired; for in the early morning, between Chinese camp and priests, the stage was suddenly stopped by two masked marauders, one of whom stood at the horses' heads, while the other confronted the terrified passengers with the blood-curdling words, "Hands up, every soul of you!" And the hands went up from timid women and strong men, until click, click came in rapid succession from the driver's box, where Arthur sat, and shot after shot followed each other, one bullet grazing the ear of the highwayman at the horses' heads, and another cutting through the slouched hat of his comrade near the stage. "Leave, or I'll shoot you dead. I've 5 more shots in this one, and 2 more revolvers in my pockets, and I'm not afraid," Arthur yelled, jumping about like a maniac, and so startling the robbers that they fled precipitately, followed for a little distance by Arthur, who had leaped from the stage, and who started in pursuit, with a revolver in each hand, and ball after ball flying ahead of him as he ran. When at last he came back, the passengers flocked around him, grasping his hands and blessing him as the preserver of their money if not of their lives. After that Arthur was a lion whom all the people in the valley wished to see and talk with, and with whom the landlord bore as he had never borne with a guest before, for Arthur found fault with the rooms, which he likened to bathtubs, and fault with the smells which came from the river, and fault with the smoke in the parlor, but made ample amends by the money he spent so lavishly, the scores of photographs he bought, and the puffs he wrote for the San Francisco papers, extolling the valley as the very gate of heaven, and the hotel as second only to the palace, and signing himself Bumblebees. He went on every trail, and climbed the highest possible peak, and when he stood on the top of old Capitan and looked down upon the world below, he capered and shouted like a madman, singing at the top of his voice, "Mine eyes have seen the coming of the glory of the Lord, glory, glory, alleluia," until the rocky gorges rang with the wild echoes which went floating down the valley below, where the sun was shining so brightly and the grass was growing so green. On his return to San Francisco, after an absence of several weeks, he took up his abode at the Palace Hotel, which he turned topsy-turvy with his vagaries, but the landlord could afford to bear much from one who spent his money so freely, and so he was allowed to change rooms every day if he liked, and half the plumbers in the city were called in to see what caused the smells which he declared worse than anything he had ever met in his life, and which were caused in part by the disinfectants which he bought by the wholesale and kept in his bathroom, his washroom, and under his bed, until the chambermaid tied up her nose in camphor when she went in to do her work. But his career was brought to a close suddenly one morning, when just as he was taking his coffee and rolls in his room, Charles brought him the following telegram.
Come immediately. There's the devil to pay. Tom Tracy. Arthur read the message 2 or 3 times, not at all disturbed by it, but vastly amused at its wording. Then putting it down, he went on with his breakfast until it was finished, when he took a card from his pocket and wrote upon it, "Pay him then, for I shan't come. Arthur Tracy." This was handed to Charles, with instructions to forward it to Tracy Park. This done, he gave no further thought to the message so full of such import to himself, but began to talk of and plan his contemplated trip to Tacoma by the next steamer which sailed. It was 6 o'clock when he had his dinner in his own private parlor, where he was served by both Charles and a waiter, and where a second telegram was brought him. "Confound it," he said, "have they nothing to do at home but to torment me with telegrams? Didn't I tell them to pay the old Harry and done with it? What do they mean?" And putting the envelope down by his plate, he went quietly on with his dinner until he was through, when he took it up, and breaking the seal, read, "Come at once. I need you. Jerry." That changed everything, and with a bound he was in the next room, gesticulating fiercely, and ordering Charles to step lively, and get everything in readiness to start home on the first eastward bound train which left San Francisco. "That rascally Tom is a liar," he said. "It's not the devil to pay, it's Jerry. Do you hear? It's Jerry. Bring me some paper, quick, and don't stand staring at me as if I were a lunatic. It's Jerry who needs me." Charles brought the paper, on which his master wrote, "Coming on the wings of the wind. Yours respectfully, Arthur Tracy." In less than half an hour this singular message was flying along the wires across the continent, and within a few hours Arthur was following it as fast as the steam horse could take him. End of chapters 46 and 47. Chapter 48 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48. What they were doing and had done in Shannondale. If the earth had opened suddenly, and swallowed up half the inhabitants of Shannondale, the other half could not have been more astonished than they were at the news which Peterkin was the first to tell them, and which he had risen very early to do, before someone else should be before him. Irascible and quick-tempered as he was easily appeased, and the fact that Jerry was Arthur Tracy's daughter changed his opinion of her at once.
"The biggest heiress in the county, except my Ann Liza, and by gum, I'm glad on't for her and Arthur. I allus said she was his'n, and by George, to think I helped her into her fortune, for if I hadn't of knocked that rotten old table down she'd have never found them memoirs," he said to the first person to whom he communicated the news, and then hurried off to enlighten others, until everybody knew and was discussing the strange story. Before noon, scores of people had found it in their way to walk past the cottage hoping to catch sight of Jerry, while a few went in to tell her how glad they were for her and Mr. Arthur. But Jerry was in her room, too sick and tired to see them, and they could only question Mrs. Crawford, who was herself half crazed. When Mrs. Crawford heard the story Jerry told her after her return from the Park House, she had been for a few moments stupefied with amazement, and had sat motionless until she heard Jerry say to her, "Dear Grandma, I told you your working days were over, and they are, for what is mine is yours and Harold's, and my home is your home always, so long as you live." Then the poor old lady put her head upon Jerry's arm and cried hysterically for a moment, then she rallied, and kissed the young girl who had been so much to her, and whom for a brief moment she feared she might have lost. For a long time they talked of the past and the future, and of Harold, who was in Tacoma, where he might have to remain for 3 or 4 weeks longer. He had written several times to his grandmother and once to Jerry, but had made no mention of the diamonds, while in her letters to him Mrs. Crawford had refrained from telling him what some of the people were saying, and the construction they were putting upon his absence. Jerry had not yet written to him, but "I shall to-morrow," she said, "and tell him to come home, for I need him now, if ever." Jerry was very tired when she went at last to bed, but the dreamless sleep which came upon her, and which lasted until a late hour in the morning, did her good, and probably saved her from a relapse which might have proved fatal. Still she was very weak, and too sick to go downstairs, for the excitement of the previous night was telling upon her, and when Tom came asking to see her she received him in her room.
He had been up since sunrise, strolling through the park with a troubled look on his face, for he was extremely sorry for himself, though very glad for Jerry, whose sworn ally he was and would be to the end. In a way he had tried to comfort his mother by telling her that neither his uncle or Jerry would be unjust to her if she'd only behave herself, and treat the latter as she ought, and not keep up such a high and mighty and injured air, as if Jerry had done something wrong in finding out who she was. But Dolly would not be comforted, and her face wore a sullen, defiant expression, as she moved about the house where she had queened it so long that she really looked upon it as her own, resenting bitterly the thought that another was to be mistress there. She had talked with her husband, and made him tell her exactly how much he was worth in his own right, and when he told her how little it was, she had exclaimed angrily, "We are beggars, and may as well go back to Langley and sell codfish again." She had seen Tom that morning, and when to her question, "Why are you up so early?" he replied, "To attend to Jerry's affairs," she tossed her head scornfully, and said, "Before I'd crawl after any girl, much less Jerry Crawford. You'd better be attending to your own sister. She's worse this morning, and looks as if she might die at any minute." Then Tom went to Maud, who, since the shock of the night before, had lain as if she were dead, except for her eyes, in which there was a new and wondrous light, and which looked up lovingly at Tom as he came in and kissed her, a most unusual thing for him to do. "Dear Tom," she whispered, "come closer to me," and as he bent down to her, she continued, "Is everything Jerry's?" "Yes, or will be. She is Uncle Arthur's daughter." "Shall we be very poor?" "Yes. Poor as a church mouse." Then there was a pause, and when Maud spoke again, she said slowly, "For me, no matter. Sorry for you, and father and mother, but glad for Jerry. Stand by her, Tom. Tell mother not to be so bitter. It hurts me. Tell Harold when he comes I meant to do so much for him, but Jerry will do it instead. Tell her I must see her, and send for Uncle Arthur." There was a lump in Tom's throat as he left his sister's room, and going to the village, telegraphed to his uncle's headquarters at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. At least 100 people stopped him on his way to the office, asking if what they heard was true, and to all he replied, "True as the gospel. We are floored, as Peterkin would say." And then he hurried to the cottage to see Jerry, and tell her of the message sent to Arthur, though not how it was worded. After a moment he continued, hesitatingly, as if half ashamed of it, "I called at Le Boteau last night to inquire after Anna Liza's foot, and you ought to have seen Peterkin when I told him the news. At first he could not find any word in his vocabulary big enough to swear by, but after a while one came to him, and what do you think it was?" Jerry could not guess, and Tom continued, "He said, 'By the great Peterkin,' and then he swowed and vowed and snummed and vummed and dummed, and finally said he was glad of it, and had always known you were a Tracy. Ann Eliza was so glad she cried, and I think Billy cried too, for he left the room suddenly with very suspicious-looking eyes. Why, everybody is glad for you, Jerry, and nobody seems to think how mean it is for us. But I'm not going to whine. I'm glad it's you, and so is Maud, and she wants to see you. I believe she's going to die, and Jerry—" Something choked Tom for a moment, and then he went on, "If Uncle Arthur should get high and order us out at once, as father seems to think he will, you'll let us stay while Maud lives, won't you?" "Tom," Jerry said reproachfully, "what do you take me for, and why does your father think his brother will order him out?" "I don't know," Tom replied, "but he seems awfully afraid to meet him. Mother says he was up all night walking the floor and talking to himself, and yet he says he is glad, and he is coming this morning to see you and talk it over. I believe I hear him now speaking to Mrs. Crawford. Yes, 'tis he. So I guess I'll go, and when I hear from my telegram I'll let you know. Good-bye." A moment after Tom left the room his father entered it, looking haggard and old, and frightened too, it seemed to Jerry, as she met him with a cheery, "Good morning, Uncle Frank." It was the first time she had addressed him by that name, and her smile was so bright and her manner so cordial that for an instant the cloud lifted from his face, but soon came back darker than ever as he declined the seat she offered him, and stood trembling before her. Frank had not slept the previous night, but had walked his room until his wife said to him angrily,
I thought you were glad. Seems to me you don't act like it. But for pity's sake stop walking, or go somewhere else to do it, and not keep me awake." Then he went into the hall outside, and there he walked the livelong night, trying to think what he should say to Jerry, and wondering what she would say to him, for he meant to tell her everything. Nothing could prevent his doing that, and as soon as he thought she would see him he started for the cottage, taking with him the Bible, the photograph, and the letter he had secreted so long. All the way there he was repeating to himself the form of speech with which he should commence, but when Jerry said to him so graciously, "Good morning, Uncle Frank," the words left him, and he began impetuously,
"Don't call me uncle. Don't speak to me, Jerry, until you have heard what I have come to confess, on my knees, with my white head upon the floor, if you will it so, and that would not half express the shame and remorse with which I stand before you, and tell you I am a cheat, a liar, a villain, and I have been since the day when I first saw you and that dead woman we thought your mother." Jerry was dumb with surprise, and did not speak or move as he went on rapidly telling her the whole, with no attempt at an excuse for himself, except so far as to repeat what he had done in a business point of view, making provision for her in case of his death, and enjoining it upon his children to see that his wishes were carried out. "Here is the Bible," he said, laying the book in her lap. "Here is the photograph, and here the letter which you gave me to post, and which, had it been sent, might have cleared the mystery sooner." He had made his confession, and he stood before her with clasped hands, and an expression upon his face such as a criminal might wear when awaiting the jury's decision. But Jerry neither looked at him nor spoke, for through a rain of tears she was gazing upon the sweet face, sadder and thinner than the face of Gretchen in the window, but so like it that there could be no mistaking it, and so like to the face which had haunted her so often and seemed so near to her. "Mother, mother, I remember you as you are here, sick and sorry, but oh, so lovely," she said, as she pressed her lips again and again to the picture, with no thought or care for the wretched man who had come a step nearer to her, and who said at last, "Will you never speak to me, Jerry? Never tell me how much you despise me?" Then she looked up at the face quivering with anguish and entreaty, and the sight melted her at once. Indeed, as he had talked she had scarcely felt any resentment toward him, for she was sure that though his error had been great, his contrition and remorse had been greater, and she thought of him only as Maud's father and the man who had always been kind to her. And she made him believe at last that she forgave him for Maud's sake, if not for his own. "Had my life been a wretched one because of your conduct," she said, "I might have found it harder to forgive you, but it has not. I have not been the daughter of Tracy Park, it is true, but I have been the petted child of the cottage, and I would rather have lived with Harold in poverty all these years than to have been rich without him. And do you know, I think it was noble in you to tell me when you might have kept it to yourself." "No, no, I couldn't have done that much longer," he exclaimed energetically, as he began to walk up and down the room. "I could not bear it. And the shadow which for years has been with me night and day, counseling me for bad, was growing so black and huge and unendurable, that I must have confessed or died. But it is gone now, or will be when I have told my brother." "Told your brother? You don't mean to do that?" Jerry exclaimed. "But I do mean to do it," Frank replied, "as a part of my punishment, and he will not forgive, as you have done. He will turn me out at once, as he ought to." Jerry thought this very likely, and with all her powers she strove to dissuade Frank from making a confession which could do no possible good, and might result in untold harm. "Remember Maud," she said, "and the effect this thing would have upon her if your brother should resort to immediate and violent means, as he might in his first frenzy." "But I mean to tell Maud, too," Frank replied. Then Jerry looked upon him as madder than Arthur himself, and talked so rapidly and argued so well that he consented at last to keep his own counsel, for the present at least, unless the shadow still haunted him, in which case he must tell as an act of contrition or penance. "He will think the photograph came with the other papers in the bag," Jerry said, as she again kissed the sweet face, which looked so much like life that it was hard to think there was not real love and tenderness in the eyes which looked into hers so steadfastly. It was the hardest to forgive the letter hidden so long, and Jerry did feel a pang of resentment, or something like it, as she took it in her hand, and thought of the day when Arthur had confided it to her, saying he could trust her when he could not another. And she had trusted Frank, who had not been true to her trust, and here, after the lapse of years, was the letter, with its singular superscription, covering the whole side, and its seal unbroken. But she would break it now. She surely might do that, if Arthur was never to see it; and after a moment's hesitancy she opened it and read, first wild, crazy sentences, full of love and tenderness for the little Gretchen to whom they were addressed, and whom the writer sometimes spoke to as living and again as dead. There was a strong desire expressed to see her, a wish for her to come and get her diamonds before they were taken from her a second time. Here Jerry started with an exclamation of surprise, and involuntarily read aloud: "The most exquisite diamonds you ever saw, and I long to see them on you. They are safe, too, from her, Mrs. Frank Tracy, who had the boldness to flaunt them in my face at a party the other night. How she came by them I can't guess, but I know how she lost them. I found them on her dressing table when she left them when she went to breakfast, and took possession at once. That was no theft, for they are mine, or rather yours, and are waiting for you in my private drawer where no one has ever looked, except a young girl called Jerry, who interests me greatly, she is so much like what you must have been when a child. There has been some trouble about the diamonds. I hardly know what, my head is in such a buzzing most of the time that everything goes from me but you. Oh, if I had remembered you years ago, as I do now." Jerry could read no further, for the letter dropped from her hands as she cried joyfully, "I knew he had them, I was sure of it, though I did not know where they were." Then very briefly she explained to Frank that on the morning when the diamonds were missed Arthur was so excited, because Harold had been in a way accused, that he had rambled off into German and said things which made her think he had taken them himself and secreted them. "You remember my sickness," she said, "and how strangely I talked of going to prison as an accessory or a substitute? Well, it was for your brother I was ready to go, and when he told me, as he did one day, that he knew nothing of the diamonds, I was never more astonished in my life, but afterwards, as I grew older, I believed that he had forgotten them as he did other things, and that some time he would remember and make restitution. I am glad we know where they are, but we cannot get them until he returns. When do you think that will be?" Frank did not know. It would depend, he said, upon whether he was in San Francisco when Tom's telegram was received. If he were, and started at once, traveling day and night, he would be home in a week. It seemed a long time to wait in Jerry's state of mind, and very, very short to the repentant man, who shrank from his brother's return as from an impending evil, although it was a relief to think that he need not tell him what a hypocrite he had been. "Thank you, Jerry," he said at last, as he arose to go. "Thank you for being so kind to me. I did not deserve it. I did not expect it. Heaven bless you. I am glad for you, and so is Maud. Oh, Jerry, Heaven is dealing hard with me to take her from me, and yet it is just. I sinned for her, sinned to see her in the place I was sure was yours, for I knew you were Arthur's child, and I meant to go to Germany some day, when I had the language a little better, and clear it up, and then I had promised myself to tell you. Will you say again that you forgive me before I go back to Maud?" He was standing before her with his white head dropped upon his hat, the very picture of misery and remorse, and Jerry laid her hand upon his head and said, "I do forgive you, Uncle Frank, fully and freely, for Maud's sake if for no other. And if she lives, what is mine shall be hers. Tell her so, and tell her I am coming to see her as soon as I am able. I am so tired and sick to-day, and everything is so strange. Oh, if Harold were here!" Jerry was indeed so tired and exhausted that for the remainder of the day she saw no one but Judge St. Clair and Tom, both of whom came up together, the latter bringing the answer to his telegram and asking what to do next. "Why, Tom," Jerry said as she read Arthur's reply, "pay him then, for I shan't come? What does he mean? What did you say to him, and whom are you to pay?" With a half comical smile Tom replied, "I told him the old Nick was to pay, though I'm afraid I used a stronger name for his satanic majesty than that. I guess you'll have to try what you can do." And so Jerry's message, "I need you," went across the continent and brought the ready response, "Coming on the wings of the wind." It was Judge St. Clair who wrote to Harold for Jerry, who said, "Tell him everything, and how much I want him here, and tell him too of Maud, whose life hangs on a thread. That may bring him sooner." It was 3 days before Jerry was able to go to the Park House, and then Tom came for her, saying Maud was failing very fast. The news which had come upon her so suddenly with regard to Jerry's birth, and the suspicions resting upon Harold, shortened the life nearing its close, and the moment Jerry entered the room she knew the worst, and with a storm of sobs and tears knelt by the sick girl's couch and cried, "Oh, I can't bear it! I'd give up everything to save you. Oh, Maude, you don't know how much I love you." Maude was very calm, though her lips quivered a little, and the tears filled her eyes as she put her hand in Jerry's. A great change had come over Maude since the night when she heard Jerry's story, a change for the better some might have thought, although the physician who attended her gave no hope. She neither coughed nor suffered pain, and could talk all she liked, although often in a whisper, she was so very weak. "Yes, Jerry," she said, "I know you love me, and it makes me very glad, and dying seems easier, for I know you will be cared for. Once, when I first thought I must die, I wrote something on paper for Father and Uncle Arthur to see when I was dead, and it was that they should take you in my place, you and Harold." Maude's voice shook a little here, but she soon steadied it and went on. "I wanted them to give you what I thought would be mine had I lived, and what all the time was yours. Oh, Jerry, how can you help hating me, who have stood so long where you ought to have stood, and enjoyed what you ought to have enjoyed?" "Maude," Jerry cried, "don't talk like that. As if I, or anyone, could ever have hated you. Why, I worshipped you as some little empress when I used to see you in your bright sashes and yellow kid boots, with the amber beads around your neck, and if the contrast between your finery and my high-necked gingham apron and white sun bonnet sometimes struck me painfully, I had no wish to take the boots and sashes from you, whom they fitted so admirably. And as we grew older and you did not shrink from or slight Jerry Crawford, I cannot tell you how great was the love which grew in my heart for you, the dearest girl friend I ever had, and 1,000 times dearer now I know you are my cousin." Maude was silent for a moment, and then she asked abruptly, "Jerry, why did you never fall in love with Harold?" "Oh, Maude!" And Jerry started as if Maude had struck her, while the telltale blood rushed to her face, and into her eyes there came a look which even Maude could understand. "Jerry," she exclaimed, "forgive me. I didn't know. I never guessed. I was so stupid. But I have been thinking so much since Harold went away. Does he know about you? Who you are, I mean. And how long before he will come home?" "Judge St. Clair wrote him everything 3 days ago," Jerry replied, "and told him how sick you were. That will surely bring him at once if it is possible for him to leave; but it will be 3 or 4 days now before the letter will reach him, and it will take a week for him to come. Would you like to see him very much?" "Yes," Maude answered, "but I never shall. Jerry, did Harold ever did he does he love you?" "He never told me so," Jerry said frankly, "but I thought that he loved you." "No," Maude answered piteously. "It was all a mistake, and when I am dead and Harold comes, promise to tell him something from me, will you?" "Yes," Jerry replied, and Maude continued. "Tell him, the very first time you and he are alone together, and speak of me, that I have been thinking and thinking until it came to me clear as day that it was all a mistake, a stupid blunder on my part. I was always stupid, you know, but I believe my brain is clearer now. Will you tell him, Jerry?" "Mistake about what?" Jerry asked, with a vague apprehension that the task imposed upon her might not be a pleasant one if she knew all it involved. "Harold will tell you what," Maude answered. "He will understand what I mean, but I shall not be here when he comes, I am sure of it. I hope to live till Uncle Arthur comes, for I must see him and ask him not to be too hard on poor father, and tell him I am sorry that I have been so long in the place where you should have been. You will stay here and be with me to the last. I want you to hold my hand when I say good-bye forever. You are so strong that I shall not be afraid with you to see and hear as long as I hear and see anything." "And are you afraid?" Jerry asked, and Maude replied, "Of the death struggle, yes. But not what lies beyond where he is, the Saviour, for I know I am going to him. And when they think me asleep, I am often praying silently for more faith and love, and for you all, that you may one day come where I soon shall be. Heaven is very, very beautiful, for I have seen it in my dreams. A material heaven, some would say, for there are trees and flowers and grass. And on a golden bench beneath a tree whose leaves are like emeralds and whose blossoms are like pearls, I am sitting on the bank of a shining river, resting and waiting, as little Pilgrim waited for the coming of the Master, and for you all." Maud was very tired, and her voice was so low that Jerry could scarcely hear it, while the eyelids drooped heavily, and in a few moments she fell asleep, with a rapt look on her face, as if she were already resting on the golden seat beneath the tree whose leaves were emeralds and whose blossoms were like pearls. That night Jerry wrote as follows: "Dear Harold, Maud is very low, and unless you come soon, you will never see her again. The Judge has written you of me, but I must tell you myself that nothing can ever change me from the Jerry of old; and the fact which makes me the happiest is that now I can help you who have been so kind to me. How I long to see you and talk it all over! We expect Mr. Arthur in a few days. I cannot call him father yet, until he has himself given me the right to do so by calling me daughter first; but to myself I am calling Gretchen mother all the time, my darling little mother. Oh, Harold, you must come home and share my happiness, which will not be complete till you are here. Jerry." During the next few days Jerry stayed with Maud, waiting anxiously for tidings from Arthur, until one lovely September morning a telegram was brought to Frank from Charles, which said they would be home that afternoon. End of Chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. Telling Arthur. Who should do the telling was the question which for some time was discussed by Frank and Judge St. Clair and Jerry. Naturally the task fell upon the latter, who went over and over again in her mind what she should say and how she should commence. But when at last the announcement came that Arthur was in Albany, it seemed to her that she had suddenly turned into stone, for every thought and feeling left her, and she had no plan of action or speech, as she moved mechanically about Arthur's rooms, making them bright with flowers, especially the Gretchen room, which was a bower of beauty when her skilful hands had finished it. Slowly the day wore on, every minute seeming an hour, and every hour a day, until Jerry heard the carriage driving down the avenue, and not long after the whistle of the engine in the distance. Then, bending over Maud and kissing her fondly, she said, "Pray for me, darling. I am going to meet my father." Arthur had been very quiet during the first part of the journey from San Francisco, and it was with difficulty that Charles could get a word from him. "Let me alone," he said once when spoken to. "I am with Gretchen. She is on the train with me, and I'm trying to make out what it is she is telling me." But after Albany was left behind, his mood changed, and he became as wild and excitable as he had before been abstracted and silent, and when at last Shannondale was reached, he bounded from the car before the train stopped, and was collaring Rob, the coachman, and demanding of him what was the matter with Jerry and why he had been sent for. Rob, who had received his instructions to be wholly non-committal, answered stolidly that nothing was the matter with Jerry, but that Miss Maud was very sick, and probably would not live many days. "Is that all?" Arthur said gloomily, as he entered the carriage. "I don't see what the old Harry has to do with Maud's dying, and certainly Tom's telegram said something about that chap. I have it in my pocket. Yes, here it is. Come immediately. The devil is to pay. That doesn't mean Maud. There is something else Rob has not told me. Here, you rascal, you are keeping something from me. What is it? Out with it!" he shouted to the driver, as he thrust his head from the carriage window, where he kept it, and in this way was driven to the door of the Park House, where Frank was waiting for him outside, and where inside Jerry stood holding fast to the banisters of the stairs, her heart throbbing wildly one moment, and the next seeming to lie pulseless as a piece of lead. She heard Arthur's voice as he came up the steps, speaking to Frank, and asking why he had been sent for; and the next moment she saw him entering the hall, tall and erect, but with the wild look in his eyes which she knew so well, but which changed at once to a softer expression as they fell upon her. "Jerry, you here!" he cried, as he sprang to her side and kissed her forehead and lips, while Jerry could scarcely restrain herself from falling upon his neck and sobbing out, "Oh, my father, I am your daughter, Jerry!" But the time for this had not come, and when he questioned her eagerly as to why she had sent for him, she only replied, "Maud is very sick. But come with me to your rooms, and I will tell you everything."
"Then there is something to pay. I thought so,"
he said, as he followed her upstairs into the Gretchen room, where he stood for a moment amazed at the effect produced by the flowers and vines which Jerry had arranged so skillfully.
"It is like Eden," he said, "and Gretchen is here with me. Darling Gretchen," he continued, as he walked up to the picture and kissed the lovely face which, it seemed to Jerry, smiled in benediction upon them both, as they stood there side by side, her hands resting on his shoulder, which she pressed hard, as if to steady herself, while he talked to the inanimate face before him. "Have you been lonesome, Gretchen, and are you glad to have me back again? Poor little Gretchen." And now he turned to Jerry and said, "It all came to me on the top of those mountains, about Gretchen, who she was, and how I forgot her so long. That is the strangest of all. And, Cherry," here his voice dropped to a whisper, "I know for sure that Gretchen is dead. That came to me too." "Yes, Gretchen is dead," Jerry answered him, while her hands tightened their grasp on his shoulder as she went on. "I have had a message from her, and that is why we sent for you." Jerry's hands were not strong enough to hold him then, and wrenching himself from her, he stood confronting her with a look more like that of a maniac than any she had seen in him before, and which might have frightened one with nerves less strong than hers. But she was not afraid, and a strange calmness fell upon her, now that she had actually reached a point where she must act, and her eyes, which looked so steadily into Arthur's, held them fast, even while he interrogated her rapidly. "A message from Gretchen? Where is it? Give it to me quick, or tell me about it. Where is she, and when is she coming?" "Never," Jerry answered sadly. "I told you she was dead. But sit here," and she motioned him to a large armchair. "Sit here, and let me tell you what I know of Gretchen." Something in the girl's manner mastered him, and made him a child in her hands. Sinking into the chair, pale and panting with excitement, he leaned his head back wearily, and closing his eyes, said to her, "Begin. What did Gretchen write?" Jerry felt that she could not stand through the interview, and bringing a low ottoman to Arthur's side, seated herself upon it just where she could look into his face and detect every change in it. "Let me tell you of Gretchen as she was when you first knew her," she said, "and then you will be better able to judge of the truth of all I know." He did not reply, and she went on. "Gretchen was very young, 16 or 17, when you first saw her knitting in the sunshine under the trees in Wiesbaden, and very beautiful, too, so beautiful that you went again and again to look at her and talk to her, until you came to love her very much and told her so at last, but you seemed so much above her that she could not believe you at first. At last, however, you made her understand, and when her mother died suddenly—" "Her mother was Mrs. Heinrich, and kept a kind of fancy store," Arthur interposed, as if anxious that nothing should be omitted. "Yes, she kept a fancy store," Jerry rejoined, "and when she died suddenly and left Gretchen alone, you said to her, 'We must be married at once,' and you were, in the little English chapel by the Reverend Mr. Eaton, who was then rector." Here Arthur's eyes opened wide and fixed themselves wonderingly upon Jerry as he said, "Are you the old Harry that you know all this? But go on, don't stop. It all comes back to me so plain when I hear you tell it. She wore a straw bonnet trimmed with blue, and a white dress, but took it off directly for a black one because her mother was dead. Did she tell you that?" "No," Jerry replied. "She told me nothing of the dress, only how happy she was with you, whom she loved so much, and who loved her and made her so happy for a time that earth seemed like heaven to her, and then—" Here Jerry faltered a little, but Arthur's sharp "What then?" kept her up, and she continued, "Then something came to you, and you began to forget everything, even poor little Gretchen, and went away for weeks and left her very sad and lonely, not knowing where you were. And then, after some months, you went away and never came back again to the little wife who waited, and watched, and prayed, and wanted you so badly." "Oh, Cherry! Oh, Gretchen! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I surely didn't. May God forgive me for forgetting the little wife. Was it long? Was it months, or was it years? I can't remember, only that there was a Gretchen and I left her," Arthur said. "It was years, 4 or more, and—" Jerry's breath came heavily now, for she was nearing the point relating to herself, and wondering what the effect would be upon him.
After a while there came into Gretchen's life the dawning of a great hope, which she felt would make you glad, and wishing to keep it a secret till you came home, she only gave you a hint of it. She wrote, 'I have something to tell you which will make you as happy as it does me.' Stop!" And Arthur put out both his hands as if groping for something which he could not find. Then he said, "Go on." And Jerry went on, slowly now, for every word was an effort, and spoken so low that Arthur bent forward to listen to her. "I don't know just where Gretchen's home was when she lived alone waiting for you. I only know that after a while there came to it a little baby. A girl baby, Gretchen's and yours." She did not get any further, for with a bound Arthur was on his feet, every faculty alert, every nerve strung to its utmost pitch, and every muscle of his face quivering with wild excitement as he exclaimed, "A baby! Gretchen's baby and mine! A little girl! Oh, Jerry, if you are deceiving me now!" Jerry, too, had risen, and was standing before him with her hands upon his arm and her eyes so like Gretchen's looking into his as she said, "I am not deceiving you. There was a baby born to you and Gretchen sometime in January, 180 , and it was christened in the little church where you were married, by the Reverend Mr. Eaton. Oh, Mr. Arthur, how can I tell you? The baby is living yet, grown to womanhood now, for this happened more than 20 years ago, and the girl is 20 now, and is waiting and longing so much for her father to recognize and claim her. Oh, don't you understand me? Look at me, and then at Gretchen's picture." For an instant Arthur stood like one stricken with paralysis, his eyes leaping from Jerry's face to Gretchen's, and from Gretchen's back to Jerry's, and then, with a motion of his hands as if fanning the air furiously, he gasped, 20 years ago! 20 years ago! How old are you, Jerry?" 20, she answered, but her voice was a whisper, and her head fell forward a little, though she kept her eyes upon Arthur, who went on, "And they christened my baby and Gretchen's, you say? What name did they give her? Speak quick, for I believe I am dying." "They called her Jerrine, but you know her as Jerry, for I am Gretchen's daughter," Jerry said. With a wild, glad cry, "My daughter! Oh, my daughter! Thank God! Thank God!" Arthur sank back into the chair, fainting and insensible. For hours he lay in a state so nearly resembling death that but for the physician's reassurance that there was no danger, Jerry would have believed the great joy given her was to be taken from her at once. But just as the twilight shadows began to gather in the room he came to himself, waking as from some quiet dream, and looking around him until his eyes fell upon Jerry sitting by his side. Then over his white face there came a look of ineffable joy and tenderness and love, as he said with a smile the most winning and sweet Jerry had ever seen, "My daughter, my little Jerry, who came to me up the ladder with Gretchen's eyes and Gretchen's voice, and I did not know her, have not known her all these years, although she has so puzzled and bewildered me at times. My daughter! Oh, my daughter!" He accepted her unquestioningly, and Jerry threw herself into the arms he stretched toward her, and on her father's bosom gave vent to the feelings she had restrained so long, sobbing passionately as she felt Arthur's kisses upon her face and his caressing hands upon her hair, as he kept repeating, "My daughter! Gretchen's baby and mine! There is more to tell. I have not heard it all, or how you came by the information," he said, when Jerry was a little composed and could look at and speak to him without a burst of tears. "Yes, there is much more. There is a letter for you with those you wrote to her," Jerry said, "but you must not have them tonight. Tomorrow you will be stronger. Now you must rest." She spoke like one with authority, and he did just what she bade him to do, took the food she brought him, went to bed when she said he must go, and, with her hand locked in his, fell into a heavy slumber, which lasted all through the night and late into the next morning. It almost seemed as if he would never waken, the sleep was so like death, but the doctor who watched him carefully quieted Jerry's fears and told her it would do her father good, and that in all probability he would awake with a clearer mind than he had had in years, for as great and sudden shocks sometimes produced insanity, so, contrariwise, it sometimes restored a shattered mind to its equilibrium. And the doctor was partially correct, for when at last Arthur awoke he seemed natural and bright, with a recollection of all which had happened the day before, and an earnest desire for the letters and the rest of the story, which Jerry told him, with her arm across his neck, and her cheek laid occasionally against his, as she read him the letter directed to his friends, and then showed him the certificate of her birth and her mother's death. Born January 1st, 1800 , to Arthur Tracy and Marguerite, his wife, a daughter, Arthur repeated again and again, and as often as he did so, he kissed the bright face which smiled at him through tears, but there was almost as much sadness as joy mingled with the reading of that message from the dead. Just what Gretchen's letter to Arthur contained, Jerry never knew, except that it was full of love and tenderness, with no word of complaint for the neglect and forgetfulness which must have hastened her death. "Oh, Gretchen, I can't bear it, I can't," Arthur moaned, as he laid his hand upon Jerry's shoulder and sobbed like a child. "To think I could forget her, and she so sweet and good." Everything came back to him for a time, and he repeated to Jerry much which was of interest to her concerning her mother, but with which the reader has nothing to do; while Jerry in her turn told him all she could remember of her life in the old house where Gretchen had died. Then she asked him why he had never told them that she was his wife. "It might have helped to clear up the mystery with regard to Monty and myself," she said, and he replied, "Yes, it might, and I don't know why I didn't. When we were first married I was going to write Frank about it, but Gretchen persuaded me not to. She had an idea that I was as much above her as a king is above his subjects, and that my friends would be very angry with me and perhaps win my love from her. I think this idea so strong with her must have found a place in my maddened brain, and kept me from telling who she was. I remember having a feeling that I must not tell until she came, when I knew her sweetness and beauty would disarm all prejudice there might exist against her. I was sane enough always to know that my wife would not be acceptable to either Frank or Dolly. But, oh, I wish I had told them the truth at once. Poor Gretchen! Poor Gretchen!" He began to pace the room rapidly, and to beat the air with his hands, as he always did when roused and excited. But Jerry quieted him at last, and then gave him his own letters addressed to Gretchen; but at these he barely glanced, muttering as he did so, "How could I have written such crazy bosh as that?" And then, suddenly recollecting himself, he asked for the photograph mentioned in Gretchen's letter to his friends, and which he seemed to think had come with the other papers. Taking it from the bag, Jerry handed it to him, while his tears fell like rain as he gazed upon the face which was far too young to wear the sad, wan look it did. "That is as I remember her," Jerry said, referring again to the strange ideas which had filled her brain and made her sure that not the dark woman found dead at her side was her mother, but another and far different person, whose face haunted her so continually, and whose voice she sometimes seemed to hear speaking to her from the dim shadows of the far-off past, when they lived in the little house in Wiesbaden, where the picture hung on the wall. Arthur remembered the picture well, and when it was taken, though that too had faded from his mind until Jerry told him of it. "We will go there together, Jerry," he said, "and find the house and the picture, and Gretchen's grave, and bring them home with us. There is room for them at Tracy Park." He was beginning to talk wildly again, but Jerry succeeded in pacifying him, and taking up the box of diamonds, opened it suddenly and held it before his eyes. In reading the letters he had not seemed to pay any attention to the diamonds, but when Jerry said to him, "These were mother's. You sent them to her from England," he replied, "Yes, I remember. I bought them in Paris with other things, dresses, I think, for her," while into his face there came a troubled look as if he were trying to think of something. Jerry, who could read him so well, saw the look, and guessing at once its cause, hastened to say, "Father, do you remember that you gave Mrs. Tracy some diamonds like these, and that some one took them from her? Try and think," she continued, as she saw the troubled look deepen and the fire beginning to kindle in his eyes. "It was years ago, just after a party Mrs. Tracy gave, and at which she wore them. You were there and thought they were Gretchen's, did you not?" "Yes," he answered slowly, "I believe I did. What did I do with them? Do you know?" "I think you put them in your private drawer. Suppose you look and see." Obedient to her as a child, Arthur opened his private drawer, bringing out one thing after another, all mementos of the old Gretchen days, and finally the diamonds, at which he looked with wonder and fear, as he said to Jerry, "Did I take them? Will they call it a steal?" I thought they were Gretchen's. I remember now." Jerry did not tell him then of the trouble the secreting of the diamonds had brought to her and Harold, but she said: "No one will think it a steal, and Mrs. Tracy will be glad to get her jewels back. May I take them to her now?" "Take them to her? No," Arthur said decidedly. "She has another set. I bought them for her, and she wears them all day long." "Diamonds in the morning with a cotton gown!" and he laughed immoderately at what he thought Dolly's bad taste. "Take them to her? No, they are yours." "But I have mother's," Jerry pleaded, "and I cannot wear two sets." "Yes, you can. One to day, one to morrow. I mean you shall have 7. One for every day in the week. What has Dolly to do with diamonds? They are for ladies, and she is only a whitewashed one." He was very much excited, and it took all Jerry's tact to soothe and quiet him. "Father," she began, and he stopped at once, for the sound of that name spoken by Jerry had a mighty power over him. "Father, listen to me a moment." And then she told him of the suspicions cast upon Harold, and said: "You do not wish him to suffer any more?" "Harold? The boy who found you in the carpet bag, Amy's boy? No, never. Where is he that I have not seen him yet? Does he know you are my daughter?" Jerry had not mentioned Harold before, but she told her father now where he was, and why he had gone, and that she had written him to come home, on Maud's account, if on no other. "Yes, Maud. I remember. But Harold did not care for Maud. Still, he had better come. I want him here with you and me. And you must stay here now, day and night. Select any room you please. All is yours, my daughter." "But I cannot leave Grandma," Jerry said. "Let her come too," Arthur replied. "There's room for her." "No," Jerry persisted, "that would not be best. Grandma could not live with Mrs. Tracy." "Then let Dolly go at once. I'll give the order now," and Arthur put out his hand to the bell cord. But Jerry stopped him instantly, saying to him: "Remember Maud. While she lives her mother must stay here." "Yes, I forgot Maud. I have not seen her yet," Arthur replied, subdued at once, and willing that Jerry should take the jewels to Dolly, who deserved but little forbearance from her. Up to the very last Mrs. Tracy had, unconsciously perhaps, clung to a shadowy hope that Arthur might repudiate his daughter, and call it a trumped-up affair, but when she heard how joyfully he had acknowledged and claimed her, she lost all hope, and her face wore a gloomy expression when Jerry entered her room and told her in a few words that her own diamonds had been found, and where they had been secreted, and that she had come to return them. "Then your father was the thief," Dolly said, with that rasping, aggravating tone so hard to hear unmoved. "Call him what you please. A crazy man is not responsible for his acts," Jerry answered calmly, as she walked from the room, leaving Dolly to her own morbid and angry thoughts. Not even the restored diamonds had power to conciliate her. "I'll never wear them because she has some like them," she said to herself; and then the thought came to her that she could sell them, and add to the sum which her husband had invested in his own name. "Yes, I'll do it," she continued, "but even that will hardly keep the wolf from the door, for Frank is growing more and more imbecile every day, and Tom is good for nothing. He'll have to scratch for himself, though, I can tell him." Here her very characteristic soliloquy was brought to an end by a faint call, which had the power to drive every other thought from her heart, for the mother love was strong even with her, and going to Maud, she asked what she wanted. "Uncle Arthur," Maud replied. "I have not seen him yet. And Jerry, too. She has scarcely been here to day." Maud's request was made known to Arthur, who 2 or 3 hours later went to her room, and told her how sorry he was to find her so sick, and that he hoped she would soon be better. Frank was with Maud, sitting upon the side of her bed, near the head, with his arm across her pillow, and his eyes fixed anxiously upon her as she held her conference with his brother. "No, uncle," she said, "I shall never be any better in this world; but pretty soon I shall be well in the other. And I want to tell you how glad I am for you and Jerry, and to thank you for your kindness to us all these years, when Jerry should have been here in our place." "Yes, yes," Arthur said with a wave of his hand, "only I didn't know. If I had—" "It would have been so different," Maud interrupted him. "I know that, but I want you to be kind to poor father still, and forgive him, he is so sorry, and—oh, Maud, Maud, came like a groan from Frank as he laid his hand on Maud's lips, while Arthur replied: "Forgive him for what? He couldn't help being here. I sent for him. He did not keep Jerry from her rightful position as my daughter. If he had, I could never forgive him. Why, I believe I'd kill him, or any other who, knowing that Jerry was my daughter, kept it from me." He was gesticulating with both hands, and Jerry, who had come in with him, took hold of them as they were swaying in the air, and said to him softly: "Father." The word quieted him, and with a gasp his mood seemed to change at once. "Maud is very tired," Jerry went on. "Perhaps we'd better go now, and come again to-morrow." "Yes, yes, that's best, child. I'm not fond of sick rooms, though I must say this is very free from smells," Arthur replied. Then stooping down he kissed Maud, and said to her as he arose to go: "Don't worry about your father. He is my brother, and he was kind to Jerry. I shan't forget that. Come, my daughter." And putting his arm around Jerry, he left the room. End of chapter 49. Chapters 50 and 51 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50. The Flower Fadeth. It was some days after Arthur's return before the household settled down into anything like order and quiet, for Arthur was so restless and so happy, and so anxious for everyone to recognize Jerry as his daughter. Miss Tracy, he called her when presenting her to the people who had known her all her life, the St. Clairs and the Athertons, the Crosbys and Warners, who came to call upon and congratulate him. Even Peterkin came with a card as big as the back of Webster's spelling book, and himself gotten up in a dress coat with lavender kids on his burly hands, which nearly crushed Arthur's, as he expressed himself, "tickleder than he ever was before in his life." "And to think I was the means on't," he said, "for if I hadn't of kicked that darned old table into slivers when I was giving on't to Jerry, she'd never have knowed what was in that dummed rat hole. I was a little too obstropolous, I s'pose, but I'll be darned if she didn't square up to me like a catamount till my hair riz right up, and I concluded the tramp house was no place for me. But I respect her for it, yes, I do, and by George, old chap, I congratulate you with my whole soul, and so does May Jane, and so does Ann Lizzie, and so does Bill, and so does the whole caboodle on us." This was Peterkin's speech, which Arthur received more graciously than Jerry, who, remembering Harold, could not be very polite to the man who had injured him so deeply. As if divining her thoughts, Peterkin turned to her and said: "Now one word, Miss Tracy, about Hal. I ain't one to go halves in anything, and I was meaner to him than pussly. But you'll see what I'll do. I've met with a change. I swow I have." And he laid his lavender kid on his stomach. "He never took them diamonds, nor May Jane's pin, nor nothin', and I've blasted it all over town that he didn't, and I've got a carriage hired, and some chaps, and a brass band, and a procession, and when Hal comes, there's to be an oblation to the depot, with the bugle a-playin' Hail to the Chief, and them hired chaps a-hissin' him inter the carriage, with the Star-Spangled Banner a-floatin' over it, and a-drawin' him home without horses. What d'ye think of that for high?" And he chuckled merrily as he repeated the programme he had prepared for Harold's reception. Jerry shuddered, mentally hoping that Harold's coming might be at night, and unheralded, so as to save him from what she knew would fill him with disgust. That call of Peterkin's was the last of a congratulatory nature made at Tracy Park for weeks, for the shadow of death had entered the grand old house, the doors and windows of which stood wide open one lovely September morning about a week after Arthur's return. But there was no stir or sign of life except in the upper hall near the door, and in the room where Maud Tracy was dying. Jerry had been with her constantly for 2 or 3 days, and the conversation the two held together would never be forgotten. Maud was very peaceful and happy and sure of the home beyond, where she was going, and very lovely and sweet to those around her, thinking of everything, and planning everything, even whose hands were to lower her into the grave. "Dick and Fred and Billy and Harold," she said to Jerry one day. "Something tells me Harold will be here in time for that, and if he is, I want those 4 to put me in the grave. They can lift me, for I shall not be very heavy," and with a smile she held up her wasted arms and hands not as large now as a child's. "And Jerry," she went on, I want the grave lined with boughs from our old playing place, the 4 pines, you know, and many flowers, for I shudder at the thought of the cold earth which would chill me in my coffin. So heap the grave with flowers, and come often to it, and think lovingly of me lying there alone. I am thinking so much of that poem Harold read to me long ago of poor little Alice, the May Queen, who said she should hear them as they passed, with their feet above her in the long and silent grass. Maybe the dead can't do that, I don't know, but if they can, I shall listen for you, and be glad when you are near me, and I know I shall wait on the golden seat by the river. Remember your promise to tell Harold that it was all a mistake. My mind gets clearer toward the end, and I see things differently from what I did once, and I know how I blundered. You will tell him?" Again Jerry made the promise, with a sinking heart, not knowing to what it bound her, and as Maud was becoming tired she bade her to try to rest while she sat by and watched her. The next day, at the same hour, when the balmy September air was everywhere, and the mid-afternoon sun was filling the house with golden light, and the cricket's chirp was heard in the long grass, and the robins were singing in the tree-tops, another scene was presented in the sick room, where Frank Tracy knelt at his dying daughter's side, with his face bowed in his hands, while her fingers played feebly with his white hair as she spoke to Arthur, who had just come in. They had told him she was dying, and had asked for him. And with his nervous horror of everything painful and exciting he had shrunk from the ordeal; but Jerry's will prevailed, and he went with her to the room where Frank and his wife and Tom were waiting, Tom standing with folded arms at the foot of the bed, and looking with hot, dry eyes into the face on the pillow where death was setting his seal, the mother half fainting upon the lounge with the nurse beside her, and Frank oblivious of everything except the fact that Maud was dying. "Kiss me good-bye, Uncle Arthur," she said when he came in, "and come this side, where father is." Then, as he went round and stood by Frank, she reached her hand for his, and, putting it on her father's head, said to him, "Forgive him, Uncle Arthur. He is so sorry, poor father, the dearest, the best man in the world. It was for me. Say that you forgive him." Only Frank and one other knew just what she meant, although a sudden suspicion darted through Jerry's mind, and when Arthur looked helplessly at her she whispered to him, "Never mind what she means, her mind may be wandering, but say that you forgive him, no matter what it is." Thus adjured, Arthur said to the grief-stricken man, who shook like an aspen, "I know of nothing to forgive, except your old disbelief in Gretchen, and deceiving me about sending the carriage the night Jerry came, but if there is anything else, no matter what it is, I do forgive you freely." "Thanks," came faintly from Maud, who whispered, "Remember, it is a vow made at my death-bed." She had done all she could, this little girl, whose life had been so short, and who, as she once said, had been capable of nothing but loving and being loved, and now, turning her dim eyes upon Jerry, she went on, "Remember the promise, and the flowers, and the golden seat where you will find me resting by the river whose shores I am now looking upon, for I am almost there, almost to the golden seat, and the tree whose leaves are like emeralds, and where the grass and flowers are like the flowers and grass of summer just after a rain. I am glad for you, Jerry. Good-bye. And you, dear father, good-bye." That was the last, for Maud was dead, and the servants who had been standing about the door stole noiselessly back to their work, with wet eyes and a sense of pain and loss in their hearts, for not one of them but had loved the gentle girl now gone forever from their midst. It was Jerry who led Frank from the room to his own, where she left him by himself, knowing it would be better so, and it was Arthur who took Dolly out, for Tom had disappeared, and no one saw him again until the next day, when he came down to breakfast, with a worn, haggard look upon his face which told that he did care, though his mother thought he did not, and taunted him with his indifference. He had gone directly to his room and locked the door, and smoked, and thought, and then, when it was dark, he had stolen out into the park as far as the 4 Pines, and smoked, and looked up at the stars, and wondered if Maud were there with Jack, sitting on the golden seat by the river. Then, going back to the house when no one saw him, he went into the room where Maud was lying, and looked long and earnestly upon her white still face, and wondered in a vague kind of way if she knew he was there, and why he had never thought before what a nice kind of girl she was, and why he had not made more of her as her brother. "Maud," he whispered with a lump in his throat, "if you can hear me, I'd like to tell you I am sorry that I was ever mean to you, and I guess I did like you more than I supposed." Then he kissed her pale forehead, and went to his room, where he smoked the night through, and in the morning felt as if he had lived 100 years since the previous night, and wondered how he should get through the day. It occurred to him that it might be the proper thing to see his mother; and after breakfast he went to her room, and was received by her with a burst of tears and reproaches for his indifference and lack of feeling in keeping himself away from everybody, as if it were nothing to him that Maud was dead, or that there was nothing for him to do.
"Thunderation, mother!" Tom exclaimed. "Would you have me yell and scream and make a fool of myself? I sat up all night long, which was more than you did, and I've been meditating in the woods and have seen Maud and made it square with her. What more can I do?" "You can see to things," Mrs. Tracy replied. "Your father is all broken up and has gone to bed, and it is not becoming in me to be around. Somebody must take the helm." "And somebody has," Tom answered her. "Uncle Arthur is master of ceremonies now. He is running the ranch, and running it well, too." And Tom was right, for Arthur had taken the helm, and, aided and abetted by Jerry, was quietly attending to matters and arranging for the funeral, which Dolly said must be in the house, as she would not go to the church with a gaping crowd to stare at her. So it was to take place at the house on Friday afternoon, and Arthur ordered a costly coffin from New York, and nearly a carload of flowers and floral designs, for Jerry had explained to him Maud's wishes with regard to her grave, which they lined first with the freshest of the boughs from the 4 pines, filling these again with flowers up to the very top, so that the grave when finished seemed like one mass of flowers, in which it would not be hard to lie. Dolly had objected to Billy as one of the pallbearers. He was too short, she said, and not at all in harmony with Dick and Fred and Paul Crosby, the young man who, in Harold's absence, had been asked to take his place. But Arthur overruled her with the words, "It was Maud's wish," and Billy kept his post. The day arrived, and the hour, and the people came in greater crowds than they had done when poor Jack was buried, or the dark woman Nanine, with only Jerry as chief mourner, and the procession was the longest ever seen in Shannondale; and Dolly, even while her heart was aching with bitter pain, felt a thrill of pride that so many were following her daughter to the grave. Arrived at the cemetery, there was a halt for the mourners to alight and the bearers to take the coffin from the hearse; a halt longer than necessary, it seemed to Jerry, who did not see the young man making his way through the ranks of the people crowding the road, and straining every nerve to reach the hearse, which he did just as the bearers were taking the coffin from it. With a quick movement he put Paul Crosby aside, saying apologetically, "Excuse me, Paul. I must carry Maud to her grave. She wished it." Even then Jerry did not see him or dream that he was there, but when toward the close of the service she took a step or two forward to look into the grave before it was filled up, and he put a hand upon her shoulder and said, "Not too near, Jerry," she started suddenly with a suppressed cry, and turning saw him standing by her, tall and erect and self-possessed, as he faced the multitude, some of whom had suspected him of crime, but all of whom were ready now to do him justice and bid him welcome home. "Oh, Harold," Jerry said as she grasped his arm, "I am so glad you are here. I wish you had come before." Harold could not reply, for they were now leaving the spot, and many gathered around him. First and foremost Peterkin, who came tramping through the grass, puffing like an engine, and unmindful of the time or place, slapping him upon the shoulder as he said, "Well, my boy, glad to see you back, 'pon my soul I be, but you've frustrated all my plans. I was meanin' to give you an oblation. Got it all arranged, and you spiled it by takin' us unawares like a thief in the night. I beg your pardon," he continued, as he met a curious look in Harold's eyes. "I'm a blunderin' cuss, I be. I didn't mean nothin'. I've never meant nothin', and if I hev I'm sorry for it." Harold did not hear the last, for he was handing Jerry into the carriage with her father, who bade him enter too, saying they would leave him at the cottage where he wished to go as soon as possible. There was no time for much conversation before the cottage was reached, and Harold alighted at the gate, and no allusion whatever was made to Jerry's changed relations until Harold stood looking at her as she kept her seat by her father, and made no sign of an intention to stop. Then he said, as calmly as he could, "Do you stay at the Park House altogether now?" "Oh, no," she answered quickly. "I have been there a great deal with Maud, but I am coming home to night. I could not leave Grandma alone, you know." She acknowledged the home and the relationship still, and Harold's face flushed with a look of pleasure, which deepened in intensity when Arthur, with a wave of the hand habitual to him, said, I must keep her now that you are here to see the grandmother, but will let you have her to night. Come up later if you like, and walk home with her." "I shall be most happy to do so," Harold said, and then the carriage drove away, while he went in to his grandmother, who had not attended the funeral, but who knew that he had returned and was waiting for him. CHAPTER LI. UNDER the Pines with Harold. It seemed to Harold that it had been 1,000 years since he left Shannondale, so much had come into and so much had gone out of his life since he said good bye to the girl he loved and to the girl who loved him. One was dead, and he had only come in time to help lay her in her grave; while the other was, some might think, farther removed from him than death itself could have removed her. But Harold did not feel so. He had faith in Jerry that she would not change, and when he read the Judge's letter in the privacy of his room at the Tacoma, he rejoiced with an exceeding great joy that her home and birthright had been so strangely restored. He never doubted the story for a moment, but felt rather as if he had known it always, and wondered how any one could have imagined for a moment that blue-eyed, golden-haired Jerry was the child of the dark, coarse-looking woman found dead beside her. "I am so glad for Jerry," he said, without a thought that her relations to himself would in any way be changed. Once, when she had told him of the fancies which haunted her so often, he had put them from him with a fear that, were they true, Jerry would be lost to him forever. But he had no such misgivings now; and when Jerry's letter came urging his return, both for her own sake and Maud's, he wrote a few hurried lines telling her how glad he was for her, and of his intention to start for the East as soon as possible. "To-morrow, perhaps," he wrote, "in which case I may be there before this letter reaches you, for the mails are sometimes slow, and the Judge's communication was overdue 3 or 4 days." Starting the second day after his letter, Harold traveled day and night, while something seemed beckoning him on; and when between St. Paul and Chicago there came a detention from a freight car off the track, he felt that he must fly, so sure was he that he was wanted and anxiously looked for at Tracy Park, where at that very time Maud was dying. The next afternoon he left Chicago, and with no further accident reached Shannondale just as the long procession was winding its way to the cemetery. He had heard from an acquaintance in Springfield that Maud was dead, and of her request that he should be one of the pallbearers, together with Dick and Fred and Billy. "And I will do it yet," he said with a throb of pain, as he thought of the little girl who had died believing that he loved her. Once or twice he had resolved to write and tell her as carefully as possible of her mistake, but as often had changed his mind, thinking to wait until she was better, and the chance for explanation gone for ever. But he would, if possible, carry out the wish she had expressed with regard to himself. Striking into the fields from the station, he reached the cemetery in time to take his place by Billy; and then he looked for Jerry, and felt an indefinable thrill when he saw her on her father's arm, and began to realize that she was Jerry Tracy. But all that was over now. He had talked with her face to face, and had found her the same Jerry he had always known, and he was going to see her in her own home at Tracy Park, the daughter of the house, the heiress of Arthur Tracy, and of more than 2 millions, it was said; for despite Frank's extravagance, all of which Arthur had met without a protest, his money had accumulated rapidly, so that he was a much richer man now than when he first came home from Europe. Harold found the family at dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Tracy and Tom in the dining room, and Arthur and Jerry in the Gretchen room, to which he was taken at once. Come in, my boy. You are just in time for dessert," Arthur said, rising with alacrity and going forward to meet him; while Jerry, too, arose and took his hand, and made him sit by her, and questioned him of his journey, and helped him to the fairest peach and the finest bunch of grapes, and felt so proud of him, and of her father, too, as they talked together; and Harold showed no sign of any inequality, even if he felt it, which he did not. "A fine young man, with the best of manners, and carries himself as if he were the Lord High Chancellor," Arthur said, when after dinner, Harold left them to pay his respects to the other inmates of the family, whom he found just leaving the dining room. Dolly bowed to him coldly at first, and was about to pass on, when with a burst of tears she offered him her hand, and said, "Oh, Harold, why didn't you come before? Maud wanted to see you so badly." This was a great deal for Dolly, and Tom stared at her in amazement, while Harold explained that he had come as soon as he possibly could, and tried to say something of Maud, but could not, for the tears which choked him. Frank was unfeignedly glad to see him, and told him so. "Our dear little girl was fond of you, Hal. I am sure she was, and I shall always like you for that. Heaven bless you, my boy,"
he said, as he wrung Harold's hand and then hurried away after his wife, leaving Harold alone with Tom, awfully afraid he should break down, said, indifferently, "Glad to see you, Hal. Wish you had come before Maud died. She was in a tearin' way to see you. Have a cigar? Got a prime lot in my room. Will you go there?" Harold was in no mood for cigars, and, declining Tom's offer, sauntered a while around the grounds, where he found himself constantly expecting to find the dead girl sitting under a tree waiting for him with a light whose meaning he now knew kindling in her beautiful eyes as she bade him welcome. He was glad now that he had not written and told her of her mistake, and he felt in his heart a greater tenderness for the Maud dead than he ever could have felt for the Maud living. It was beginning to grow dark when he returned to the house, where he found Jerry in the hall ready to go home. Arthur was at her side, with his arm thrown lovingly around her, and as he passed her over to Harold, he said, "Make the most of her tonight, my boy, for tomorrow she comes home to stay." For a time Harold and Jerry walked on in silence, but when they reached the Four Pines, Jerry halted suddenly and said, "Let us sit down, Harold. I have a message from Maud, which I promised to deliver the first time we were alone together, after you came home." Jerry's voice trembled a little, and after they were seated she was silent until Harold said to her, "You were going to tell me of Maud?" Then she started and replied, "Yes. She wanted so much to see you and tell you herself. I don't know what she meant, but she said she had made a mistake, and I must tell you so, and that you would understand it. She had been thinking and thinking, she said, and knew it was a stupid blunder of hers. That was what she called it, a stupid blunder, and she was sorry for you that she had made it, and bade me say so, and tell you no one knew but herself and you. Dear little Maud, I wish she had not died." Jerry was crying, and perhaps that was the reason she did not mind when Harold put his arm around her and drew her so close to him that his brown hair touched her golden curls, while the pines moaned and sighed above them for a moment and then grew still, as if listening for what Harold would say. "Yes," he began slowly, "I think I know what Maud meant by the mistake. Did she say I must tell you what it was?" "She said you would tell me, but perhaps you'd better not," Jerry replied. "Yes, I must tell you," he continued, "as a preliminary to what I have to say to you afterward, and what I did not mean to say quite so soon. But this decides me," and he drew Jerry closer to him as he went on. "Did you ever think that I loved Maud?" "Yes, I have thought so," was Jerry's answer. "She thought so, too," Harold continued, "and it was all my fault, not hers. She was so sweet and good and so interested in you and all I wanted to do for you, that I regarded her as a very dear friend, nothing more. And because I looked upon her this way I foolishly went to her once to confess my love for another, and ask if she thought I had a chance for success. I must have bungled strangely, for she mistook my meaning and thought I was speaking of herself, and in a way she accepted me, and before I had time to explain, her mother came in, and I have never seen her since. That is what Maud meant. She saw the mistake, and wished to rectify it by giving me the chance to tell you myself what I wanted to tell you then and dared not." Jerry trembled violently, but made no answer, and Harold went on. "It may seem strange that I, who used to be so much afraid of Jerry Crawford that I dared not tell her of my love, have the courage to do it now that she is Jerry Tracy, and I do not understand it myself. Once, when you told me your fancies concerning your birth, a great fear took possession of me, lest I should lose you if they were true. But when I heard that they were true, I felt so sure of you that I could scarcely wait for the time when I could ask you, as I now do, to be my wife, poor as I am, with nothing but love to give you. Will you, Jerry?" His face was so close to hers now that her hot cheeks touched his, but she made no reply for a moment, and then she said, "Oh, Harold, it seems so soon, with Maud only buried to-day. What shall I say? What ought I to say?" "Shall I tell you?" he answered. "Say the first English word you ever spoke, and which I taught you. Do you remember it?" "Es," came involuntarily from Jerry, in the quick lisping accent of her babyhood, when that was all the English she could master. And almost before it had escaped her, Harold smothered it with the kisses he pressed upon her lips as he claimed her for his own. "But, Harold," she tried to explain between his kisses, "I meant that I did remember. You must not kiss me so fast. You take my breath away. There, I won't stand it any longer. I'm going straight home to tell Grandma how you act."
"And so am I," Harold said, rising as she did, but keeping his arm around her as they went slowly along in the soft September night, with the stars, which were shining for the first time on Maud's grave, looking down upon them, and a thought of Maud in their hearts, and her dear name often upon their lips, as they talked of the past, trying to recall just when it was that friendship ceased and love began, and deciding finally that neither knew nor cared when it was, so great was their present joy and anticipation of the future.
End of chapters 50 and 51. Chapter 52 of Gretchen by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. For Better, for Worse.
"Grandma, Jerry has promised to be my wife,"
Harold said to his grandmother that night, and "Father, I have promised to marry Harold," Jerry said to Arthur the next morning as she stood before him, with Harold's hand in hers, and a look in her face something like what Gretchen's had worn when Arthur first called her his wife.
"Lord bless you, I knew it was coming, but didn't think it would be quite so soon. You shock my nerves dreadfully," Arthur exclaimed, springing up and walking 2 or 3 times across the room. Then, confronting the young couple, he said, "Going to marry Harold? I knew you would all the time. Well, he will do as well as any one to look after the business. Frank is no good, and Colvin is too old. So get married at once, within a week if you like. I'm off for Germany next month, to find Gretchen's grave, and the house, and the picture, and everything, and as I shall take you with me I shall need some one with brains to look after things while I am gone."
"But, father," Jerry began, "if I go to Germany, Harold will go too, and if he stays here I shall stay." Arthur looked at her inquiringly a moment, and then, as he began to understand, replied,
"Ah, yes, I see. Where thou goest I go, and where thou, and so forth, and so forth. Well, all right, but you must be married here in your father's house, and soon, too. I'll engage passage at once in the Germanic, which sails the 15th of October, and you shall be married the 10th. That's 3 weeks from to-day, and will give you a few days in New York. I'll leave Frank here till we return, and then he must go, of course, and the new mistress step in with Mrs. Crawford to superintend. We will get some nice man and woman to stay with her while we are gone." He had settled everything rapidly, but Jerry had something to say upon the subject. She did not wish to come to Tracy Park altogether while Mrs. Tracy was there, she said, and preferred to be married in the cottage, the only home she had ever known. "I shall stay with you all day," she continued, "but go home at night." "And so have a long walk with Harold. Yes, I see," Arthur said laughingly, but assenting finally to her proposal.
It was Jerry now who planned everything, with Harold's assistance, and who broached the subject of Frank's future to her father, asking what provision he intended to make for him when he left Tracy Park.
"What provision?" Arthur said. "I guess he has made provision for himself all these years, when my purse has been as free to him as myself. Colvin tells me there's been an awful lot of money spent somewhere."
"Yes," Jerry replied, "but you gave him permission to spend it, and it would hardly be fair now to leave him with little or nothing, and he so broken down. When Maud thought she was going to die, and before she knew who I was, she wrote a letter for her father and you, asking him to give me what he would have given her, and you to do the same. So now I want you to give Maud's father what you would have given me for Maud's sake."
"Bless my soul, Jerry," Arthur said, "what a beggar you are! I don't know what I should have given you. All I am worth, perhaps. How much will satisfy you for Frank? Tell me, and it is done."
Jerry thought $100,000 would not be any too much, nor did it seem so to Arthur, who placed but little value upon his money, and Jerry was deputed to tell her uncle what provision was to be made for him, and that, if he wished, he was to remain at the Park until his brother's return from Europe. Frank was not in his own room, but Mrs. Tracy was, and to her Jerry first communicated the intelligence that she was to be married and go with her father to Germany. The look which the highly scandalized lady gave her was wonderful as she said, "Married! Almost before the crape is off the door, or the flowers wilted on Maud's grave! Well, that shows how little we are missed. And I am not surprised, though I think Maud would be, at Harold certainly. I suppose you know there was something between them. But a man will do anything for money. I wish you joy of your husband." Jerry was too indignant to explain anything, and hurried off in quest of her uncle, whom she found in Maud's room, where he spent most of his time, walking up and down and examining the different articles which had belonged to his daughter, and which at his request remained untouched as she had left them. Her brushes, her comb, her bottle of perfumery, her work box, her Bible, her little half-finished sketch, and the soft bed slippers she had worn when she died, and one of which he held in his hand when Jerry went in to him. "It is so like Maud," he said with quivering lips, "and when I hold it in my hand I can almost hear the dear little feet, which I know are cold and dead, coming along the hall as she used to come, and will never come again. I think I should like to die here in this room, and go where Maud has gone, and I believe I should go there. I am sure God has forgiven me, and Maud forgave me too, for I told her." "You did. I thought so," Jerry said. "Yes, I had to tell her," he continued, "and I am glad that I did, and she loved me just the same. You saw her die. You heard what she said to me. She must have believed in me, and that keeps me from going mad. I told Dolly, too, and she said she'd never speak to me again as long as she lived, and she didn't either until last night, when I was alone in here, crying on Maud's bed. Then she came to me and called me Frank, and said she was sorry she had been so hard, and asked me what we were going to do. I'm sure I don't know. Do you?" He was so like a child in his appeal to her that Jerry's tears came fast as she told him of her approaching marriage and what her father intended doing for him. Then Frank broke down entirely. "I don't deserve it, and I know I owe it to you, whom I have injured so much," he said, while Jerry tried to comfort him. "I must go back now to father," she said at last, and she went out into the hall, where she encountered Tom just coming from his mother's room. "Hello!" Tom cried, with an attempt at a smile. "And so you are going to marry Harold?" "Yes, Tom, I'm going to marry Harold," Jerry replied, unhesitatingly, as she laid her hand on Tom's arm, and walked with him down the stairs. It seemed to her the most natural thing in the world that she should marry Harold, and she was not at all abashed in speaking of it to Tom. And when they saw Harold coming up the walk, the color rushed to her cheeks, and her eyes grew wondrously bright with the love light which shone in them, as she dropped Tom's arm and hurried to Harold's side. "By George, I believe I'll go and hang myself," Tom said under his breath, as he stalked moodily away; but instead of that he went across the fields to Le Bateau, where he sat for an hour, talking with old Peterkin and waiting for Ann Eliza, who had gone to Springfield, her father said, after a new gown for which he was to pay $200. "Think on it," he continued, "when we was fust married and run the 'Liza Ann, the best gown May Jane had to her back was a meriner or balzarine, dummed if I know what you call it, at 1 and 9 pence a yard. But now, Lord land, what's a $200 gown to me? Ann Eliza can have 40 on 'em if she wants to. There she is. There's the carriage. By gosh, though, ain't she a neat little filly?" And the father's face glowed with pride as he watched his daughter alighting from the carriage, to which Tom had hastened in order to assist her, for she was still a little lame and limped as she walked. He saw the $200 gown, for Peterkin would have it displayed, and admired it, of course, and wished that he had half the sum it cost in his own right, and wondered if he could stand it as he walked slowly home, where he heard from his mother that they were still to remain at Tracy Park for a while, and that his father was to have $100,000 settled upon him. "I guess now I'll wait a spell, and let old Peterkin go to thunder," he decided, and for 2 weeks and more Ann Eliza watched in vain for his coming, while Peterkin remarked to his wife that if Tom Tracy was goin' to play fast and loose with his gal, he'd find himself brought up standin' mighty lively. The news that Harold and Jerry were soon to be married, and go with Arthur to Germany, created some surprise and some talk, too, in town, where many of the people had believed that there had been an understanding, if not an engagement, between Harold and Maud. But Tom put that right with a few decided words. There had never been an engagement, he said. Maud had liked Harold very much, and he had liked her, but had always preferred Jerry. In short, matters had been as good as settled between them long ago. This last was a little fiction of Tom's brain, but the people accepted it as true, and began to look eagerly forward to the approaching marriage, which took place in Mrs. Crawford's parlor, with only a few intimate friends present. Grace Atherton, the St. Clairs, Ann Eliza Peterkin, and the Tracys, with the exception of Dolly, who could not do so great violence to her feelings as to attend a wedding. Billy was not there, but he sent a magnificent emerald ring to Jerry with the following note: Dear Jerry, I can't see you married, although I am glad for you and glad for Hal. God bless you both. I shall never forget you as long as I live, and when you come back, maybe I can bear to see you as Hal's wife, but now it would kill me. Goodbye. Jerry read this note with wet eyes, and then passed it to Harold, to whom she told of that episode under the butternut tree, when Billy asked her to be his wife. I am awful sorry for him, but I can't let him have you, Jerry, Harold said, passing the note back to her and kissing her tenderly as he added, That is my last for Jerry Tracy, my little girl of the carpet-bag. When I kiss you again, you will be my wife. Come, children, we are waiting, came with startling distinctness from Arthur at the foot of the stairs, and then Harold and Jerry went down to the parlor, where they were soon made one, Arthur giving the bride away, and behaving pretty well under the circumstances. He had been very flighty the day before, insisting that Jerry should be married in white, with a blue ribbon on her bonnet, just as Gretchen had been, and when she reminded him of Maud's recent death, he replied, Well, Gretchen will wear colors if you don't. And he brought out and laid upon his bed the dress which had been waiting for Gretchen on that stormy night when he heard the wild cry of the dying woman above the wintry gale. She was with him again in fancy, and when he went out to the carriage which was to take him to the cottage, he stepped back and stood a moment by the door as if to let some one enter before him, and during the ceremony those nearest to him heard him whispering to himself, I, Arthur, take thee, Gretchen, and so forth. But when it was over he seemed perfectly rational, as he kissed his daughter and shook hands with his son-in-law, to whom he gave a check for $10,000, saying as he did so that young men must have a little spending money. It was a very pleasant wedding, and every one seemed happy, even to Dick, whose spirits, however, were rather too gay to be quite natural, and whose voice shook a little as he called Jerry Mrs. Hastings, and told her he hoped to see her in Paris in the spring, as he thought of going over there with Nina to join the Raymonds. Oh, I hope you will. Nothing could make me so happy as to meet you there, Jerry said, looking at him with an expression which told him she was thinking of the Pines and was sorry for him. The newly married pair were going directly to New York, where Arthur was to join them on the 14th, as the Germanic sailed the 15th. All the wedding guests accompanied them to the station, Tom accepting a seat in the coupe with Ann Eliza, who wore her $200 gown, and was, of course, overdressed. But Tom did not think much about that. He was ill at ease that morning, though trying to seem natural, and when the train which took Jerry away disappeared from view he felt as if everything which had made life desirable had left him forever, and he cared but little now what he did, or with whom his lot was cast. So when Ann Eliza said to him, It is such a fine day, suppose we drive along the river, it may dispel the blues, he assented, and soon found himself bowling along the smooth turnpike with Ann Eliza, whom he thought rather interesting, with the tears shed for Jerry on her long light eyelashes. I shall miss her so much, and be so lonely without her. I hope you'll call often, she said to him, when at last the drive was over, and Tom promised that he would, and kept his promise too. For after Arthur left, he found Tracy Park so insupportably dull, with his father always in Maud's room and his mother always in tears, that it was a relief to go to Le Bateau and be made much of as if he were a prince, and treated to nice little lunches and suppers, even if old Peterkin did make one of the party and disgust him so at times that he felt as if he must snatch up his hat and fly. And one night, when the old man had been more than usually disagreeable and pompous, he did start up abruptly and leave the house, mentally vowing never to enter it again. I'd rather saw wood than listen to that infernal old Bragg, he was saying to himself, when he heard a wheezy sound behind him, and looking around saw the old Bragg in full pursuit and beckoning him to stop. I'm going to walk a spell with you, he said, locking his arm in Tom's as he came up. I want to have a talk. Yes, Tom faltered, with a dreadful sinking of the heart, while Peterkin went on. You see, you've been a-comin' to lub or two off and on for mighty nigh a month, and as the parent of a family it's time I asked your intentions. Intentions? Tom stammered, trying to draw his arm from Peterkin's. But he might as well have tried to wrench it from a vice, for Peterkin held it fast and went on. Yes, intentions. Thunderation! Ain't a chap s'posed to have intentions when he hangs round a gal who has money like my Ann Liza? I tell you what, Thomas, and his manner became very insinuating and frank,
As nigh as I can calkerlate, I'm worth 3 millions fair and square, and there's 3 on 'em to divide it amongst. May Jane, Bill, and Ann Liza. Now, s'posen we say 3's into 3 million, don't it leave 1 million?
Tom acknowledged that it did, and Peterkin continued.
Jest so. Now, I ain't one of them mean skunks that wants his folks to wait till he's dead afore they enjoys themselves. And the day my Ann Liza is married, I planked down 1 million in hard cash for her and her husband to do what they darned pleased with. Cut a dash in Europe as Hal is doing if they like, or cut a splurge to hum, it's all one to me. I call that square, don't you?
Tom admitted that he did, and Peterkin went on.
Now then, I ain't a-goin' to have Ann Liza's affections trifled with, and if I catch a feller a-doin' it, do you know what I'll do?
Tom could not guess, and Peterkin continued.
I'll lick him within an inch of his life, and then set the dogs on him and heave him into the river, d'ye see?
It was not a warm day, but Tom was perspiring at every pore as he saw presented to him the choice between 1 million or to be licked within an inch of his life and then dogged into the river. Naturally, he chose the first as the lesser evil of the two, and began to lie as he had never lied in his life before. He was very glad, he said, that Peterkin had broached the subject, as it made matters easier for him by showing him that his suit would not be rejected, as he had feared it might be. "You know, of course, Mr. Peterkin," he said, "that I am now a poor young man, with no expectations whatever, for though Uncle Arthur has settled something upon father, I cannot depend upon that, and how could I dare to look as high as your daughter without some encouragement?"
"Encouragement, boy? Great Scott!"
And releasing Tom's arm, Peterkin hit him a friendly slap, which nearly knocked him down.
"Great Scott! What do you call encouragement? When a gal is so flustified at seeing you that she tetters right up and down, while her mother hunts heaven and earth for tidbits to tickle your palate, with quail on toast, mushrooms, sweet breads, and the Lord knows what. Ain't that a sign they are willin'? Thunder and guns, what would you have? Ann Liza can't up and say, 'Marry me, Tom,' nor I can't up and say, 'Thomas, marry my daughter,' can I? But if you want to marry her, say so like a man, and I swan I'll meet you like a man and a father."
Alas for Tom, he had nothing left him to do except to say that he wished to marry Ann Eliza, and that he would come the next evening and tell her so. It was Peterkin who answered his ring when he presented himself at the door of Le Bateau, Peterkin more inflated and pompous than ever as he shook the young man's hand, calling him Thomas, and telling him to go right into the parlor, where he would find Ann Liza waitin' for him, and where they could bill and coo as much as they liked, for he and May Jane would keep out of the way and give 'em a chance. Even then Tom cast one despairing glance toward the door, with a half resolve to bolt, but Peterkin was behind him, pushing him on to his fate, which, after all, was not so very bad when he came to face it. There was nothing low or mean or coarse about Ann Eliza, who was by no means ill looking, as she stood up to receive her lover with a droop in her eyes and a flush on her cheeks, for she knew the object of his visit, into which he plunged at once. He did not say that he loved her, but he asked her in a straightforward way to be his wife, and then waited for her answer, which was not long in coming, for Ann Eliza was no dissembler. She loved Tom Tracy with her whole soul, and felt herself honored in being sought by him. "Oh, Tom," she said, "it does not seem possible for you to love me, but if you really do, I will be your wife and try to make you happy, and she hesitated a moment, and then went on, "save you as much as possible from father. We cannot live here. You and he would not get on. He means well, and is the kindest of fathers to me, but he is not like you, and we must go away." She was really a very sensible girl, Tom thought, and in his joy at finding her so sensible he stooped and kissed her forehead as the proper thing for him to do, while she, the poor little mistaken girl, threw herself into his arms and began to cry, she was so glad and happy. Tom did not know exactly what he ought to do. It was a novel situation for him to be in, with a girl sobbing on his bosom, and his first impulse was to push her off. But when he remembered that she represented $1,000,000, he did what half the men in the world would have done in his place. He held her close and tried to quiet her, and told her he was not half good enough for her, and knew in his heart he was telling the truth, and felt within him the stirring of a resolve that she should never know he did not love her, and that he would make her happy if he could. and so they were betrothed, and Peterkin came in with May Jane and made a speech half an hour long to his future son-in-law, and settled just when they were to be married and what they were to do. Christmas week was the time, and he vowed he'd give 'em a wedding which should take the starch entirely out of Gusty Brown, whose mother, Mrs. Rossiter Brown, would think Gusty was never married at all when she saw what he could do. Greatly he lamented that Harold and Jerry could not be present. "But they'll see it in the papers," he said, "for I'll have a 4-column notice if I write it myself and pay for it too. And when you meet 'em in Europe you can tell 'em what they missed." To all this Tom listened with great drops of cold sweat running down his back as he thought of the ridicule he should incur if Peterkin carried out his intentions, to take the rag off the bush, as he expressed it. The trip to Europe pleased him, but the party filled him with horror from which he saw no escape, and he was anything but a happy man when he at last said good-bye to Peterkin, who slipped into his hand a check for $2,000, saying, when he protested against taking it, "Don't be a fool, Thomas. I'm to be your dad, so take it, you'll need it. I know your circumstances. They ain't what they was, and I don't s'pose you've got enough to buy the engagement ring. I want a big one. A solitary. No cluster for me. I know what 'tis to be poor. Take it, Thomas." So Tom took it with a sense of shame which prompted him several times to tear it in shreds and throw them to the winds. But this he did not do, for he knew he should need money, as he had none of his own, and when a few days before he had asked Colvin for some, that worthy man, who had never taken kindly to him, had bidden him go to a very warm place for money, as he had no orders to give him any. "Your uncle," he said, "settled $100,000 on your father, the more fool he, and expects him to live on it. So my advice to you is that you go to work." Now Tom couldn't work, and after a little, Peterkin's gift did not seem so very humiliating to him, although he could not bring himself to tell his mother of it when he announced his engagement to her, which he did bluntly, and with nothing apologetic in his manner or speech. "I am going to marry Ann Eliza Peterkin some time during the holidays, and start at once for Europe," he said, and then brought some water and dashed it in her face, for she immediately went into hysterics and declared herself dying. When she grew calm, Tom swore a little, and talked a good deal, and told her about the $1,000,000, which he said was not to be sneezed at, and told her what Colvin had said to him, and asked what the old Harry he was to do if he didn't marry Ann Eliza, and told her of the proposed party, asking her to save him from it if she could. When she found she could not help herself, Dolly rose to the situation, and said she would see her daughter-in-law elect, whom Tom was to bring to her, as she could not think of calling at Le Bateau in her present state of affliction. So Ann Eliza came over, and her mother came with her; but the latter Dolly declined to see. She could not endure everything, she said to Tom, and was only equal to Ann Eliza, whom she met with a bow and the tips of her fingers, without rising from her chair. Still, as the representative of $1,000,000, Ann Eliza was entitled to some consideration, and Dolly motioned her to a seat beside her, and with her black bordered handkerchief to her eyes, said to her, "Tom tells me that you are going to marry him, and I trust you will try to make him happy. He is a most estimable young man now, and if he should develop any bad habits, I shall think it owing to some new and bad influence brought to bear upon him." "Yes'm," Ann Eliza answered timidly, and the great lady went on to talk of family, and blood, and position, as something for which money could not make amends, and to impress upon the girl a sense of the great honor it was to be a member of the Tracy family. Then she spoke of the wedding party, which she trusted Ann Eliza would prevent, as nothing could be in worse taste when they were in such affliction, adding, that neither herself nor Mr. Tracy could think of being present. "Be married quickly, without any display, if you wish to please me," she said, and with a wave of her handkerchief she signified that the conference was ended. "Well, Annie, how did you and my lady hit it?" Tom asked, meeting Ann Eliza in the hall as she came out, flushed and hot from the interview. "We didn't hit it at all," Ann Eliza replied, with a gleam in her eye which Tom had never seen before. "She just talked as if I were dirt, and that you were only marrying me for my money. She don't like me, and I don't like her, there," and the indignant little girl began to cry. Tom laughed immoderately, and passing his arm around her as they went down the stairs, he said, "Of course you don't like her, whoever did like her mother-in-law. But you are marrying me, not my mother, so don't cry, petite." Tom was making an effort to be very kind and even lover-like to his fiancée, who was easily comforted, and who on her return to Le Bateau told her father plainly that the party must be given up, as it would be out of place and deeply offend the Tracys. Very unwillingly Peterkin gave it up, and sent word to that effect to Mrs. Rossiter Brown, who had already been apprised of the coming event and was having a wonderful gown made for the occasion. "I find," he wrote, "that it wouldn't be at all Rachel Shea to have a blow out whilst the family is in deep black; but when they get into lavender and the young folks is home from their tower, I'll have a terror." Peterkin tried 2 or 3 times to see Mrs. Tracy, but she put him off with one excuse after another, until Tom took the matter in hand, and told her she was acting like a fool and putting on quite too many airs. Then she appointed an interview, and bracing herself with a tonic, went down to the darkened, cheerless room, and by her manner so managed to impress him with her superiority over him and his, that he forgot entirely the speech he had prepared with infinite pains, and which had in it a good deal about family bonds and family units, and Aaron's beard, and brotherly love. This he had rehearsed many times to May Jane, with wonderful gestures and flourishes. "But I'll be bumped," he said to her on his return from the Park House, "if I didn't forget every blessed word, she was so high and mighty. Lord, as if I didn't know what she sprung from! But that's the way with them as was born to nothin'. May Jane, if I ever catch you puttin' on airs 'cause you're a Peterkin, I believe I'll kill you." After this, anything like familiar intercourse ceased between the heads of the 2 families, until the morning after Christmas Day, when Frank and Dolly drove over to Le Bateau, where were assembled the same people who had been present at Jerry's wedding, and where Peterkin insisted upon darkening the rooms and lighting the gas, as something a little out of the usual order of things in Shannondale. Peterkin was very happy, and very proud of this alliance with the Tracys, and his pride and happiness shone in his face all through the ceremony; and when the clergyman asked, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" his manner was something grand to see, as he stepped forward and responded, "I do, sir," in a voice so loud and full of importance, that Dolly involuntarily groaned, while Tom found it hard to refrain from laughing. Tom behaved very well, and kissed his bride before any one else had a chance to do so, and called May Jane mother and Peterkin father, after he saw the papers which made Ann Eliza possessor in her own right of $1,000,000. And when, an hour later, she handed over to him as his own a deed of property valued at $100,000, he took her in his arms and kissed her again, telling her, what was very true, that she was worth her weight in gold. Tom had felt his poverty keenly, and all the more so that Ann Eliza's engagement ring, a superb solitaire, had been bought with her father's gift, as had their passage tickets to Europe. But now he was a rich man, made so by his wife's thoughtful generosity, and he was conscious of a new set of feelings and emotions with regard to her, and inwardly vowed that he would make her happy. They took the train for New York that afternoon, accompanied by Peterkin, who, when the ship sailed away next day, stood upon the wharf waving his hands and calling out as long as they could hear him, "God bless you, my children! God bless you, my children!" Then he went back to Shannondale and called at Tracy Park, and reported to Frank that the youngsters had gone, and that Mrs. Thomas Tracy looked as well as the best on 'em in the ship, and a darned sight better than some. After this, the great houses of Le Bateau and Tracy Park settled down into perfect quiet, especially that of Tracy Park, where Dolly shut herself up in her mourning and crape, and Frank spent most of his time in Maud's room, with her photograph in his hand, and his thoughts busy with memories of the dear little girl lying in her grave of flowers under the winter snow. End of Chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53. After 2 years. 2 years since Harold and Jerry went away, and it was October again, and the doors and windows of the Park House were all open to the warm sunshine which filled the rooms, where the servants were flitting in and out with an air of importance and pleased expectancy, for that afternoon the master was coming home with Harold and Jerry. And what was more wonderful and exciting still, there was in the party a little boy, born in Wiesbaden 6 months before, and christened Frank Tracy. They had gone directly to Germany, Arthur, Harold, and Jerry, for the former would not stop a day until Wiesbaden was reached, and there, overcome with fatigue and the recollections of the past which crowded upon him so fast, Arthur fell sick and was confined to his room at the hotel for a week, during which time Jerry explored the city with Harold and a guide, finding every spot connected with Gretchen and her life, even to the shop where Frau Heinrich had sold her small wares. As soon as her father was able, she took him to them one by one. Hand in hand, for he seemed weak as a little child, they went to the bench under the trees, where he had first seen Gretchen knitting in the sunshine, with the halo on her hair, and here Arthur took off his hat as if on consecrated ground, and whispered, "May God forgive me!" Then to the little shop once kept by Frau Heinrich, where Arthur astonished the woman by buying out half her stock, which he ordered sent to his hotel, and afterward gave away. Then to the English church, where he knelt before the altar and seemed to be praying, though the words he said were spoken more to Gretchen than to God. Then to the house where he had lived with his bride, when heaven came down so close that she could touch it, or rather to the site of the house, for fire had done its work there, and they could only stand before the ruins, while Arthur said again and again, "May God forgive me!" Then to the house where Jerry had lived and Gretchen had died, and where the picture still hung upon the wall, a wonder and delight to all who had rented the place since Marian's parents lived there. Jerry recognized it in a moment, and so did Arthur, but he could only wring his hands before it and sob, "Oh, Gretchen, my darling, my darling!" Changed as the house was, Jerry found the room where she had played and her mother had died. "The big stove stood here," she said, indicating the spot, "and mother sat there writing to you, when Nanine opened the door and let the firelight shine upon the paper. I can see it all so distinctly, and over there in the corner was the bed where she died." Then Arthur knelt down upon the spot, and, as if the oft-repeated ejaculation, "May God forgive me!" were wholly inadequate now, he said the Lord's Prayer, with folded hands and streaming eyes, while Jerry stood over him with her arm around his neck. "Oh, Gretchen!" he cried. "Do you know I am here after so many years? Arthur, your husband, who loved you through all. Come back to me, Gretchen, and I'll be so tender and true. Tender and true. My heart is breaking, Gretchen, and only for Cherry, our little girl baby, I should wish I were dead like you. Oh, Gretchen, Gretchen, sweetest wife a man ever called his. And yet I forgot you, darling, forgot that you had ever lived. May Heaven forgive me, I could not help it. I forgot everything. Where are you, Cherry? It's getting so dark and cold, and Gretchen is not here. I think you must take me home." Jerry took him back to the hotel, where he kept his room for 3 days, and then they went to Gretchen's grave beside her mother, which Jerry had found after some little search and inquiry. Here Arthur stood like a statue, holding fast to Jerry, and gazing down upon the neglected grave, on which clumps of withered grass were growing and blowing in the November wind. "Gretchen is not in this place," he said mournfully, with a shake of his head. "She couldn't rest here a moment, for she liked everything beautiful and bright, and this is like the potter's field. But we'll put up a monument for her, and make the place attractive. And by, when she is tired of wandering about, she may come back and rest when she sees what we have done, and knows that we have been here. We will buy that house, too," he said, as he walked away from the lonely grave. And the next day Harold found the owner and commenced negotiations for the house, which soon changed hands and became the property of Arthur. Just what he meant to do with it he did not know, until Jerry suggested that he make it an asylum for homeless children, who should receive the kindest and tenderest care from competent and trustworthy nurses hired for the purpose. "Yes, I'll do it," Arthur said, "and we'll call it the Gretchen Home. Maybe she will come there some time and know what I have done." This idea once in his mind, Arthur never let go of it until the house was fitted up with school rooms and dormitories, and filled with little ones rescued from want and misery. The general supervision of this home was placed in the hands of the English rector, the Reverend James Hart, whose many acts of kindness and humanity among the poor had won for him the sobriquet of St. James, and with whom the interests of the children were safe as with a loving father. "There is money enough," Arthur said, when giving his instructions to the matron, a good-natured woman who, he knew, would never abuse a child. "Money enough, so give them something beside bread and water for breakfast, and mush and molasses for supper. Children like cookies and custard pie, and if there comes a circus to town, let them go once in a while. It won't hurt them to see a little of the world." Frau Hirsch looked at him in some surprise, but promised compliance with his wishes; and when in the middle of December he left Wiesbaden for Italy, he had the satisfaction of knowing that the inmates of the Gretchen home were enjoying a bill of fare not common in institutions of the kind. It was not difficult to find in Wiesbaden people who remembered Gretchen and the grand marriage she had made with the rich American who afterward abandoned her. That was the way they worded it, and they remembered, too, the little girl Jerrine, whom after her mother's death the nurse Nanine took to her father's friends, since which nothing had been heard from her. Thus, had there been in Arthur's mind any doubt as to Jerry's identity, it would have been swept away; but there was none. He had accepted her from the first as his daughter, and he always looked up to her as a child to its mother whom it fears to lose sight of. The winter was mostly spent in Rome, where Harold and Jerry visited every part of the city, while Arthur stayed in his room talking to an unseen Gretchen, who afforded him almost as much satisfaction as the real one might have done. In May they went to the lakes, and in June drifted to Paris, where Jerry was overjoyed to meet Nina and Dick, who were staying with the Raymonds at a charming chateau just outside the city. Here she and Harold passed a most enjoyable week, and before she left she was made happy by something which she saw and which told her that Dick was forgetting that night under the pines, and that some day not far in the future he would find in Marion all he had once hoped to find in her. In Paris, too, she came upon Anne Eliza at the Bon Marché, with silks and satins piled high around her, and 2 or 3 obsequious clerks in attendance, for la petite Americaine was well known to the tradespeople, who eagerly sought her patronage and that of my lord Monsieur, who impressed them greatly with his air of importance and dignity. Tom was enjoying himself immensely, and was really a good deal improved and very kind to his little wife, whom he always addressed as Petite or Madame, and who was quite a belle and a general favorite in the American colony. Following a fashion, which Tom was sure had been made for his benefit, she had cut off her obnoxious red hair and substituted in its place a wig of reddish brown, which for naturalness and beauty was a marvel of art and skill, and became her so well that Tom really thought her handsome, or at least very stylish and stunning, which was better than mere beauty. They had a suite of rooms at the Continental, and there Harold and Jerry dined with them in their private parlor, for Tom was too fine a gentleman to go to table d'hote with the common herd. Anne Eliza's grand maid, Doris, was with her still, and had come to look upon her young mistress as quite as great a personage as the Lady Augusta Hardy, whom she had ceased to quote, and who, with her mother, Mrs. Rossiter Brown, was now in the city, attended, it was said, by a Polish count, who had an eye upon her money. Once when they were alone, Jerry asked Tom when he was going home, and with a comical twinkle in his eye, he replied, "When I hear that my respected father-in-law has gone off with apoplexy, and not before." Jerry thought this a shocking speech, but she was glad to see him so happy, and as she told Harold, so much more of a man than she had ever supposed he could be. That summer Harold and Jerry spent in Switzerland, with the Raymonds and St. Clairs and Tracys, while Arthur went to Wiesbaden to see the Gretchen home, which he found so much to his taste that he remained there until Harold and Jerry, after a trip through Austria and Germany, joined him in November, when they went again for the winter to Italy, coming back in the spring to Wiesbaden, and because Arthur would have it so, taking up their abode for a while in the Gretchen home, which had been greatly enlarged and improved, and now held 30 deserted and homeless children. Here, in April, Jerry's little boy was born, in the same room and corner where Gretchen had died, and where Arthur again went down upon his knees and said the Lord's Prayer, to which he added a fervent thanksgiving for Jerry spared and a baby given to him. "I hoped it would be a girl," he said, "for then we should have called it Gretchen. But as it is a boy, suppose we name it Heinrich." "No, father," Jerry said decidedly. "Baby is not to be Heinrich or Arthur or Harold, although I think the last the dearest name in the world," and she put up her hand caressingly to the browned beard of the tall young man bending over to kiss her pale face and look at his son. "We will call the baby Frank Tracy." And so Frank Tracy was the name given to the child, who was more like its father than its mother, and whom Arthur called Tracy, which he liked better, he said, than he did Frank. They remained in Wiesbaden until June, then went to Switzerland and Paris, and in October sailed for home, where the Park house was ready for them, with no mistress to dispute Jerry's rights, and no master except the lawful one. Just out of town, on a grassy ridge overlooking the river, a gentleman from New York had built a pretty little cottage, which, as his wife died suddenly, he never occupied, but offered for sale with all its furniture and appointments. "Let's buy it," Dolly said to her husband. "We must go somewhere before Arthur comes home, and we can live there very respectably and economically, too." She was beginning to count the cost of everything, and was almost penurious in her efforts to make their income go as far as possible. So they bought the pretty place, which she called Ridge Cottage, but Frank did not live to occupy it. After Tom went away and left him alone with his wife, who was not the most agreeable of companions, he failed rapidly, both in body and mind, and those who saw him walking about the house, with his white hair and bent form, would have said he was 70 rather than 50 years old. Every day, when the weather permitted, he visited Maud's grave, where he sometimes stayed for hours, looking down upon the mound and talking to the insensible clay beneath. "I am coming, Maud, very soon, to be here beside you," he would say. "Everybody has gone, even to Tom, and your mother is sometimes hard upon me because of what I did; and I am tired and cold and old, and the world is dark and dreary, and I'm coming very soon." Then he would walk slowly back, taking the post office on his way, to inquire for letters from the folks, as he designated the absent ones. These letters were a great comfort to him, especially those from Jerry, who wrote him very often and told him all they were doing and seeing, and tried to make him understand how much she loved and sympathized with him. Not a hint had been given him of the baby, and when in June he received a letter from her containing a photograph of the little boy named after him, he seemed childish in his joy, and started with the picture at once for Maud's grave. Kneeling down with his face in the long grass, he whispered, "Look, Maud, Jerry's baby boy, named for me, Frank Tracy. Do you hear me, Maud? Frank Tracy, for me who wronged her so. God bless Jerry, and give her many years of happiness when I'm dead and gone, which will not now be long. I am coming very soon, Maud, sooner than you think, and shall never see Jerry's little boy. God bless him." That night Frank seemed brighter than usual, and talked a great deal with his wife, who, to the last day of her life, will be glad that she was kind to him and humored all his fancies; and once, when he lay upon the couch with the baby's picture in his hand, she went and sat by him and ran her fingers caressingly through his white hair, and asked if he were not better. "Yes, Dolly," he said, taking her fingers in his hand and holding them fast. "A great deal better. Jerry's baby has done me good, and you too, Dolly. You don't know how nice it seems to have you smooth my hair. It is like the old days at Langley, when we sang in the choir together, and you were fond of me." "I am fond of you now, Frank," Dolly replied, as she stooped to kiss the face in which there was a look she had never seen before, and which haunted her long after he had said good night and gone to Maud's room, where he said he would sleep, as he was likely to be restless and might keep her awake. The next morning Dolly took her breakfast alone, for Frank did not join her. "Let him sleep," she said to the servant who suggested calling him; but when some time later he did not appear, she went herself to Maud's room, into which the noonday sun was shining, for every blind and window was open, and the light was so dazzling that for a moment she did not see the still figure stretched upon the bed, where, with Maud's picture in one hand and Jerry's baby's in the other, her husband lay, calmly sleeping the sleep which knows no waking. On his face there was a look of rapturous joy, and on his lips a smile as if they were framing the loved name of Maud when death came and sealed them forever. Around him was no sign of struggle or pain, for the covering was not disturbed, and the physician when he came said he must have died quietly and possibly instantly, without a note of warning. They buried him beside his daughter, and then Dolly was alone in the house, which became so intolerable to her that she left it in early August, and took possession of the cottage on the ridge, which did not seem haunted with the ghosts of the dead. And so it happened that Mrs. Crawford alone stood in the doorway to welcome the travelers when, late in the bright October afternoon, they came, tired and dusty, but so glad to be home once more, and to feel that now it really was home to all intents and purposes. "I was never so glad in my life, and if Uncle Frank were here I should be perfectly happy," Jerry cried, as she threw herself upon Mrs. Crawford's neck, hugging and kissing her a while, and then taking her baby from the nurse she put it into the old lady's arms, saying as she did so, "Another grandson for you. Harold's baby. Isn't he a beauty?" And little Tracy was a beautiful child, with his father's features and complexion, but Jerry's expression and ways, and Mrs. Crawford felt, as she folded him to her bosom, that he would be the crowning joy of her old age. At first Harold puzzled and perplexed her, he was so changed from the Harold who had shingled roofs and painted barns and worked in Peterkin's furnace. Foreign travel and prosperity set well upon him, and one could scarcely have found a more refined or polished young man than Harold as he moved about the premises, with a smile and pleasant word for every one, whether of high or low degree. He had known what poverty meant, with slights on account of it, and had risen above it all, and remembering the days when he worked in the Tracy fields and envied his companions their leisure and freedom from toil, he had resolved that, if possible, some portion of mankind should be happier because of him. All Shannondale hastened to call upon the travellers, and no one was louder or more demonstrative in his welcome than Peterkin, who called himself their kin, and was very proud of the connection and of his son Thomas, for whom he made many inquiries. It did not take long for the family to settle down into everyday quiet, Jerry proving herself a competent and thorough housekeeper, while Harold was, to all intents and purposes, the head to whom every one deferred and went for directions. Arthur, who had half died from seasickness, had at once taken to his rooms and his old mode of life, telling Harold and Jerry to do what they liked and not bother him. One change, however, he made. He put Harold into the office in the place of Colvin, who had done his business for so many years, and who was glad to give it up, while Harold was glad to take it, as it gave him something to do, and did not greatly interfere with his law studies, which he immediately resumed, applying himself so closely that he was admitted to practice within the year, and in time became one of the ablest lawyers in the state. For another year the Raymonds and St. Clairs remained abroad, and then, just before they sailed for home, there was a double wedding one morning in London, when Fred and Dick were the bridegrooms, and Marian and Nina were the brides. Dick had not forgotten the night under the pines, but he had ceased to remember it with pain; and when he asked Marian to be his wife, he told her of it, and of his old love for Jerry, while she in turn told him of a grave among the Alps, by which she had stood with an aching heart, while strangers buried from her sight a young artist from Boston, who, had he lived, would have made it impossible for her to be the wife of Dick St. Clair. But Allen was dead, and Jerry was a wife and mother, and so across the graves of a living and a dead love the two grasped hands, and forgetting the past as far as possible, were content with the new happiness offered to them. Nina's home was to be in Kentucky, but Marian stayed at Grassy Spring, and became Jerry's most intimate friend, and a constant visitor at Tracy Park, where she is always welcome. It is 5 years now since Harold and Jerry came home, and toddling about the house is a little girl whom they call Gretchen, and who has all the soft beauty of the Gretchen in the picture, together with Jerry's stronger and more marked features. This little girl is Arthur's idol, and has succeeded in luring him from his room, in which, until she came, he was staying closer than ever. Now, however, he is with her constantly, either in the house or in the grounds, or sitting under a tree holding her in his lap, while he talks his strange talk to the other Gretchen, and the child listens wonderingly, with her great blue eyes fixed upon him. "This is our grandchild," he will say, nodding to the space beside him, while little Gretchen nods too, as if she also saw a figure sitting there. "Our grandchild and Jerry's baby, and you are its grandmother. Grandma Gretchen, that's funny." And then he laughs, and baby laughs, and says after him, lispingly, "Grandma Gretchen, that's funny." Then Tracy comes up with his whip and his cart, and his straw hat hanging down his back, and Arthur points him out to the spirit Gretchen as her grandson, who, he says, is all Hastings, with a very little Tracy, and not a grain of German in him, but very, very nice, and you are his grandmother too, and I am his grandfather, whom he once called an old crazy man, because I wouldn't let him play in my room with a little alligator which his Aunt Dolly, that's Mrs. Frank Tracy, sent him from Florida. "Well, you be crazy, ain't you?" the boy says, seating himself upon the bench, and nestling his brown head against the arm of the man, who replies, "I don't know whether I am or not, but if to be very happy in the companionship of the living and of the dead, and to have one as real as the other, is craziness, then I am crazy. But God is good, and when he took Gretchen from me, he sent me your mother in the carpet bag. Praised be God." And then, for the 100th time, he tells to the boy, and to the baby too, the story of the carpet bag and the little girl, their mother, whom the boy, their father, found in the tramp house one wintry morning years ago, and carried through the snow. and Tracy, who is very chivalrous and very brave, and old for his years, starts to his feet with dilating eyes, and says, "I just wish I'd been there. I'd carried mamma, and wouldn't let her drop in the snow as papa did. Where was I then, grandpa?" But grandpa does not answer, and begins the story of the cherries and the ladder, which Tracy likes even better than that of the carpet bag, particularly the part where the sunbonnet appears in the window and the shrill voice calls out, "Mr. Crazy Man, Mr. Crazy Man, don't you want some cherries?" This Arthur makes very dramatic and real, and Tracy holds his breath, and sometimes, when the question is more real than usual, little Gretchen puts out her hand and says, "'Es, give me some." Then the boy and the old man laugh, and Tracy runs after a passing butterfly, and Arthur goes on with his talk to the baby until she falls asleep, and he takes her to the crib he has had put in the bay window under the picture which smiles down upon the sleeping infant whose guardian angel it seems to be. The tramp house has been repaired and renovated, the table mended, and the rat hole stopped up, and the trio frequently go there together, for it is the children's playhouse, where Arthur is sometimes a horse, sometimes a bear, and sometimes a whole menagerie of animals, just as the fancy takes the restless, active Tracy. Once or twice Arthur has been the dead woman on the table, with little Gretchen beside him in the carpet bag, and Tracy tugging with all his might to lift her out. But after the day when he let her fall, and gave her a big bump on the forehead, that kind of play ceased, and the boy, who had inherited his mother's talent for acting, was compelled to try some other make-believe than that of the tragedy on the wintry night many years before. Billy Peterkin has never married, and never will, but he and Jerry are the best of friends, and he is very fond of her children, whom he often takes out in his dog-cart, holding Gretchen in his lap, while Tracy sits beside him with the lines, pretending to drive. Tom is still abroad, waiting for that fit of apoplexy which is to be the signal of his return; but the probabilities are that he will wait a long time, for Peterkin, who is himself afraid of apoplexy, has gone through the banting process, which has reduced his weight from 50 to 75 pounds, and as he is very careful in his diet, Tom may stay abroad longer than he cares to do, unless Ann Eliza's persuasions bring him home to his dreaded father-in-law. There was a little girl born to them in Rome, whom they called Maud, but she only lived a few weeks, and then they buried her under the daisies in the Protestant burying ground, where so many English and Americans are lying. And Eliza sent a lock of the little one's hair to her father, who had it framed and hung in his bedroom, and wore on his hat a band of crape which nearly covered it, while his wife was draped in black from head to foot, and looked, as Peterkin said, about as genteel as the Widder Tracy herself. Dolly still calls the Ridge cottage her home, but she is not often there, for a mania for traveling has seized her, and she is always upon the move in search of some new place, where she hopes to find rest and quiet. She still dresses in black, relieved at times with something white, but she has laid aside crape, and sports her diamonds, which she did not find it necessary to sell, and which attract a great deal of attention, they are so clear and large. One year she spent in Europe with Tom and Ann Eliza, the latter of whom she made so uncomfortable with her constant dictation and assumption of superiority, that Tom at last came to the rescue, and told her either to mind her business and let his wife alone, or go home. As she could not do the former, she came home and joined a Raymond party to California, but soon separated herself from it, as the members were not to her taste, she said, and were constantly doing something to offend her aristocratic ideas. Every summer she goes either to Saratoga, or the seaside, or the mountains, and every winter she drifts southward to Florida, where, at certain hotels, she is as well known as the oldest habituée. She has a maid, and as far as possible keeps herself aloof from the common herd, consorting only with those who she knows have money and position at home. Poor foolish Dolly, who has forgotten Langley and its humble surroundings. There are many like her in real life, but only one in our story, to which we now write The End. Of Gretchen, by Mary Jane Holmes, recorded by Céline Major.